ready to get started? We're ready to get started. We got over 200 cards to get through, so, once we're done with this card, we'll be 0.5% through. Recently for this purpose. Thanks, you get a giveaway. We do have some giveaway codes. We're not gonna give them out today. I'm gonna give them out on launch day, which is the most competitive day for viewers because everybody's streaming on launch day. But yeah, we got I think 3 giveaway codes. We got 3 giveaway codes, I believe. Maybe 2. It depends on if I decide to steal one or not. which they say you can. They're like, hey, if you want one of these codes, take it. I'll probably give all 3 away though. I'll probably give all 3 away. All right, we got the arms dealer. 1 mana, 1/2. After you summon an undead, give it +1 attack. So 1 mana, 1/2 on its own is not good, but it's an undead itself, and it does work on summon, not play. So anyway, you summon undead. This is better. This is better for Death Knight, right? Because the Death Knight hero power is, I hope I'm right on this, to summon a 1/1 with charge, and then it dies at the end of your turn. Which should count as an undead. It's a ghoul. So if you have this, then your Death Knight hero power becomes a 2/1. So for a Death Knight, this is better. For a Death Knight, this might be like a 4-star card. But for the general case, so a 1 mana 1/2 is generally pretty terrible. A 1 mana 2/1 is okay. A 1 mana 1/2 is generally terrible. And it's so easy to kill that you have to synergize with it right away. So even with all the new undead cards and some of the old cards getting the undead tag, I would still say this is probably, below average, because not all your cards are going to be undead. These won't Death Knight, exactly. I think in Death Knight this is going to be quite draftable. But in all the other classes where you won't consistently have undead ready to go, I think it's going to be below average. If you've already got a bunch of undead ready to go in your deck, which you very well might, then, it gets better and better the more undead you have. But on pick one, in isolation, I would say you don't generally want 1 mana 1/2s. Leaf says, patch notes tomorrow, wonder what the rotation will be. I strongly suspect they'll throw Frozen Throne in, because it's the other Lich King expansion. But beyond that, I don't know. Leaf says, the Raven Long Haul. Well, I hope you are, because now we're 0.5% through with 1 card. Banshee with some probably appropriately kind of horrific stretched out art. That's the side today. I'm pretty good. Which is good because we could be talking a while. I'm well rested today. Well, more well rested than yesterday. Banshee. So this is a 1 mana 2/1, which is generally better than 1/2. Death Row, give a random friendly undead +2/+1. Same type of deal. You need to have other undead ready to go. Same type of deal where you can get an on-demand undead in Death Knight. This might be a little bit better. But yeah, it doesn't have rush. It's a little hard to control when it dies. Your opponent could kill your undead, then kill this. Still, a 1 mana 2/1 on its own is below average. You probably bump this up to 3 because there are going to be a lot of undead running around. And if you've got more on-demand undead for Death Knight, maybe it goes all the way to 4. Same type of deal as the first card. That's the artwork looks slightly below average. I actually do agree with you. I think the stretched out face is good because I think it's appropriate, but it looks the art looks a little flat. The art looks a little flat to me. It feels like it's the dress type thing is lacking depth. I would agree with you. That looks a little below what I would usually expect out of Hearthstone art. I thought the same thing when I saw it. I said maybe the lines are too thick, possibly around the arms, maybe. But yeah, there does appear to be something a bit off about it. John thinks it might be old school Warcraft card art. Could be. Banshees are around in Warcraft 3, so it's certainly something they could be drawing on old art for. So what do you rate the previous card? I don't know. You mean 2 cards ago or 1 card ago? I'm not gonna go back. 1 mana 0/3. Death Row, summon a 3/3 undead chicken. Just like all eggs. just like all eggs, you know, you need activators for this. And traditionally, this is undead in itself. There's no backwards, only forward. The undead chicken, yeah, I don't have the image. I don't have an image for the undead chicken, but it's, you know, a skeletal bird. It's a skeletal bird. But yeah, traditionally eggs are not great. Traditionally eggs are not great, but you're getting a bad 3-mana card for 1 mana if you could pull it off, and obviously this synergizes with these cards like Banshee and Arms Dealer, so if you've already got cards like those, this gets better. But traditionally, the phrase, you know, don't draft or avoid, I would say is still true here. So it's maybe like a, you know, just based on the fact we saw those other 2 cards already, it could be a 2 more than a 1, but usually you don't want eggs unless you've already got plans, unless you have things like Hellfire that can kill your own cards. And if you have those, the eggs get better and better, but in isolation, you don't like to draft eggs. Alright, the Blood Sworn Legendary 2-mana 2/2. Breakfast lands. Gotta get your protein. I eat 2 or 3 eggs every day. Text Undead makes easy buff. Quite possibly. We might see even more ways to buff Undead outside of the 2 we've already seen right away. Alright. This is the 5. I saw this card, but I have to reread it. So, Battlecry at the next Ask the Lord of your hand, which I did. I did get these ready to go in advance. I did do that. Well, I guess I wanted a little more over here. Means I'll want the other one a little more over here, which will just cover me up, or maybe we'll overlap them. I don't know. Let's see. So add the particular end. So Mana Thirst, right? It says right here, Mana Thirst bonus effect when you're above X mana, X in this case 4. So if you have at least 4 mana instead of 2, you get to deal 2 damage, which is really nice. A 2 mana 2/2 that does 2 damage, and then you get a copy of this, which if you got at least 7 mana, gains you 5 armor, which is often not a big deal in Arena. It would be a big deal in this meta. This meta is very smorky, the old school meta, but a lot of the future metas are not nearly as smorky. So yeah, this is a 5 mana 5/5, and it gives you the 8 mana 8/8. Battlecry, deal 8 damage on this between all enemies. And if you're at 10 mana instead of 8 mana, which is not a huge difference, really, then you deal 16 random damage, which starts to feel like the Nathrius, but you don't get any lifesteal. So the payoff is huge, and you get good value through the game. And the effects are pretty nice if you're doing this a little bit later in the game than like on Curve. So yeah, it's you could maybe call it a tiny bit slow, but it's faster than, yeah, people mentioning Pyros. People mentioning Pyros. This has much better payoffs than Pyros. Much better payoffs than Pyros. And it's not even Death Rattle, it's Battlecry. So you can do the first 2 on the same turn, right? You can play the first Blood Sworn, add the second one to your hand, and play the second one, have the third one ready to go the next turn. If you top deck this, it doesn't take 3 turns to get the 10 mana thing. So yeah. You can play this on Curve Worst Case Scenario, which is fantastic. And yeah, the Battle Cries means you can't get silenced. You can't get silenced, so Battle Cry instead of silence instead of Death Rattle, rather, makes it even better than Pyros. The only downside is I guess you don't get the Elemental tag, which had some synergies back then. But yeah, I still, I don't know, I still might hesitate to call this, you know, like a 6-star absolutely insane card, but it's still really, really, really nice. So we'll yeah, this looks really, really nice. So I would certainly give it a 5, maybe not a 6, but a 5. All right, boop. A bone flinger. That's just like 5 times. I don't know about 5 times, but it's yeah. Battle cry instead of Death Rattle is a nice thing. You should see what legendaries will be up against. Yeah, that's true. I don't know how good the other legendaries are. Ivan, good to see you. Good to see Mikazan, who just said, wait, view? What? Very good to see Mikazan. Mikazan, one of the big sports stream. Check out Mikazan if you're not. 2 mana, 2/3. Standard stat line. If a friendly undead died after your last turn, deal 2 damage. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Glady says that's some weird phrasing. It is. It is. So that is some weird phrasing. If a friendly undead died after your last turn, deal 2 damage. Does does that imply an undead that died during the enemy turn? It's for your current turn and last turn, you believe. So, all right. So, but it's not. But it's not during your last turn, right? It's either during the enemy turn or during this turn. Your turn or the opponent's, right? But this your turn, not your last turn. Your opponent's last turn, but not your last turn. Yeah, enemy turn or this turn. Yeah, it's a really weird classification. After last time turn. Yeah, it's a weird classification, but that appears to be what it means. If you wanted to try and make this more clear, I think you would phrase it the way I'm phrasing it. If a friendly undead died during your opponent's last turn or this turn, deal 2 damage. I think that would be a lot less confusing. Oh well. Yeah. I mean, 2 mana, 2 3s. 2 mana, 2 3s are by default, 3 stars, low end of 3, it's like, okay, I can take a 2 mana, 2 3. I can take a River Croc. I don't really want it, but it's, it's kind of the standard. And, yeah, deal 2 damage. But, so this is the same deal. You can if you can just press your hero power button as a Death Knight and throw your ghoul in somewhere to activate this 2 damage. This becomes probably a high end 4, maybe even a very low end 5, but probably high end 4 for Death Knight, where you're always gonna have a friendly undead. And then yeah, this I think there's gonna be enough undead around that you can maybe call this a low end 4 for every class. And then high end 4, low end 5 for Death Knight. Cause I think there's just gonna be a ton of undead around. But yeah, we'll have to see it in action a little bit. But there's no like super big downside to this card, because even if you don't get it, it's still 2 mana 2 3, which is fine. Alright, so I think the wording, do you think their wording is cleaner? It's shorter, but it's too confusing for new players like me. Old cards will get the undead dead too. Yeah, which of course depends on what meta you're in, how many old undead cards there are. If Frozen Throne is around, which it probably will be, then that'll add some extra undead. P3 says, no arena today. Depends on how fast this card review is. We'll probably do one run. That is what we typically do on a card review day. But, it's going to be a really long card review with 203 cards. Monsieur says the review. It is the review. Although, I was thinking of you, Monsieur. when thinking about the review in terms of, I've got like all the Death Knight cards at the end, so we're not going to be talking about the most interesting, most exciting stuff until the end. Sorry to tell you. But, we're doing the neutrals now. Neutrals are important. Naxxramas will probably in as well. Possibly. The only reason Naxxramas might not be in is just because Naxxramas is in right now for the old school meta. So it's possible they might not want to put Nax in again because it's in right now. But yeah, it's quite possible. That's what hopes Alteric Valley does not return. They might throw it in because it's a winter set, right? It's a winter set. It's a snowy set. I could see him adding it just for that reason. It's not announced then. No, it sounds like it'll be announced tomorrow with the patch notes. I mean, this is a weird one. This corner, 2 mana, 2/2, understated. Valkyrie freeze enemy minion. Already makes it pretty good. Oh yeah, but if you got at least 6 mana, you silence and then freeze. Silence is nice. You can't do this until you're already on turn 6. You can't do an early silence. But yeah, we used to have the 1 mana 2/1 freeze. This one is actually, you're spending an extra mana for only 1 health, which is kind of not worth it, actually. But the fact that it becomes a silence later in the game, I think, I think we'll call it a 4. Not a 5, but I like this card a lot. I like getting silenced later in the game. And later and early in the game, freeze is really good too. So, yeah, I like this quite a bit. If it was a 2/3, then I would probably call it even a 5, genuinely, but it's a little understated. Is it frozen silenced? What's silenced then frozen? silence it first. Otherwise, you would freeze something and then immediately unfreeze it. This card might be important for constructed and even in arena. It's interesting. And if he's like a 3 to I like the silence being on it later in the game. This is Frozen Throne has always been with Mean Streets in the rotation. I'd have to look that up. I'm not gonna take the time right now, but I'd be surprised if Mean Streets is in this time. All right, but it's the Incorporeal Corporal, which is just a fun name. Yeah, 2 mana, 5/5. After this minion attacks, destroy it. Since they've hit Wolfguard, but the Corporal isn't going to your deck. What the heck is this? What the heck is this? So if you can silence this, you can, keep the body around. I think there are some relevant cards with that in like Priest or maybe even Neutral. But yeah, very, very, very overstayed. You can kill a Chillwind Yeti with this for 2 mana. It also activates Undead Synergies. Skelly is probably not worth it in arena. I would disagree personally, because a lot of times, you play a 2 mana 3/2, you play a 2 mana 2/3, and what does that 2 mana 3/2 or 2/3 do? It kills a 2-cost minion from the opponent, you trade it, and then it dies. This can kill a 3 or a 4-cost minion, sometimes even a 5-cost minion, for only 2 mana on your side. So, I actually think this is really, really good. Yeah, threatens you kill your opponent's turn 3 or 4 play. Yeah, I think this is actually really, really, really good. Because it just trades up so well. And so yeah, I actually like this a lot, especially because it activates Undead Synergies. I'm going to be bold and call this a 5-star card. I think it just trades up so well. I think it's just so efficient. And I might give it a 4 if it didn't have the undead tag. It's also decent play late game. I mean, you can smork it if you need to, and like I said, it just trades up so well in general. I'm gonna be bold and call it a 5. If it didn't have the undead tag, I might call it a 4. I think it's really, really good. I think it trades up super well. I think it's a lot of value for low mana. So I like it. That's what says this is a don't draft or avoid. I think you're gonna be super wrong. But we'll see. 2 mana deal 5 is nice anyway. But it's yep. Well, sort of. Right. I mean, keeping in mind that you can go into a minion. If it's just 2 mana deal 5 to face, then you got Mind Blast, and that's not so good. But the Infected Peasant, 2 mana 2/1. Summon a 2/2 Undead Peasant on the death rail. We've got a lot of cards like this through the history of the game. The Undead Peasant is obviously undead, but the Infected Peasant is not. We're going to see in the future, in the distant future, we're going to see the corpse effect for Death Knights, that you empower your corpse effect for every minion it dies. So undead value this double body more than other classes. But yeah, so you get a 2/2 and a 2/1, and it's a little endurant. I think it's better than a 2/3, and if you're a Death Knight with corpse effects, that gets even better. I would call it a basic, good 2-cost card. Nothing crazy exciting, but nice solid 2. Happy to draft it, like a lot of other Death Rattly type cards like this in the past. Get to move past that one pretty quick. All right, good. We got like 195 to go. Is that time when you pick this or the Corporal? It depends on how many corpse synergy cards you have, I suppose. I still think that 5/5 is gonna be really strong, but we'll see. We'll see. What is the X if I haven't said hi? It makes sense those people are infected. This entire expansion must be purged. I can't watch you do this, Arthas. 2 mana, 3/1 with another death rail, and a random shadow spell to your hand. So this one probably gets stronger the less wild expansions they're in, because the more wild expansions, the lower quality shadow spells you can probably get. It is a very easily killed body because it's just a 3/1. But if we compare this to there's like Star Scryer in Mage, right? Which was a 2 mana 3/1 death rattle, draw a spell from your deck. That card was really nice. That card was really nice. We think about loot order, 2-mana, 2/1, draw a card. When you bump it up 1 attack power to 3 attack, and you get this value off it. Now this value is guaranteed, but it's not inside your deck. I think it's quite nice. Same type of deal for calling 2 3s and 3 2s, kind of the baseline. I would say this is good. From random class. Yeah, so you could get a Warlock Shadow spell. You could get a Priest Shadow spell. I'm not sure you also have Shadow. Rogue might have some Shadow. Not much though, right? So, but yeah. This card does depend a bit on the meta, what the quality of Shadow spells out there are, but in general, these 3/1s with value. Plus, it's undead. And we've seen some undead synergy around. Livingston. This one's weird. It's anything interesting nether to rune forging. The Shadow Words. Shadow Words are nice. These and 2-drops, yeah. The Vrykul Acolyte. Battlecry, give a friendly minion, Death Rattle, summon a 2/2 zombie with Rush. So this gets a little better in like Paladin and Death Knight, and kind of Shaman. But your totems can't attack consistently. The thing about this one is you'll end up in the situation a lot where you're holding this on like turn 2, you don't have another turn 2 play, and you don't have a minion on board, and then it's like, am I really gonna throw this down tempo as a 2/2 and miss out on the battle cry? And you might have to, but that's gonna feel bad. So that's the thing. I like it better in Paladin and Death Knight, where late in the game you have a guaranteed minion you can land it on. It is a lot of value. For 2 mana. So I still am a little hesitant to call it a 5 because you need a minion on board, and that's actually not trivial. But yeah, probably a high end 4. It's a lot of stats for 2 mana. It's Millhouse stats for 2 mana. 2 more potential undead triggers. Yep. The line says, wow, I'd only say 3 for this. Because you think it's too difficult to activate the battle cry, or like I said, for 2 mana you're looking for a 2/3 or 3/2. This is giving you a 2/2, and then you get a 2/2 with Rush. You're getting a total of what's worth 3 mana of bodies, plus one of them has Rush potentially. I say potentially because you have to trade it on your turn. I just think it's a lot of stats for 2 mana, so I would certainly call it better than a 3. But having a friendly minion to put it on can actually be more difficult than it looks. So yeah, I would certainly say 4. Not super incredible, even activating it on curve. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty darn good. But yeah, not 5, I don't think. I think it's pretty darn good. This one, on the other hand, isn't this one really... Well, it depends. That's it. So this is just straight up better than... There was the old Scalebane card. Back in... Was it Galakron or Descent of Dragons? We had the 3 mana 3/3. If you're holding a dragon, deal 2 damage. And it wasn't a dragon itself. This one is a dragon, and it does 3 damage instead of 2. So this is like so much better than Scale Rider. It's If it says damn power creep, this is such a huge level up over Scale Rider. Put the dragon tag on the card itself to activate other dragon synergies, and you do an extra damage. So you need other dragons. There's not many dragons in this set, are there? But if other dragony sets are in, like Descent of Dragons, then yeah, this card gets pretty nuts. Let me say, cheaper Blackwing Corruptor. This card, it gets insane if you have the dragons support it. If you don't have the dragon support, it's an Understad 3. If you don't have the dragons, then Understad 3, and you should avoid it. But yeah, with every dragon you add to your deck, it gets better and better. If you've got 5 dragons, it's like a 5-star card. There's not much to say about it beyond that. I don't know if we'll be in a meta where this is super draftable, because I'm not sure if there'll be many dragons around. But it's just such direct power creep over Scale Rider. I saw this, I'm like, whoa. But yeah, that's ADD. Hope you're doing well today. Actually, we're not getting a 2015 anymore when this was released. I still think 4/4 for 2 mana is really good. A Bloodied Knight. Not a Blood Knight, but a Bloodied Knight. 3 mana, 4/5. I mean, okay, what's the downside? At the end of your turn, deal 2 damage to your hero. Okay, okay. In Arena at least, this is typically very, very, very good. Wasn't there a Warlock card like this? There was. So there was a 3 mana, 4/5 Nepersit Thrasher, I think was its name. That would do 3 damage to your hero every time you attacked. Now, the upside to that card was you could choose not to attack if the attack didn't benefit you, and then you would do no damage to yourself. This always does damage to yourself. I said it's worse than the Warlock one. The fact that you always take the damage can make it worse, but you're taking 2 damage instead of 3. I still think I'm somebody who favors cards that are overstated, have downsides. Cards like Keening Banshee, cards like Fell Reaver. There's other examples too, but those come to mind immediately. So I like these cards a lot. I'm definitely gonna call it a 4-star card. I'm definitely gonna say yes. I like the Blade Knight. Better than Ornery Tortoise. Well, oh yeah, which does 5 damage immediately. That's a good comparison. That's a good comparison. Ornery Tortoise was a 3/5 and it always dealt 5 damage to your hero. This will usually deal 4 damage to your hero, I would say, because it's the end of your turn. So you put it down, you deal 2 to you. Next turn, maybe you trade with it, you go down to 4/2 or 4/1, maybe you go face. And by the third turn, you probably kill this off trading it, and you never take that last bit of damage. So it's better stat than Tortoise, and you're probably going to take 4 damage instead, maybe even 2 damage, but you're probably going to take 4 damage instead of 5. So yeah, I like this quite a bit. I'm not going to go nuts and call it a 5-star card, but I like this a lot. I imagine I will draft this super often. I like these types of cards, big time. Feels like a nothing effect arena, be ecstatic to draft this. I agree with you. I agree with you. Would you pay 3 mana and 4/6 health for 8 to 12 damage? Yeah, probably. And we're gonna see a card like that. It's multiple cards, I think, but one card in particular for Paladin in the future. There's a Paladin card that's super nuts. All right, the Brittle Skin Zombie. He says, "Hi, Mikazan. I'm gonna go. Quick shout for Mikazan. I mentioned Mikazan earlier, but there's a quick shout out. Oh yeah, I did see. It was like at 3 a.m. for me. I didn't get to see any of it, but hope the Mario Rabbids was good. I said, sorry, did the Warlock one do 3 each attack? That was 2 as well. I think it was 3. I believe it was 3. We can check really quick, really easy. Nepersit Thrasher. Yeah, it was, yeah, whenever the stacks deal 3 damage to your hero, not 2. And I liked Thrasher. I liked Thrasher. Oh, was able to finish it up. Very nice. Recommended. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt. I really like XCOM games. And that Marvel one's about to come out. It's always on the list. It's always on the list, that Mario XCOM. But you know, the list is just thousands of games long. So I feel like it's one I'll never get to. But you never know. You never know. I've gone around some games that I didn't expect to. And we talk a lot during a normal stream. I try to read every chat message, but the card reviews are just non-stop talking. I'm gonna be going through a lot of drinks today, probably. All right, Brittle Skin Zombie, 3 mana, 4/3. Not a stat line you prefer. You prefer the 3/4. Death Rattle. If it's your opponent's turn, deal 3 damage to them. Okay. Same thing we're talking about here. Oftentimes, not this meta, not the old school meta, but oftentimes face damage is not the biggest deal in Arena. A lot of times board control is the only thing that matters. So, it does have the undead tag. That's it. Read my message. Say my name. Well, now I gotta take another drink, though. See, you're using up all my, my hydration. Bad Shout Spirit, yeah. It does have the undead tag. It does have the undead tag, but I think this, you know, low end 3, high end 2. I don't think I particularly like this card. We've been seeing a lot of cards, I would say 4, but this one I don't favor. Alright. Opponents means AoE. Nah, this is gonna be your opponent's face. If it was AoE, that card would be really, really quite nice. Or at least better. It's fair. Look back up to the 4/3, which you can't hate, but it's fair. Well, except what do you mean power creep? Wait, so it has the undead tag, but the priest one just was death rattle deal 3 damage, right? So you could trade it on your turn. Guys, this is spicy for the 8 mana thirst. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? 10 mana thirst. Okay. Yeah, 3 mana, 3/2. Certainly understated. You're losing 2 health. You summon an extra 3 cost minion if you have at least 5 mana. Priest 1 was turned into an undead. Oh, was it? Okay. Mana Thirst 10. So if you got the full 10 mana plus already, summon an 8 cost minion. So yeah, you really. This says junk card, can't play a 3 mana 3/2. Well, you can't play it on curve. You can't play it on curve, or you really don't want to. But once you're on 5 mana, you're spending 3 mana for something that's worth about 5 mana. About 5 mana. And once you're on 10 mana, you're doing something worth 9 mana for 3 mana. So late in the game, this is crazy efficient. Basically a 5 drop, it gets better at 10. Yeah. Here's what's mana thirst. It's right here! It's above me! Bonus effect when you're at this mana or above. Scope is kind of hit. People top tick that late game and randomly get a huge taunt. It's no doubt it's gonna happen. I mean, it's not very good at 5. I think it is good at 5. I think summoning a 3/2 and a random 3-cost minion for only 3 mana is pretty darn good. For 3 mana, you expect to summon a 2/2 and a 2/2. There's multiple cards in the game that summon a 2/2 and a 2/2 for 3 mana. That's kind of the default. This summons a 3/2 and probably on average a 3/3. You might get lucky and get like a 3/4. You might get unlucky and get like a 1/1. Very weird that thing above you. It's slightly misleading, maybe. Bonus effect when you're above X total mana instead of current mana. Oh, at or above. Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, we thought the total mana was confusing. Well, yeah, we could say I'm gonna have to go to 2 lines, but I guess that's okay. Bonus effect when at least X total. I guess we'll say total mana pool. How about? Yeah. There seems to play wants to use that mana. Yeah, I hear you, but it doesn't. Don't pay the extra. No, it's like the old Omega cards, which would gain a bonus effect when you were at 10. This is a more flexible form of Omega. Better design. All right. So much draft contains the word random. Random's fun. Yeah. No, I this might be a 5-star card. It might be a low end 5. I'm still gonna call it a high end 4, which we're getting a lot of 4s so far in this set. Makes it feel so far a lot like some of the high power sets like Alteric Valley. The elves need to have access to huge amounts now. They love that sun wheel. High end 4. That's what I'm leaning towards. I think at least mid tier 4. Yeah, I think once you get to 5 mana, it's very good. And if you top deck a late game, it's very, very good, potentially. You can review the previous ones. I can't. I can't, sorry. You have to look at the VOD. I can't go backwards. We have 2 art and 2 cards to go through. Alright. 3 mana, 3/4. Battlecry, give a friendly undead reborn. There are. There are a lot of undead around. We're seeing them already. And it's a 3/4 anyway. So, uh, same deal. same, same. Same, same. If you have enough undead, which you quite possibly will, this might become a 5, but I would very, very much call it at least a 4, because it's the stat line you want, and you have a really good chance to make this effect be at least very good. It could be very, very good, depending on how strong the undead. 'Cause a lot of these undead have death rattles, and so reborning a death rattle card can be insane. So yeah, this might end up being a 5, but I think it's gonna be easy to activate enough in at least a quite strong way to call it a high-end 4. Yeah, so it's the 3-star card is better than that. But you're right. In complete isolation, you're like, I'm on pick 28. I have 0 undead. Well, that's a spider tank. But I think there's so many undead around we're seeing, and so many of them have death rattle. This is actually going to be very, very good. And yeah, John said it's also undead itself, which can give other positive effects. I would also say, by the way, this is one of the cards I've seen, even amongst undead. There's something about the look of this card that feels very Magic the Gathering to me. It's a more realistic, and a lot of this set is this way from the art I've seen. But, this is a card that if you showed it to me, I might say, oh, this is somebody's custom Hearthstone card. They're using art from a black swamp card from Magic. Johnson's Coin selling. A lot of this set, they've gone a bit more realistic than the general Hearthstone cartoony style. They've gone a little more serious, including with the trailer. They didn't do a song for the trailer. They did the Lich King being up Liadrin. All right, an enchanter with a classic Blood Elf armor set. Which is they like the art. They like the art. They like the more serious art. Here's a cowboy. Requires undead minion drafted on board. 3 mana, 3/4 is decent. Pick 28 with 0 undead when you retire. So 3 mana, 3/3, understand. Enemy minions take double damage during turn. This is a fascinating card. So it lets you trade up really, really well, right? If an opponent has an 8 health taunt, and you have a Piloted Shredder, I'll say Piloted Shredder just because it's in this meta. Your Piloted Shredder can kill, a Bog Creeper 8 health taunt. This card might be really nice for Arena compared to Constructed. Sometimes Constructed, people are playing like Spell Demon Hunter or something. They don't actually have minions. Everybody in Arena has minions. I think this is a really fascinating card. You have to be you either have to have like an AoE spell in your hand, or you have to be even on board. But license cards may specifically for save. This is a card where I'll say, oh man, look how good these trades are now. They've got this 5 and this 8 and this 6, and I've only got a 3 and a 2 and a 2, but their whole board is dead. I get to keep the 3/3 enchanter. I do feel like that'll come up a lot. So maybe this card doesn't work in Constructed. Maybe it's terrible in Constructed. Probably is, question mark. Maybe it works with AoEs. But in Arena, it lets you trade up so nicely that maybe it's not it could be a 5. It could be a 5. It's a really nice effect to have access to. And it's ongoing if they can't kill it. So it could be a 5, but I really think it's at least a 4. It will see play in every mode, maybe. I says now my 8/8 can deal 16 damage to their 2/2. Yeah. Doesn't kill them a hero, but controls the board. 3.5. Yeah, I'm gonna give it at least a 4. Might be a 5. But again, minion trading's how I play the game. Yeah, Karg says this is kind of like the 2/4 from a few expansions ago, but a lot better. It's a lot better in terms of the Artificer enhance the damage to your cards, and that was only for spells. This works for minions. The only downside is that the Artificer costs 2 mana, and this one costs 3, so you're spending more mana to do your setup. But it doesn't affect your minions, which is sweet. Alright, the Hawk Strider Rancher, 3 mana, 2/5. A little bit of a less common stat line, but it's a decent stat line. After you play a minion, how does it work with legendary 6/3 that only takes 1 damage each time? Does it take 2? AT takes 1 damage equals 1 damage. I would agree. Yeah, the Moonfang. After you play minion, give it +1/+1, and Death Rattle summon a 1/1 Hawkstrider. John says 6, Living says 6, John says 7, maybe. Now, if you're saying 7, there's a word that needs to change. If you're saying 7, John, the word play needs to change to summon. If you change the word play to summon, so it would work with Paladin hero power and Death Knight hero power, maybe you could say 7. But I think when it's play, it doesn't go 7. Johnson, that'd be too good. Oh, Johnson, that would be an 8. Okay. So yeah, it's decently statted, and it buffs any minion you play after it, and it gives you more minions on board, which is more corpses and stuff. So work the 1/1s themselves. Well, yeah. There's something to be a 10-star card. What's a 1 Hawkstrider? It's just a 1/1 beast. It's just a 1/1 beast. It's just a body. It's just a body. Leaf said it's epic. Yeah. People are a little more excited about this card than me when they're saying 6 stars. But it is a minion that encourages you to play more minions, which is something you're doing anyway. It's a little tough to kill with its 5 health. So, you know. Some people may be a little more, people are saying 6, okay. I'm saying like maybe low end 5. Low end 5. I'm a little less excited about this than some people, but it will be. It's pretty sticky in itself, and it creates other stickiness. Maybe it's a high end 5. I still don't feel like it's a 6 to me. It doesn't even have to target. Play on curve, make your 4-drop insane. It's very nice. And somebody said, do the 1/1 stack or replace each other? I guess stack. What do you mean? What do you mean by stack? Again, you summon the 1/1 Hawkstrider. It doesn't affect the Hawkstrider because it summons it directly to board. Not sure if I understand what you're saying. We 8, so do we like this one? I don't know if I saw this one. 3-mana 2/4, so it's understated, but it has the undead tag. Oh yeah. Wait, I did. I think I saw this one. Yeah. Discover a spell. If a friendly undied last turn, it costs 2 less, which we see a lot. There's a lot of undead around. So if we've seen in the past, the 3-mana 1/3 poison discover a spell, and that was a 5-star card. Some of you might even say 6, but that was a 5-star card. This one is not. The body is not quite as nice as the 1/3 poison. But you still get to discover the spell, and very often you'll get the discount, so you might be able to play a really, really, really strong, like 8-mana spell for only 6 mana, pretty easily, which is very strong. So yeah, it's the slight weakness of the body might make it kind of, a low-end 5 rather than a high-end 5, like that poison. But the mana discount might be significant. Does the fact that it says after your last turn mean much? It means the same thing as the other card, that this works if your opponent killed an undead during their turn, or if you can trade off one of your undead during your turn. We saw one other card like this. All right, but yeah, the Discover spell was very nice. We've seen it on the Panda too, the Pandaren Importer. So yeah. There's some Yu-Gi-Oh mechanics. There's some card in this set that's very wordy. 3-mana. Yeah, man, this is the battle cry die. The battle cry die. Right. A new rager. We don't get as many ragers as we used to, but you get one here. One thing I don't like about this card, I suppose, is just that the cleaver on it's holding a big cleaver, but it looks like it's just holding a pot. It looks like it's just a pot put on its head or something. So yeah, 3-mana, 5/4 reborn, battlecry die. So you get a corpse out of it, and you get these undead synergies. Like on the visor. But yeah, it's still a 3-mana 5/1. Essentially. Nice spot. Like the, just known as one-legged classic Rager form. They'll draft unless your priest, we can heal it up to a 5/3. Yeah, I mean, if you've got undead synergy, it could be kind of decent. But yeah, it's if you're not doing things with the undead tag and you're not doing things with the reborn, it is just a magma rager. So it starts at 1 star really, because a 3-mana 5/1 the opponent can just ping has always been really bad. But there are ways to make this better than a magma rager. A lot of ways to make it better than magma rager. So I think by default you're gonna quite possibly get something out of the death synergy. I don't know. I'm getting up at the 2, but yeah. Shadow Rage, best rager. At least you need an AoE for that one. This view is resummon it. Yeah. You might have a lot of synergy cards with this and become draftable, but by default you don't want to draft it. Silver Moon Arcanist. We have so many Arcanists in the game now, don't we? 3-mana 2/2, super understated. Spell damage +2 though. Your spells can't target heroes this turn. Okay. So, the same type of deal as the Rager, honestly. You really don't want to draft a 3/2/2 by default. And the more and more spells you have that can take advantage of this, the better it gets. If you have 3 AoEs in your deck, this becomes way, way, way better. But it's still an avoid by default. But it might work in several decks, especially if you're like Mage or Priest or something. I said, no way it's good enough for a 2. Where the Scourge Rager might be true. Silver Moon Sentinel. 3-mana 2/5. We saw the Hawkstrider thing earlier. I like the shield. I like the Blood Elf shields. It has taunt. Nice. So yeah, if you have at least 8 mana, then it becomes a 3-mana 4/7 Divine Shield taunt, which is super efficient. It's reasonable to play on curve. And if you top deck it late in the game, or if you've been holding it until late in the game, it becomes very, very, very nice for its cost. I think this card is a card that really makes us want to note something in general about the set. If one of your undead minions died after your last turn. Oh yeah, this is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Before your opponent use 3 mana, or after your opponent uses 7 pendulum summons, then you can do an equal mana summon of the opponent's card squared mana. Yeah, makes sense. Mana Thirst, a battle cry. It's not a battle cry. But yeah, so here's the thing I want to note about this. So this I would call what the high end 4. High end? Maybe the slowness of the Mana Thirst makes it more of a low end 4, but yeah, it's a decent card on curve that becomes quite nice at high mana. But here's the thing I want to note. So this is an incredibly efficient card for its cost in the late game once you're above 8 mana. But you still spend it for really cheap. Now, what does that mean? That means that if you have cards like this with the Mana Thirst, this is a noob trap card. I don't agree. People hold it. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Once you've already got it. Yeah, no, if your options are to play this or hero power on turn 3 in Arena, you should almost always play this. And yeah, you're right. People will get greedy with it when they shouldn't be. But my point about this was, if you have these Mana Thirst cards that are really cheap and efficient for their cost, things that draw cards become more important, because you can dump out multiple of these cards late in the game, and then you want to be drawing more cards or you're going to empty your hand. If your hand is empty, the efficiency of the cost of these cards starts to not matter. So just something worth noting, all these mana thirsty things, it's really cheap cards with big effects late in the game, and you might need ways to draw a lot of cards to make that worthwhile. Discover a mana thirst card. But that one's quite nice. It's effective for its cost late in the game, and it's decent early in the game. Decent. 3 mana, 2/4. Understat again. Battlecry restore 3 health to all friendly characters, includes your face. It's already reasonable. Mathers draw 6 health instead. Nice is 3. Yeah, well, yeah, if it had the spider tank, if it had the 1 extra attack, it would definitely be a 4. This, yeah, Basilisk is high 3. I'm wondering, yeah, if I would call it a high 3 or a low 4. Works with reborn cards. Works with reborn cards. We saw 1 reborn already. We're gonna see some more in the future. There's a mid 3. Yeah, Basilisk can help a lot with trades. Right, right. We've seen in the past 3 mana, 3/3, restore 2 health friendly characters. This is 3 health, 2/4. On 6 mana, you can restore 6, which is really big if you can like trade an 8/8 into a 6/8 or something. What's my answer? It's above my head. It's above my head. I think you are right. I think it's a very high end 3. I think it's almost a 4. I think it's gonna be good in a lot of situations. So yeah, I think I take this, like every time over a 2 mana 2/3. Do I take it every time over a 3 mana 3/4? Not every time, but I often do. Healing damage on minion. It does healing damage on dead minions. This is not Final Fantasy. This is not Final Fantasy. They're fine. Speaking of undead, 4 mana 4/4. Also understand a lot of understand minions here. Death Rattle. Transform a random minion in your opponent's hand into a plague spreader. So that's a constructed. That's a constructed disruption. We don't care nearly as much about it in Arena. You might get lucky. You might get lucky and transform something important, but very often you will not. Spez's domino effect, right? So you turn something in their hand into a plague spreader. They play the plague spreader. They turn something in your hand into a plague spreader. John's reminded a bit of Sporling, which Sporling has also traditionally been kind of a 2-star card in Arena. And I would also call this a 2. It's understated, and you have to get lucky. You have to get lucky for it to really help you out, and it could even hurt you when they end up playing their plague spreader, and maybe they get lucky. So yeah, just like Spoiling. Spoiling's an interesting card, but often you don't want to draft it. Same type of deal here. It's interesting. I don't think it's good. Alright, the Sanctum Spell Bender. This says, should your explanation sentence read at? Be grammatical? Bonus effect when at. Oh, when at least. But then it just becomes the AT-ATs in Star Wars. I'm not gonna say at. Yeah. Further refinement. Bonus effect when you have at least X mana. Total mana pool. Gets longer and longer. Yeah, mana thirst just filling the whole screen. Going over the webcam. Alright. Bonus effect when your total mana pool is at least X mana. Yeah. Alright. Well, hopefully. Maybe this is the final version. Alright, Sanctum Spellbender. 4 mana, 3/6. It's a good stat line. It's the water elemental stat line. Can make it 10 lines long within the stream. Nice to the full sleep stream. Whenever your opponent targets another minion with a spell, redirect it to this. Now, I mean, they know. They know this is happening, right? So maybe it annoys them. Maybe they've got a Shadow Word Death. They want to kill your 8/8, but this is on board, and they can't kill the 3/6. The 3/6 is kind of tough to kill. And so they're just annoyed that if they try to use the Shadow Word Death, it's actually gonna kill the 3/6 instead of the 8/8. But yeah, it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise like the Spellbender Secret. I think this is nice. Yeah, Swag said they can't use buffs until this is dead either. True. True. I think it's very nice. I don't think it's insane because your opponent knows it's there. They're able to play around it, but it's still a good stat line with an interesting effect that might screw over your opponent. So, is it really a 4? Is it more of a high-end 3? I think this effect is powerful enough, just like some other annoying effects we've seen in the past, like, I don't know, Cheesemonger, to be more of a low-end 4. More of a low-end 4, nice statted, might screw over your opponent, might not matter. I don't know, I'd say low-end 4. It's a strong effect. It's hard to kill. Alright. So they talk about future card. John says 5 for this one. 4 mana 4/4, understand. But it has Rush, which already makes it decent for 4 mana 4/4. And the Mana Thirst, it becomes a 4 mana 6/6 with Rush if you play it on turn 7 or later. What's his only 3 stars? I think we're looking at another. Probably a high-end 4. John said 5. I don't know about 5, but probably a high-end 4. Let's see, 4 mana. A little later in the game, 4 mana 6/6 Rush. A 6/6 Rush is worth 6 mana. Worth 6 mana. You get 2 extra mana if you play it late in the game. Yeah, I think it's not quite strong enough. I think it's not quite strong enough to go to 5 for me, but I think it's another nice, slightly better card than you would expect. So I'll call it another 4. 4, 3, 6, totally fine stat line. Oh, super agreed. It's the water elemental stat line we were talking about before. So I think it might only be a 3, actually. Alright. Supposed to take a break soon. Yeah, we're only on 4 mana neutrals, so I don't know how many neutrals we have left. Too many to not wait until we get through all the neutrals to take a break. So we'll take a break after the Street Sweeper. This is one of the first cards they revealed, I think. So yeah, 4 mana, 2/2, deal 2 damage to all the minions. So the downside is it's your side of the board, but the upside is it's often no face damage, but kind of, consecration on a small stick, literally a stick. If you do not have minions on board, or if you have some small minions on board, you can trade to make the consecration type effect better. Traditionally, AoEs are really strong in Arena. Plus, we know there are reborns. There are reborns in this set, and reborns are weak to this effect. So, yeah, I think neutral consecration is pretty darn nice. If it said to all enemy minions, I would say 5. I'm still hesitant to say 5. But it's gonna be a very, very influential card. A very important card. So yeah, I think we're back to. There's so many cards I'm giving 4. But yeah, I would certainly give this a 5 if it hit only enemy minions. But it doesn't. It hits your side of the board, which can be a little difficult. So I'm going for AoE. Yep. Hits your side of the board, though, so. That's his high power set. Yep, we've seen high power sets like Alterac. Nathria was pretty decently powerful overall, too. And Sunken City was really strong, too, overall. So yeah, we've been seeing some strong sets. Here's another one. Except we returned to 2022 yet. We're almost 2023. Almost. Alright, the next card is this Infectious Ghoul. Oh, this one's really good, right? But we have already been talking about cards for over an hour, and we're not even out of the neutrals. This review will never, ever, ever end. Never. And we gotta take our first break. Our first break of many. Alright, thanks for being here. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Hopefully, going to the AFK screen won't mess up the slideshow. I don't think it will. I think I fixed that with the last card review. Well, let's see. Yeah, I fixed it. It used to mess up. It used to mess up the slideshows, but I fixed it. John is sneezy. It says people search for safe health through the Altar Watch. I wasn't even aware that existed. I tried to look it up. I saw like Korean. It looked like Korean streams. One of them was playing God of War. I don't know. All right. How do we get back to the stage? The totally genuine Hearthstone stage. Anything else in chat? He says, good news, everyone. This ghoul has perfected the plague. Alright, Infectious Ghoul, 5 mana, 5/4, Death Rattle, give a friendly minion, summon a Infectious Ghoul. So yeah, if you've got a lot of like small minions on board, which looks highly possible in this set, to make it difficult for your opponent to not kill this before killing all your other minions, that could be really good. It's not as reliable though as like that Greybow legendary, because the Greybow legendary had taunt, so they like had to kill that one first, which made it much more difficult to deal with than this. So you're losing 2 health. You're losing 2 health for a very powerful death rattle, provided you're far enough ahead that your opponent can't deal with this. I think this one might end up being deceptive, because I think even though this is a very powerful effect, I think it might be very easy for your opponent to deal with. You need to be pretty far ahead for your opponent to not be able to efficiently deal with this. So this one might actually be a bit of a trap card. It might, might super not be worth losing 2 health over, say, a pit fighter for this death rattle that can be easy to clean up. So I'm gonna be a little bold and say this is a trap card that you should actually end up avoiding. If you can play it and clear it somehow, activate Death Rattle like in Hunter. I'm not sure what Hunter has going for it. High variance, maybe. Maybe it has big potential. Yeah, fix it had Rush, right? If this had Rush, it goes maybe all the way to 5-star when you can reliably get 2 of these. Especially, it would be incredible, right? Because then you'd be able to go Rush, land the Death Rattle on like a small 2/2 you have, trade that off, get Rush, boom. If you had Rush, it'd be insane. But yeah, I think this may actually be a trap card. It's kind of understated, and it's easier to deal with. Way easier to deal with than like a Greybow. There will be situations where you just can't deal with it, and it becomes very annoying. But I think it's gonna be a trap card. I think it's understated. I think it's gonna be a bad thing. So, we've been putting a lot of 4s out. 2 seems very bold. I think it's not good. I think it's actually not gonna be good. Maybe it will be better than I think. Alright. AD thinks it's 3. I'm gonna be bold and call it a 2. I think it's gonna be something. It's like, no. I don't want to draft 5 mana 5/5s. 5 mana 5/5s are not very good. And this is even worse than that. So I'm gonna call it a 2. Bold, hot take. Alright, 5 mana 4/6, only 1 less attack than a pit fighter, where we're generally comparing to. Got lifesteal though, and whenever the stacks deal 2 damage to any hero, which does have lifesteal, right? 2 damage to any hero often doesn't matter, but it will have lifesteal on it, so it adds 2 to your health, which is a nice little swing. Like I said, it has the undead tag. Like I said, the stat line is not bad. Lifesteal is nice to have. There was like that, it was a Demon Hunter card. There was a Demon Hunter 4 mana 3/5 taunt with lifesteal. So this costs 1 more in that. You lose the taunt tag, but you gain a health, you gain an attack power. I think it's not crazy good. I think it's pretty good. I'd be inclined to call it more of a high-end 3 than actually a 4. He's not a fan of 4 attack. Just in general, yeah, there are 5 health things out there you want to deal with it. So I would give it a 4. I think it's still a little not good enough to be even a low end 4. I think it's more of a high end 3. I like it. I think I'll draft a lot of them, but I don't think it's insanely powerful. It's just nice. It's just kind of nice. I like lifesteal. I like this art. It's another one of these kind of more realistic looking arts. And we got like the Blood Elf Palantir she's looking at. Chance Location Instructor, 5 mana 4/4, super understated. Choose an enemy minion, swap it with a random one in their deck. Oh, that's dangerous as heck. That's dangerous as heck. I mean, this often will work in Arena, actually. Often in Arena, you'll swap out their 8-mana taunt or whatever with a 2-mana card. So this very much could work in Arena, but oh man, it's dangerous as heck. It's dangerous as heck. Yeah, panic card, says Jensen. And it's understat itself. This is ho. Fix 6. It's not really dangerous. So here's the reason I disagree. So in the situation where they have a large card, and by large card I mean like 7 mana or above, I will say Violet Worm, then you trade the Violet Worm for something that will almost certainly be smaller. But if you're in the situation where you're holding this, and they have a 5/6 on board, a 4/5 on board, and your options are essentially to use this on the 4/5, or like not make a play this turn, which will come up. They might get the 8/8 rush death rattle 8/8 from Nathria. Now they might get a 2-mana card. They might get a different 4, in which case, you're still not doing that well. You've played a 4/4 against them getting like a 4/5. I think this is a card. They said we don't use this on 4/5. I think there will often be cases when you're forced into doing it, where you're holding this card, they have the 4/5, you don't really have other options, and you're saying, okay, I hope their 4/5 turns into a 2/3 that my 4/4 can beat. Fixes agrees. Well, okay. At this point, we have to agree to disagree. I think these situations come up a lot. I think these situations come up quite often in Arena. And so fixes we are in 2022, you might not have tempo. I agree, but the word I'm underlying here is might. I'm not saying every situation is like this. I'm saying this will come up, though, and it will come up not infrequently. That doesn't make it a dangerous card. By dangerous card, I mean this can backfire. That's all I mean. You'll be in a situation where you can make a safe play that's weak, or you can do this play that ends up being risky but could pay off. That's what I mean by dangerous. I mean this card can backfire. That's all I mean. It's a hard card to evaluate. Yeah, backfires. That can be true. Yeah, I would also call Yogbox a risky card, even if it usually has the upside. Fixes, they don't think this is good. They just don't agree with me calling it as dangerous as I am. Okay, I mean, we might disagree on definitions, but yeah, it's a hard card to evaluate. I do think it's not great at all, because even let's say it's the ideal situation. I agree. It's a 5 Let's say it's an ideal situation where they have, a Violet Worm. And you're swapping the Violet Worm and you're trying to, let's not say Violet Worm. Let's say they got an 8/8. Just an 8/8, no death rail, no nothing. It's an 8/8. The 8/8 is probably going to swap for a weaker card. You're still spending 5 mana for a 4/4 that still summons a small minion for them while killing something. You'd still rather have, a Shadow Death or something, even in the ideal situation. Yeah, Clux is probably draft Spitfire if it's regular. I would certainly agree. At that point, the question is it a 2 or is it a 1? I guess we'll call it a 2, because there are situations that it works in, but in general, I don't like this. Ivan says, people aren't playing big things. They're good sap targets, except taunts. Well, are you thinking about this meta? We're talking about next meta. Next meta, we might have Nathria back in that, has like the 8-mana 8/8 Death Rail Rush thing. Alright. Pixie, you gonna lose this card for him out? Maybe. Alright, so this was one of the first cards revealed. This was one of the first cards revealed, and this was a fun one because you die in 3 turns, and people were doing the prequel meme, you die in 3 turns, just in the card game, right? And then the little Anakin smile, just in the game, right? But yeah, for the rest of the game, your first card each turn costs 0. You die in 3 turns. Now, one thing to note about this immediately is that you can evolve into it, right? So if you're a shaman in evolve metas, you're gonna be playing this card, whether you intend to or not. So it's gonna come up. But yeah, for the rest of the game, your first card each turn costs 0. You die in 3 turns. In general, so I mean, you have to be in the situation where you have a lot of cards in hand, and you want to have like 6 big cards, sort of. You want to be able to play 2 big cards per turn. You want to be able to drop an 8 and drop a 7, and then drop an 8 and drop an 8, and then you need to win the game on that last turn. You need a pretty specific deck for this, and it's not usually the type of deck that you end up drafting in Arena. But again, I keep coming back to Nathria. If you've got, those 10 mana 8/8 rushes with Death Rattle 8/8, if you can go 8 mana 8/8 rush for 0 mana and drop even like a 5, you might win the next turn. You might win the next turn. You might not even get close to that 3rd turn because you just made an 18 mana play type or 15 mana play, and they can't deal with it. But you may not be in that situation. You may be in the situation where they play a couple of small taunts, you can't get through them, and they know they just have to live through 2 turns, and they can. So yeah, keep in mind it's Death Rattle. Yeah, it takes extra turn to start. Typically, but I don't know if it's super significant on this card. I mean, I can meme on Reddit, which I brought up. If you trigger the death roll multiple times, well, you die multiple times, so you can extend your death. I think, yeah, I think you would die. I think it would add new timers that don't matter. Fixes, I don't know how to rate this properly. It depends on your draft. If you've already drafted really heavy, you might be able to go for this. But I think for a general Arena deck, and especially for the more taunt heavy the meta is, the more risky this card gets because you need multiple turns to get through the taunts. So the more taunt heavy the meta is, I think the worse this gets because your opponent's just gonna be able to put up a wall and you're not gonna be able to reach their face. I would call this a don't draft for the general Arena deck. But if you already have a really, really heavy deck, you could go for it. Yeah, I haven't said you should never draft this since it's a 3.5. Maybe it'll be better than I think, but I think it's bad. For the general Arena deck, for the general Arena meta. Give multiple turns effect though. Yeah, it's interesting, but you need to have a heavy hand, right? If you have a light hand, this just kills you. It kills you in a situation where you don't need to get killed. Especially whether the legendaries be so bad if you pick this over. Yeah, I think it's a cool card. I think it's a really cool card. I think it can win games, but I think for the general draft, you should not draft it. That's my opinion. So we've enjoyed this card. It says you no longer have HP during the 3-turn window. That'd be interesting. So you go all in on aggro. And yeah, that would be very interesting. It says it'll be 100% drafting it. You can go for it. Let's see. Shatterskin Gargoyle. Haunt. Death Rattle. Deal 4 damage to a random enemy. 6 mana, 4/6. Which is a low 5 mana stat. So you're spending an extra mana for taunt. To lose an attack power, but to get a good Death Rattle. The problem is the Death Rattle can go face. That's the problem. Because in Arena, you want the Death Rattle to hit a minion to get your board control. Remember stat line deal damage to stay healing. I don't like the Broodmother stat line. Because random enemy 1.5 star. That's the thing, the fact this can go face is a big downside. It does have the undead tag. 6 mana, 4/6 taunt, ain't super. Yeah, yeah, Evans is too. I think I agree. I think I agree. I think this is just a little too expensive, and you can't control the death rail well enough. Maybe it'll be a low end 3. But yeah, I don't like it. All right, we're getting near the end of the neutrals. 7 mana, 7/7. There's a signature, and is it? It doesn't. Does Theron have a diamond too? I forget. No. That's like the mage card has a diamond, or does Theron have a diamond? I forget. But yeah. Battlecry, double the stats of all minions in your deck. So that we had a card like this a long time ago, didn't we? Or was that just in hand? Was it just in hand? There was that Hunter Dragon. Maybe that was your cards in hand. I forget what the name of that dragon was. It started with an E. Emeris. Oh, in hand. Yeah, I think so too. That was a long time ago. I don't know if we have another card that is more similar to this. Yeah, it was Witchwood. Double the attack and health of all minions in your hand. And it was 10 mana, not 7. So this is a lot better than that old card, which was bad. So this is a War Golem, but if you can keep the game going, and especially if you have taunts in your deck, this could quite easily win the game. So the slower the meta is, the better this gets, right? Fast meta is the end on turn 5. This is terrible. Events is 5. This is very meta dependent. An aggro meta, this is not going to be good. A slower meta, this could be really, 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 really good. I think this might end up being a little bit of faster meta because we're seeing some good cheap stuff with it sticky. Regardless, it is a card that basically says 4 or 5 turns from now, I win the game because I'm going to be playing really big minions. So that's interesting, right? This says I need to win the game in 3 turns. This says I will win the game in 3 turns. So this is kind of a in a fashion a much better card than that other one. Sort of. It's for a different situation to a degree, but yeah. If it's too slow, it could be too slow. So this is the thing. If this is a meta where you can play slow, this is a one bad turn, and I'm going to win the game. In a faster meta, it becomes a War Golem, which is bad. I like it. I actually do like it. I think playing one bad turn that says I'm going to win the game, and you just need to defend. You just need to defend. Once you play this card, you just need to defend, and you're going to win. And then you're going to win. I feel like Married like this would like this card, possibly in Constructed too, maybe. Entered up at 3 mana, 8/14 Taunt Divine Shield. Just exactly. I think this is going to work, but if it's a fast meta, I'm gonna be wrong. So yeah, you take one bad turn and you say I'm going to win the game. What's the most similar card to this? There's something else. I mean, maybe Press Store to a degree. Press Store, it turns all your minions into dragons. A lot of times Press Store kind of says I'm going to win the game. Now, most is Mistcaller. Yeah, I mean, Mistcaller is a much, much, much smaller buff, though. I feel like there's a couple of other cards that say, I'm going to win the game if you let me keep drawing cards. But Press Store is the first one I think of. Is what the opponent plays too. It's not very likely, but hey. So yeah, I think yeah. If we compare it to the Press Tour, which was, hey, I'm gonna win in a few turns. The warrior card turn your deck into big stuff. Oh, like the fires is in a Jari type thing. Or was it the fires is in a Jari that did that? Yeah, but either way, yeah, that sounds right. All right. Yeah. I think one bad turn. One bad turn that says I'm going to win the game is actually very good. So I call that 5. All right, 8 mana, 5/5, and of course you have to do the gag, right? Like what is this card? I can't see it. That's if you're not aware of World of Warcraft, that's the gag. Even though it's invincible, Everybody makes the gag that it's invisible. So, this is the Death Knight's, this is the Lich King's mount. Everybody makes the invisible joke. It's an old meme. Battlecry and Death Row give a random for the undead, +5/+5, and Taunt, Reborn. So there are a lot of undead around, most likely. If you're a here's the thing though. Even if you're Death Knight, you can summon a ghoul. The ghoul dies at the end of your turns. You have to take advantage of the stats right away. Very understated itself. It's so expensive that you have to already have an undead on board. Typically, I think it's too conditional. Oh, actually, so John says this can hit itself. Living says definitely cannot hit itself. But yeah, John said it doesn't say another. I think. Well, boy, actually, I think it can hit itself. I need clarification on this. I think it can hit itself. For the battle cry. By the way, it should say itself. You're right. So the death rattle will not hit itself, but the battle cry should, which makes it into an 8-mana 10/10 taunt with Reborn 5/5 that could hit another undead. That would make it much more. I was about to call this, like a 1 or 2 star card because it's just too conditional. But if it hits itself every time, which it should, then actually it's very reasonable. So wait, I need clarification. I can't find anybody with the answer. Some people are saying that, battle cries take effect before it hits the field, so it won't hit itself. I don't. Guess this stay with a warrior card that says deal 2 damage to enemy heroes when a friendly enemy with rush attacks. It did not count itself. But I think it won't hit itself. Well, I can't find 100% clarification, so I'll just give both scores. Doesn't count itself. Bad wording on that part. All right. Well, if I'll go ahead and say that if you can hit yourself, then an 8-mana 10/10 taunt with the Reborn and with the potential death rattle is very good. If it can't hit itself, then I don't think it's reliable enough in Arena to have an undead already on board when you play this, in which case it's quite understated and quite easy to deal with, in which case I would say it's at least an avoid, maybe even a don't draft. I'll just give both scores. Depending on how it works. Has a horse ride itself. That sounds like a deep, profound quote that actually means nothing. Flesh Behemoth. This might be the last neutral. Is there a more expensive one? Oh, we have Sunwell too. Flesh Behemoth, 9 mana, 4/8 taunt, death rattle, draw another undead, and summon a copy of it. So again, you'll probably have undead in your deck. This is pretty understated. Pretty understated for 9 mana. And you're probably gonna have very small undead in your deck in Arena. This still feels understated. You have big undead in your deck, maybe it becomes a lot more draftable. But I think this would be an avoid. Not undraftable, but you want to pay 7 mana for this, not 9 really. So yeah, I would say it's another avoid, but not undraftable. Then we got the Sunwell, which is the card they gave out for free, right? And so people have been playing this Constructed right now, presumably. It's also the first question mark, the first neutral spell, which people have asked about for many years, almost a decade. They did a neutral weapon much faster than this. So yeah, fill your hand with random spells, cost 1 less for each other card in your hand. And the spells persist, right? Some people misread this initially, thinking about like evocation that you would lose the spells, but it's huge refill. It's huge refill. It's super slow. Gaby says, "Oh, this is neutral." Yes, this is neutral. It's a gray spell. It's the first gray spell ever. So yeah, this is pretty darn slow. It's pretty darn slow, but it's massive refill. And again, in a fast meta, this is 1 star because you're just never gonna play this in a fast meta. But in a slow meta, it's such massive refill that, it just gets better and better. It does often mean kind of skipping a turn, though, right? Now, if you're holding 5 cards, you can, like, spend 5 mana on this and get 5 new spells, or 6 new spells, I guess. And that could be reasonable to do, even in a mid-speed meta. I'm very hesitant to call it a 5 because it's spending a lot of mana typically for that value, and that can be tough to do. If you look at cards like the Old Sprint, if you look at Lay on Hands, spending this much mana for value can be tough. But it's a huge amount of refill, so I'm leaning towards 4 because it wins you games where it's been kind of a back and forth match, and you have the time to play it. It might be more of a 3 because it's really tough to play. Yeah, I'll call it a 3. It's so expensive. Typically, it's so expensive, but maybe it's better than I think. I want to see this in action, but it's kind of situational. It's kind of situational. It's bad against aggro, so you can spend 1 hand for 1 card. Yeah. Tollies, you can draw with pound. All right, 3 seems right. Yeah, it's conditional. It's conditional, but it's huge refill. All right, we finally reached the end of the neutrals. I get to turn off the first slideshow. Start the next one. All right. It's warrior. Oh yeah, so I know the warrior. It really is not what people were expecting from warrior in general, because it's all fire themed and it's all phoenix themed, and so this is more traditionally what mage gets in flavor. So it really took people off guard. It really took people off guard, the flavor for warrior this expansion. I think I've not seen the majority of these cards. And it's actually going to be tough to rate. Epic Diamond Great. After you get Fire Spell, deal 1 damage to all minions, which includes your own, which can be an upside if you have enragey type stuff, but it's often a downside in Arena, very often. And yeah, here's the thing. I just don't know. Hold on, let's actually go through really quick. So there's a Fire Spell. There's a Fire Spell. There's a Fire Spell. There's a Fire Spell. Okay, right. I haven't seen these warrior cards. So they showed some of the warrior fire synergy minions first. And people are like, but there's only 2 fire warrior spells. There's like Fire Zinajari, and I think there was one other thing. But alright, there are like 3 new warrior spells. I don't know how good those warrior spells are for Arena though. Alright, but I wanted to look real quick. See how many new ones they printed. But the upside is further on, yeah. By default, a Diarmal was decent. I rate a Diarmal at like a low 3 instead of a high 2. Alright. So the first one, Blazing Power. Give a minion +1/+1. Repeat for each damage-friendly character, which includes your face. So a lot of times your face will be at least a little damage. So 2 mana +2/+2 is bad. 2 mana +3/+3 is decent. So if you have 1 damage minion, you get a decent thing. And you get like 2 or 3 damage minions, it starts to get really good. Yeah, Jensen compares to Rampage. Rampage is playable, yeah. This is pretty conditional. But yeah, you can damage your own board with this type of thing. But this is the thing about this is after you cast a fire spell. Yeah, does the damage from the minion happen before the buff? Not on this one. Not on this one. This isn't whenever you cast a fire spell, deal 1 damage to all minions. This is after, so it doesn't work with this. Yeah, this is kind of conditional. I would typically call this an avoid. Because it's kind of conditional to make it good. Not super terrible, but I think it's generally an avoid. Embers of Strength. Summon 2/1/2 guards with taunt for 2 mana. There was a similar card for Druid, which was a fine card. But if you have at least 6 mana via Mana Thirst, you can give them +1/+2 and get 2/4 taunts for only 2 mana, which is strong-ish. But it's another one of these Mana Thirst things that makes you want to have value because you're gonna spending these strong cards out for very low mana. Third of Centuries on the upside, yeah. I still don't know if I want to call this like a 4 though. It kind of feels more like a high 3 to me. Maybe it's a low 4 because of the Mana Thirst upside. But it doesn't seem super strong to me. It's at the very least reasonable though. At the very least reasonable. The Grand Shield legendary. So yeah, we were talking about some of the art in this set. Some of the art's really good, but some of the art feels a little off to me. The proportions on this character look odd to me. The especially the angle on the weapon being held back here. Some of the art seems a little weird this set. He says no runs tonight. We might do one run. But we'll have to see. We're reviewing 202 cards, so it's gonna be a while. 3 mana, 3/3, Battlecry. Cast a copy of the last spell your opponent played. That's pretty cool. It's a little understated, but it's pretty cool. And you might just be able to reflect a flame strike damage something. But yeah, there's a lot of powerful spells. I think it's cool. Obviously, it's a bit conditional. What if your opponent has never played a good spell? It seems super worth it. I'm gonna call it a 5. Jibber says, too many goods. Getting half after. Maybe. Link says the opportunity cost is large. But picking anyway. Yeah, I think it's gonna be solid. Let's go back character. So yeah, these are all spellbreaker type cards. They're warriors. They're anti-mage. If it can reveal a secret, that's true. World of Warcraft ability, yeah. Last Stand is also a World of Warcraft ability that has been around for over 15 years. I'm surprised it took this long to get a card with it. Draw a taunt me and double its stats. Not really worth 4 mana. We've seen some cards like this before. A lot of taunt synergies for Warrior don't work in Arena. This is another one that is definitely an avoid. Maybe even a don't draft, but I think you spending 4 mana for this. Yeah, I think it's not totally unplayable, but I think this would certainly be an avoid. All right, Bodhi, thank you. I have to go back over. Here if we want to hit a button.
This is where the fun begins.
That is the first sub of the day. Thank you, Bodhi, with the 34 months of subs. So keep up, save, love your card reviews. We have Mage already. Not yet. We've only done neutrals and we're in Warriors. We did the neutrals first because they kind of form the foundation of the set. If we see future cards with undead synergy, we know how many neutral undeads there are. So I like to start with neutrals. Go back over the stage. Yes, appreciate the support. Save for the support. And yeah, still love your card reviews. I'm glad you do because, as I often say, I'd rather play the game. The card reviews are not for me. Playing the game is for me and you. But the card reviews are for you. They're not for me. People ask for the card reviews. I do the card reviews, but those are for you. This is all about you. It's not about me today. They get a Mick with the follow. I appreciate that. All right, the Light of the Phoenix. Oh wait, well, Harry said if you play this after the opponent plays the 9 mana spell, or say 5 mana, do you also spend 5 mana? I would think it would. I think it would play the card under the conditions of your current hand. Oh wait, sorry. This will cast the card for 3 mana. Cast the card for 3 mana. Yeah, the Sunwheel will just fill your hand with spells. But you're paying 3 mana for the spell. The Grand Shield will spend the mana for you. So if they play a Flame Strike, you're playing a 3 mana Flame Strike. All right. Light of the Phoenix. Draw 2 cards. Cost 1 less for each damage-friendly character, which includes your face. So this becomes Arcane Intellect if your face is damaged. And it can get very, very good if you have your face damaged and 3 minions damaged. You're doing 0 mana draw 2 cards. I'm going to call that a 5. I think it's easy enough to activate this in Arena, because you can just hold on to this. You can just hold on to this until you can damage a couple of minions. This has surgery with that dumb dynamo. A bit. It is a fire spell. This is nuts. Yeah, so this is also fire spell. Yeah, this one's really nice. This is very, very, very often draw 2 cards. Exchange this card for 2 new cards, for only 1 or 0 mana. So yeah, I think that's really nice. It's a little conditional, but it's not a difficult condition to activate. I even think it's a 3 or 4. Well, I mean, you're spending the card to get 2 new cards, so you do need setup to exchange this for 2 different cards. If you draft a different card than this, you just draw the different card. So you're kind of drawing 1 extra card for having to do this setup. So I can understand. Saying this is not actually crazy good because it is set up for something you could just we just about agree. Draw 2 cards at the top of the deck. But I think it's worth it. I found this one. You mean Sunfire Smithing, or do you mean the draw 2 cards? 4 mana, equip a 4/2 sword, which is worth 4 mana. Give a ram in your hand +4/+2. Okay, that's this is very nice. This is very nice. You get a buff that is worth about 3 mana, and you get a weapon that's worth about 4 mana. 4 mana. That's a fire spell again. That's a fire spell again. I think I missed something from it says going to Trivia Wednesday night. One of the categories is Simpsons. Go in. Hope you do. I would do well unless it was anything after like season 11. Search can't find a full answer on the can invincible target itself. I couldn't find a definitive answer either, though. I couldn't do it. I looked. Glad you couldn't find it either, just because easy 5-star. Yeah, it's worth it for the cost. It's worth it for the cost. Now, so I would call this. I would call this, a 5, maybe a low end 5. If this was the opposite on the buff, though, right? It doesn't make sense with the flavor of the 4/2 and the 4/2. But if the hand buff was +2/+4, if it was 4 health instead of 2 health, then that would go 6-star, because health is more valuable than attack in Arena in general. So if you flip the buff, this card would become insane instead of just very, very good. So baloney! Sorry, baloney! Okay. Gotta make sure we say the elven words right. Rush, Elemental, 4 mana, 4/4, which is already, kind of a 4-star card. Go dormant, cast a fire spell to revive. Thorny Mallory! So, the more cards like Sunfire Smithing and the more cards like Light of the Phoenix you have, obviously this becomes way better. This does say lose a spot on board, go to 6 spots on board if you don't have fire spells, because they'll just stay dormant forever. Yeah, Johnson can only revive twice. Yeah, it'd be really tough in Arena anyway, though, to, have 4 fire spells, though, I'd imagine. So that revives 2 times, maybe a restriction that doesn't usually matter to you in Arena. And pre-nerfed. Yeah, for constructed sake, probably. So yeah, I mean, I think just a 4 mana 4/4 rush is already really good. Losing the board spot might matter to you, but usually you can work with 6 board spots anyway. So I'd be inclined to call it a bit of a low end 4 on its own. And if you've got 2 fire spells, then it could be a high end 4 or maybe even a low end 5. And if you have 4 fire spells, that becomes a very solid 5. Yeah, guarantees you dead spot on board. Yep. House is, I think it's a low end 3 at best. Oh, I think a 4-mana 4/4 rush is just good. I think it's just good on its own, being able to slam it into a 3/4 immediately. I think a 4-mana 4/4 rush is already good. All right. Here's your favorite card here. Oh, I hate this thing. Oh, I hate this thing. I'm so glad this is an epic and not a common. But yeah, 5-mana 4/5. You spend 1 mana every Yeti, and you force your opponent to discard a spell. Not once, but at the end of any turn this survives. How powerful is discarding for your opponent? Oftentimes in an arena, you're just holding on to, 1 or 2 powerful spells, because you're only gonna draft, decent spells. Yeah, must be killed. Yeah, it's got super, super strong taunt if you're holding any more spells. Now, sometimes this will do nothing. Sometimes this will do nothing, but man, is this gonna be annoying when you've been like holding on to your Twisting Nether, Brawl, or Flame Strike or so on, waiting on a good opportunity, and they just get rid of it. This card's gonna make me rage for sure. In reality, because sometimes opponents' hands don't even have spells, and because it's understated, it's probably not a 5-star card. It's probably a 4-star card, because very often your opponent will have a spell and they're effectively valuable, but you are spending extra mana on it, and some of them don't have a spell, so I'm not sure you can even call it a 5. But man, is it gonna make me flip out. Yeah, Justice lists a lot of emotions, exactly. Exactly. 6-star for tilt. Yep. I'm gonna hate this card in so many games. It's gonna create some of the most memorable, most frustrating games ever. Yeah, Sight says there might be an epic bug anyway. It seems like there's an epic bug right now. So it might come up a lot. So they go to bed. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. Look forward to coming back in 8 hours and saying hi. I like the art on this one. I was saying I didn't like the art on some of these Blood Elves. I like this one better. Very detailed armor. 6 mana 4/8. 6 mana 4/8. Okay, that's reasonable-ish. Taunt and rush, it can't be targeted. It's nice. Um, not a 5. It's not a 5. It's hard to say actually if it's a really high end 3 or if it's a low end 4. I'm kind of leaning a bit towards my 3. It's very nice. I'll draft it, but it doesn't seem obviously crazy powerful. Fixes better than Rusted? No, because it's 4 attack. Well, it stays at 4 attack though. John said this would be really nice though with like the legendary double stats on cards or the 4-mana taunt at double stats. Yeah. If you could get this to 8/16, yeah, it is a good card with that for sure. This is for sure a 4. Maybe it is. It can be very frustrating to deal with. But I feel like it's more of a low end 4. The stat line's not insanely good. All right. Or was this common tube? Yeah. Johnson, with the weapon spell, you can make this into an 8/10. That would be really nice to like kill an opponent's taunt and leave this behind as untargetable. That's the thing, you're gonna often end up with an untargetable like 4/2, and so if your opponent doesn't have a small minion to deal with it, it can be quite frustrating for them. All right, a little bit of interesting stuff for Warrior, but one of them is epic and one of them is legendary. All right, so now we're on the Warlock. The Devourer of Souls. 1-mana 1/3. It's another dire mole. After a friendly minion dies, gains death rattle. So this is, I'm sure you can do some crazy stuff in this with constructed. Requires some setup in arena. Again, dire moles are decent, so it's already kind of a 3 by default. And the more and more good death rattles you get, and it's important to note that this isn't like the first time a friendly minion with death rattle dies. Gains death rattle. It's every time, so you can just suck up a bunch of death rattles if you actually have the setup. Still seems, because you're doing the classes in reverse alphabetical order. I am indeed doing that, I believe, except with Demon Hire and Death Knight at the end, regardless of if that's alphabetical or not. Cardok goes way too hard for a 1/3. It is like 20 times the size of a person. John says, remember Soul Query? This is the evil version. Yeah. Same type of boss. Death Knight be last anyway if you were doing a verse epilogue. Well, there you go. All right. Yeah, I mean this just scales with how many death rattles you have, and how likely you are to be able to kill them off on your turn instead of the opponent. Because on the opponent's turn, they're just gonna kill this first, then kill the death rattles, right? But yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to do some crazy stuff with this, but it just scales. It scales with death rattles. It's a little hard to activate in some cases. I lean towards the idea that you'll be able to, at least land like a loot hoarder on here and call it a 4. But yeah, the more death rattles you have, the crazier it gets. And because of the diamond, there's no risk to drafting it, which is nice. Shellgrave, trigger friendly means death rattle, then destroy it, which has synergy with this, yeah. Which has synergy with that, but yeah, it's an epic, and traditionally cards like this are terrible in Arena. This is a synergy card. So unless we see something that is like insane with this in the future, this is, Kane says 0. This is not an Arena card. Yeah, Justin, remember the 5/4 ghoul we talked about? Yeah, so you would double stack the ghoul. Yeah, generally you don't want to play a card to double trigger a death rattle. Generally you don't. So you just don't want to spend the card in your draft for this. But does you get 2/5/4 instantly? Sort of. You get you get you store 2/5/4s in another minion if you have another minion on board, and you lose this 5/4. So it stores the death rattle, then it kills this one and stores it again. Chances are you get 1/5/4 and double 5/4 effects. Wait, what? Anyway, I'm not sure if I follow John's logic, but yeah, you store them, and you hope the opponent. Then you hope you can kill off your other minion, or they. Anyway, the point is, this is too hard to set up. You generally don't want this. Good to see Tuma, by the way. Does this trigger 1 or all death rails on the legendary? Yeah, I think it would. I would think if you combine it with There Are Souls, it would trigger all the death rattles. But yeah, it's a little unclear, but I think it would trigger all the death rattles on a minion if you had multiple. I think. Pretty sure. There's another one that, I don't like the art that much. I feel like maybe it's some new artists or something. But I feel like some of the art in this set just it does not seem up to Hearthstone's usual standard. This one looks weird to me, and then some of the shading is weak. Yeah, it's becoming notable. Anyway. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad though. I'm looking at enlarged the whole screen. It doesn't look that bad over here actually, where it's smaller. But I'm looking at full screen, like, ooh, I don't know. Anyway, 3 mana, draw 3 cards, choose 1 to discard. So yeah, as some people are saying, yeah, fixes draw and Warlock, meh. One thing I do really like about this is just because we're talking about those Mana Thirst cards. Some of these like 3 mana cards that get really strong late in the game. And so if you've got a lot of Mana Thirst cards, you can be burning through cards that have strong effects really quick. The more Mana Thirst you have, the better this type of thing gets. I still like it. Even in Warlock. And if it said randomly discard a card, then I'd be less excited about it. But the fact you draw 3 and you're like, well, I don't need this one at this point in the game. The fact you get to choose is really important. I think I like it. Maybe not even enough to call it a 4, but I certainly think despite being draw for Warlock, I certainly think it's draftable. Quite draftable. Maybe a high end 3. I like it. Yeah, you draw 2 cards and move a garbage card to your pool. Yeah, I like it. I like it. The Walking Dead, and yeah, I did look at the flavor text on this card because it's The Walking Dead, right? And so, yeah, the flavor text in the card is of course, it's something like, watch out for the Scourge, Carl, as it should be, as it should be. This art's pretty good though. Yeah, this one, I mean, you can compare it pretty directly. The like shading, the lighting on this one just looks kind of flat. Whereas on this one, you have a lot on the arms, and the space beneath the head, and on the hand coming out to you. It's just a lot stronger shading. There's a lot more highlights and shadows. Whereas the art on this is pretty flat. This is a card review, which I suppose can include art review. But yeah, we're seeing quite a few cards that the proportions kind of look weird, like on this card, and the shading looks kind of flat. This one I like though. This one I like. Anyway, 3-mana 2/5, decent stat line. Taunt helps it. If you discard this minion, summon it. Yeah, often you don't have discard synergy in Warlock, but works with this Scourge Supplies. Works with this Scourge Supplies. Get the one. Yeah, decently statted. Possible upside, but kind of hard to pull off. You're not usually running a lot of discard in Arena, although maybe we'll see some discard after this. Yeah, this would be, kind of a low end 3. It's not an excellent stat line by any means. It's draftable. If you can get that upside to trigger, that could be really good. Imp says, like, some of the cards they're more excited about. Wait, like art-wise? Or there's a variety of different artists, but yeah, I'm I don't want to I don't want to call anybody or because then they're doing some art organizations, it seems like. I don't want to call anybody specifically out, but I'm wondering if some of these cards that I don't like might have the same artist and it's a new artist type thing. I would have to look. Name and shame. I don't have the artist listed here. I don't have them listed here, but I'd be curious to look it up and see if it's like, oh, yep, I don't like this new artist, unfortunately. It's just not my thing subjectively. All right, the Twisted Tether instead of the Twisting Nether. Destroy a minion, give it stats to random undead in your hand. Well, 4-mana Destroy a minion's already fine. 4-mana Destroy a minion is Assassinate. It's already fine. It's already, a 4-star card just without the second line. And we know there's a lot of undead around, and you're usually trying to kill a high stat minion, so you're killing a minion and doing like, probably on average of, 5-6 hand buff, which is huge. Yeah, I think this it's like Righteous Defense. It's like Righteous Defense, but you straight up kill the minion instead of putting it to 1/1. Yeah. This is Righteous Defense plus Direct Destroy. Yeah. So did I do another 6? I think I've only talked about like changes to a card that would make it a 6. The only undead is a limitation. It's a limitation, but it feels like there's so many undead around. This will not be difficult to trigger. But you're right. The less undead you have, the closer this gets to 4. But it feels like there's so many neutral undeads that this might go all the way to 6. But yeah, maybe you've only got a few undead in your deck, and it becomes 4. Maybe you got 1 or 2 undead, makes it hard to trigger but not impossible, becomes more of a 5. But yeah, it scales with the number of undead you have. And yeah, Righteous Defense has no limitation. So Righteous Defense is probably more of a true 6. Maybe it's more of a 5. But if you got like, if you have 10 undead in your deck, which maybe is unrealistic, and you can always trigger it, then it gets closer to the 6 Righteous Defense. But you're right. We probably should call it a 5, not a 6. Maybe there's still no true 6s. Just you can also hit your own minion with this if you have to. To spit the stats to a better minion, yeah, it makes you more vulnerable to the enemy removal. But if you really had to do it, you could. And you could also trigger a death rattle of your own while doing it or something. The Amorphous Slime. Blue. It's a blue slime. Mostly we see green slimes. Battlecry, discard a random undead. Death rattle, summon a copy of it. Obviously this works really well with The Walking Dead, right? Because you would discard The Walking Dead, summon it, and then when your slime died, you would summon another Walking Dead. I say it's purple, not blue. Yeah, well, it's blue in front of the face, but you're right that the overall is more of a purple. It's not as deep a purple as the Warlock art, the Warlock card border itself. It's almost a royal blue. But yeah, it's a 5-mana 5/5 on its own with big tempo. If you have small tempo, if you discard a small undead, big tempo if you discard a big undead. It's another one of these scaling cards. The more undead you have, the better it gets, and the bigger undead you have, the better it gets. Oh shoot, it's 5/3. Why am I saying 5/5? Oh, it's 5/3. Okay. So at 5/3, at 5/3, it starts at a 1. I was about to say as a 5/5, it starts at a high end 2 or a low end 3, but it's a 5/3. I don't know why I was thinking 5/5. I don't know. I was like 5/5. Oh, the last number's 5. Okay, so yeah, if you have an undead, this starts as a super bad card, and if you have a couple of decent undead, then it goes up to 2. If you already have, 3 big undead, then it starts to get to 3. But yeah, generally this looks like a constructed combo card. Yeah, so probably play constructed army exactly. This is something you actually want to avoid. It could have been draftable at 5/5. At 5/3, you really want to avoid it typically. But here's the card that works with it, right? Battlecry, discard this 5-mana 7/7 rush, and that discards 2 cards by default. This is the card that works with it. This is very reminiscent of the old Doomguard that we have in the current classic meta, but it doesn't have charge, it has rush. So you gain 2 attack over the old Doomguard, but you have to trade on the first turn. Still, this effect is typically super worth it. It becomes even more worth it if you have a card that has Death Rattle upside like The Walking Dead. But yeah, because of your life tap, you typically can discard 2 cards to play an overstad rush like this. It's still somewhat, like ATDs, it's somewhat steep cost, so we probably don't go all the way at 5, but it's a very nice stat line with a very nice effect, rush. Plus it has the undead tag, so I would, yeah, where was this for? I would say 4. You dare shoot Here's and, oh no, it is 3 arrows. Like, is it 2 arrows, 1 for each thing you discard? There's a value guide that's like this card a lot. Just do more tapping. Soul Barrage. When you play or discard this, which works with this, deal 6 damage, randomly split among all enemies. So yeah, spending 5 mana for 6 random damage is reminiscent of Avenging Wrath in Paladin that we're playing right now in the old school meta. And Avenging Wrath's not very good. This card is not very good on its own. If you've got the discard synergy, it gets better and better, but you better have a lot of it. Generally, you want to avoid this card. Yeah, fixes 1.5. Yeah, I'm a little hesitant to go all the way down to 1, but you want to avoid this card unless you've already got, if you have 2 of these savage mergers, then you can start thinking about taking it. But Infantry Reanimator. Battlecry, resurrect a friendly undead, which I assume is random from the pool of ones you've had die, and give it reborn. Okay. We're gonna have a lot of like 1 and 2 mana undead, it looks like. You could super high roll into this, but it sure looks like a lot of arena drafts are gonna have a bunch of 2 mana undead type thing. Resurrecting, giving reborns with 2 mana undead as a 6 mana 4/4 is still reasonable. So, yeah, I would call this card reasonable to good independently, and then the more cards you have that are big undead like this one, it gets better and better. So this card can be insane, and it can be decent in most situations. So, by default, I would call it a very low-end 4, a very high-end 3, just with a typical deck that has a lot of 2 mana undead. And then if you have some of those big rush 7/7s, it can become insane. It can become a jackpot card. Let's talk about this last Warlock card, and then we'll have been talking about cards for 2 hours. We'll take our second break. Yeah, deck with few select undeads might like this. Yeah, you gotta be careful though. If you have a few powerful undead, but too few, you might not get your good undead while you just have this dead in your hand. Do discard cards count as dead? No. Well, looks bad. Too much synergy cards for him. Could be. Could be. This is a fan of this 8-mana 6/6 understated, but it has lifesteal. At the end of your turn, deal 6 damage to the enemy hero. Now, if this said at the end of your turn, deal 6 damage to a random enemy minion, this card would be really, 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 really good. Yeah, Living says tinier Ragnaros, but helps you recover. Helps you recover some health, and it always goes face. But yeah, the end of turn effect still makes it luminescent. So it's super understated, but it gets lifesteal. It's a recovery card. You get 6 health minimum, and then a lot of times you'll gain 12 or even 18 if the opponent has to kill it. It fixes Warlock healing. It's really, and reach. Yeah, it's really expensive though, right? 8 mana. 8 mana to get this 6/6 on board. And it doesn't have, like, taunt. It's so expensive that I think I'm only gonna call it 3. I wouldn't call it bad, but it's pretty situational. It's not gonna be enough healing. If the opponent has 3 minions on board, you're gonna heal for 6, and they're still gonna do, like, 12 damage to you and win or something. It says you're gonna leave this up. I still think it's too easily killed. I still think it's too expensive. I still think it's too expensive to be really good. Yeah, I think it can often be a draftable card, but I think it's too slow. I think it's too slow much of the time. 6 face damage can be a solid finisher. It can, but again, it's 8 mana. It's 8 mana. I don't think it's super good. How would you compare this to a pit croc? You can't kill a minion. You don't have the option to kill a minion. And so, you play this, you play this versus pit croc, and the opponent, they've got a 4-mana destroy minion, they've got a fireball, they've got a polymorph, whatever spell deals with this, and you've spent 8 mana to reduce them from 15 life to 9, you've gone from 18 life to 24, and they still have their 3 minions on board, and you lose. Yeah, I'm not saying it never works. It certainly works, but I think there's too many cases where it doesn't work to rate this above 3 for me. Outside, compare it to a walking fountain that doesn't kill minions. That sounds not great to me. Yeah, fix it as the undead deck. It does. So hey, you could revive it with this if you do play it and the opponent does fireball it. So yeah, I don't think this is very good. We're back to the Devourer of Souls. Like Lady said, yeah, this is nice. It's a rare, and this is nice. Potentially very nice. And this one is really nice, but it's also a rare. So yeah, Warlock getting a couple of decent rares, but overall not looking like it's getting the strongest stuff from this expansion. For Arena, it's just the best card for Warlock. Like I said, this 7/7 rush for 5 mana, even with discard 2 cards, this can be really, really good. So, and it's not conditional, right? This requires you to be holding an undead in your hand to be really, really, really good. The 7/7 is less conditional. But yeah, they're both rares. Both the better cards are rares. So, yeah, Warlock maybe not looking super, super great for Arena in this particular expansion. Alright, we're gonna be moving on to Shaman after we take a 3-minute break. Thanks again to Pody with the sub. We'll be back. We'll be back. Alright. Thanks for going through the break. Over to Shaman. Like I said, we have Discard Warlock, which they've tried to push previously, and Fire Spell Warrior, which they've never tried to push before. All right, let me get this back on my screen. All right, the Scourge Troll, another undead tag. Death Rattle's given to this minion triggered twice. So yeah, I mean, I assume this has synergy with the other shaman cards we're gonna see. But by default, it's a Diamond. It's another thing, maybe this has big upside with future shaman cards that we're gonna see, and we'll have to see if they're commons or not. To go with this epic. But it's a 1-mana 1/3. It's fine. It's fine to draft. Fine to draft. Yeah, Plague, Ghoul, Target. Yeah. I guess that would work. Talks about those fires at the end of the show. Yep. Alright. Give a minion Death Rattle, summon 2 3/2 zombies, which of course works with this, and is a common. So this would, summon 4 3/2 zombies. So if you can do that in Arena, if you can do that on turn 1 into turn 2, and then you can trade the 1/3 into the opponent that they did play a 3/2, and they have a 3/1, and you summon 4 3/2 zombies right away, that could win you the game very, 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 very quickly. But let's ignore this epic card. Let's ignore this epic card you're not going to be offered too often, most likely, and think about this more independently. So 2 mana, give them minions Death Rattle, summon 2 3/2 zombies overload ones. You're spending 2 mana now, 3 mana total. You get 2 3/2s, which is worth, 4 mana and 2 small cards. It's pretty good. It's pretty darn good. It's, you're getting more out of it than you would expect for 2 mana, but you do need to have a minion on board, which is not too tough when this only costs 2 mana. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Doesn't seem crazy busted, but it's pretty good. Gets you some quick board control, seemingly. Little vulnerable to AoE. I would say it's a little better than you expect, so 4 stars. When they came on the spot with this combo, yeah, could happen. Could happen. Shadow Suffusion. So yeah, we're getting a lot of troll flavor for Shaman. Give your minions Death Rattle, deal 3 damage to your enemy. Once again, well, so these type of cards we see in the future, we've seen in the past, rather. Things that say give your minions Death Rattle. Shamans had in the past. Druids had a couple of times. And it's usually an Arena because people are constantly trading minions. It's usually tough to land this on more than 1 or 2 minions. It turns out. And this can go face, or it can hit a minion. Unclear. 3 mana to do it. The Death Rattle itself is worth about 1 mana. They have to land this on 3 minions to be reasonably good. Yeah, I would definitely call this an avoid, I think. It's possible. It's possible to land it on 3 or 4 minions and have it be pretty strong, but I think typically you want to avoid this type of card in Arena. More trolls, more undead trolls. The Unliving Champion. Battlecry, if a friendly undead died after your last turn. So this is the 3rd card we've seen if friendly undead died after your last turn. So the enemy turn or this turn for you. Summon 2 3/2 zombies on Battlecry. So yeah, 3 mana, 3/2. Definitely don't want. You need the Battlecry to trigger. And if you can trigger the Battlecry, then you're summoning, 6 mana worth of stuff for 3 mana, and it has synergy with this type of thing. Yeah, you just need to be able to have a minion die during the opponent's turn or your turn, which seems really easy. Is this enough stats? Is this enough stats to be a 5-star card? I think it might be. It's trivial to trigger in Arena. You should like always have your opponent have killed one of your minions last turn, or you kill one of your minions this turn. Pretty much always, unless you're already in a super losing position. Oh wait, sorry, it's if undead died. If it's undead died, why am I thinking just friendly minion? Okay. You still have so many undead. They could be pretty easy to trigger, but yeah, you might have a 2 mana 2/3 that doesn't trigger this. All right. Shoot, yeah, it is undead. which is for the best, I guess. It's so good. Yeah, so it scales up to 5 if you have, 3 2-mana undead in your deck or something. And for a second, I was gonna say it's 5 if you're a Death Knight that can summon an undead with your hero power. Oh, it's a Shaman card. Dual class arena, Death Knight Shaman, Shaman Death Knight. It's really good. I think it's still gonna be easy enough to trigger to make it a very, very highly desirable card. But yeah, if you have no undead, it's a 3-mana 3/2, which is terrible. So it really starts at don't draft, and that scales with how easy it is to draft undead. Yeah, I didn't even see the word undead the first time, really. Were we at the Scourge Rager that kills an undead? Yeah. Did you give it the 3-star rating it deserves? I did not. Prescience. Interesting. Looking through a bone portal. Draw 2 minions, which costs 5 or more, summon a 2/3 spirit with taunt. So, a lot of times in Arena, you're drafting a ton of 2s and 3s. It's very unreliable. Pre-science? No, this is definitely 99% chance. Prescience. Prescience meaning, what does prescience mean? It's vision. It's vision, yeah? Seeing into things. What's the definition of prescience?
Prescience.
Prescience, even. Going a bit more she in on me. The fact of knowing something before it takes place, foreknowledge, yes. Future sight, yeah.
Prescience.
Science? Alright. Right. Yeah, which means to draw 2 cards, apparently. From the top of your deck. Wait, no, not from the top of your deck. So the heavier your deck is, the better this is. But yeah, usually draw 2 cards is 3 mana, not 4. The more 5+ cost minions you have in your deck, the better this gets. But by default, it's a little too expensive for drawing cards. I would put at, high end 2, maybe? High end 2? What's this, 3? Nah. If it was 3 mana, I might say it's a low end 3. But 4 mana, I kind of have to go more towards 2. But it gets better the more big minions you have in your deck. 6 Shaman Draw is super rare, though. Fair to say. Just not sure if you want to be spending 4 mana on it. Harkener of Dread. It's all trolls. Kodo says, wait, less than 3. But you have 4 months to sub. What? What are we talking about?
Excellent decision.
Very, very appreciated. With the 4 months of sub, going beyond 3 months. Oh, type less than 3 is a heart. Oh, see, now, you understand my confusion, though, right? You understand my confusion when we're talking about, this is worth 3. 4 is more than 3. So I got rate bad. Ghost is less than 3. No, it's not less than 3, it's 4. You can understand my confusion. Alright, let me see one of the slow cards. This card? Oh yeah, it costs 5. Works with the prescience. Play Reverse Belcher. Yeah, 5 mana taunt, death throw, summon 6/6 undead with taunt. Now this, in the last expansion, Nathria, we had the battle cry. The battle cry summon a taunt, and that was good with Evolve. This is not good with Evolve. Because then you lose your 6/6. It's insane. It's quite good. If it didn't have taunt itself, If it didn't have taunt itself, it would be so much worse. But it does have taunt. It's still very vulnerable to like silence. And silence is fairly rare overall. We saw that one neutral silence. The neutral silence that said if you have 6 mana or more, do a silence and a freeze. So it's weak to that neutral card. But yeah. If this did not have taunt, it would be weak, but it does have taunt, which makes it good. How good? How good? 5 mana, 2/2 taunt with a 6/6 taunt. 6/6 taunt itself is already worth a little more than 5 mana. You add the 2/2 onto it. I guess you have to call it a 5-star card, really. So I guess it's low 4, you'd say. I think it's 2 taunts, and it's really overstated. It is vulnerable to silence, but I think it's quite overstated. I think it's actually a 5, honestly. It's so overstated, and it has taunts. Really helps you slow the game down. And it's just good stats in general. So I think it's really good, actually. Again, though, all it takes is get rid of that first taunt, get rid of this card having taunt, and then it requires a bit more setup on your part. It requires a bit more. It requires a whole extra turn on your part to be good, and that would lower it down to at least a 4. But because it has taunt itself, I would say this is a 5. It's just it's taunt and it's overstead, heavily overstead. You would think when I look at this card, I say, oh, they made a typo. Oh, they made a typo. This card has Overload 2. This card has Overload 2, or at least Overload 1. They forgot the Overload. They forgot the Overload. It's their mistake. Don't worry, I'll fix it. The Rotgill. The Rotgill. I like the Ice Trident. 5 mana, 3/6. Understand. Battlecry give your other minions Death Rattle. Give your minions +1/+1. Oh man! So this is another. It's another. We gotta roll it all the way back. You know, wide board shaman. This wants wide board shaman. This creates wide board shaman. And so yeah, this give your other minions Death Rattle. Give your minions +1/+1. So one of them dies. It buffs the other minion. This one dies, buffs the other minion. It's very interesting. I suspect there might be a undead Murloc aggro-y shaman deck that uses this. But yeah, AT says scales quadratically with your board size, right? It's understat itself though, and you need to have several minions for it to be good, it seems like. If these dual tribe boxes look weird, it's I think it's fine. I saw some people say they really hate it. They think it doesn't fit at all, but I think it's fine. Yeah, when more card people are saying, yeah, you have to already be ahead for this, which is a decent way to view it. Yeah, I would say that as a 5 mana 3/6, I would probably call this an avoid. It's understat itself, and yeah, you need to be ahead, not even, for it to work. If it was cheaper, Blows by, I don't think it's comparable to Bloodlust, honestly. I think if it was if it was a 3 mana card, I might go all the way to 4. But the fact that it's 5 mana understated, I think I don't love it. Fix says you need one other minion with initiative to make this a 5 mana 4/7. Don't see how it's bad. Yeah, if you've got a cheap rush, maybe it's better than I think. Maybe I should say at least 3. But yeah, when I look at it, I feel like it's just a little too awkward. But maybe I'll say low 3. I'll say low 3. Maybe it's a lot better than I think. I mean, there will be situations where you have, your opponent has 3 small minions or 4 small minions, and you're like, there's little totems or whatever, and they play this, and they trade one minion and buff the totems, and the totems buff the other cards, and you're like, oh man, it's so many buffs, I can't do anything. Maybe it's a lot better than I think. It feels kind of awkward to me, but it does feel like a card that you could turn a weak board into a super threatening board. So yeah, It's not really 3-6 if you have any other minions on board, very quickly. Yeah, but the phrase, if you have any other minions on board, I think a lot of times, you'll have no minions on board. You'll have, this 5 mana 3-6, and you'll have a 3-4, and you're like, well, I guess I'm gonna play the 3-4 in a totem and hope this is good later. I don't know. It's interesting. This is Shaman 1-3-6 from before. This could be great. No, yeah, double that up. Yeah, that was an epic though. The 1 mana 1-3 was an epic though. So, and this is a legendary, so that card's gotta be a little tough. Excavates the Arbor up. Everything's much worse than Arbor up though. All right. Have any minions on board as big ass game? It sure can be. Blight Blood Berserker, 8 mana, 3/8. Bot. It's got a billion keywords. Taunt, Lifesteal, Reborn, and Death Rattle. Deal 3 damage to a random enemy, which, because of the Reborn, you'll be triggering that twice. Yeah, this is a good 8-drop. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the average enemy board state. I would say this is really good. Defender. I like it. I like it a lot better than Defender to me. It gets it's got 2 extra health to start with. It's not just healing you for 3 at the end. It has true lifesteal, and it has so much health that the opponent might have to trade like 3 small minions in this, or 4 even with the Reborn. So you might gain like 9 healing instead of 6 or even 12 healing. And you're doing the 3 random damage. It does cost 8 mana instead of 6 though. Right, that heals you if hard move. It's true. If your opponent can hit this with, I'm just gonna say Shadowward Pain, even though Shadowward Pain's not in core right now. But if they Shadowward Pain it, then they can ping the back half. Pinging the back half is significant. They might not get you as much healing as you hoped for. I'd still call this really good overall. It's a lot of recovery and the death rattles, because it's so little attack that like a Chillwind Yeti can hit this and go to 2 health. But the trouble is then the Chillwind Yeti has a decent chance to be hit with the deal 3 damage, just like some of the other cards we've seen this expansion. Fixes, AT's right. Oh, you're saying the death rattle actually heals you too, which I actually honestly wasn't thinking about, even though I talked about on another card like this. But yeah, once again, if the deal 3 damage said to a random enemy minion, this card would be extra nuts. But yeah, I think this is very good. I still think I would probably want a walking fountain over this. But it seems very good overall. Very, very good even. It's gonna be frustrating. Which against the aggro deck, or if you're an aggro deck, because you're gonna be almost there. You're gonna get the opponent to 4 health, and they're gonna put this down. You're gonna concede. I'm just deciding if it's a 4 or a 5. I like it at least enough to be a 4. Do I like enough to be a 5? Yeah. I think it's 5. I think it is too. I do think it is a 5. I think it might be a low-end 5 compared to some of the cards I talk about. Yeah, Living's would be a 5 at 4th deck, definitely. Well, yeah, it would be. Shadowward Pain. Yeah, but if I mentioned Shadowward Pain, and we can play Shadowward Pain right now in the 2015 meta, but Shadowward Pain's not actually in core, right? Shadowward Death is. So Shadowward Pain's not even around right now in a standard meta. I don't think it's a 4. It could be a very high-end 4. I think it's a high-end 4 or a low-end 5. Oh, this card was nuts. I did see this one. Yeah. The Overlord Jakuru. 9 mana, 6/8. So it's 9 mana, not 8 mana, like a lot of similar cards. But yeah, after this attacks and kills a minion, resurrected on your side. And it's got 6 attack. So yeah, like, had you not seen this one? So this one I will say 6. Yeah, Fix says 6, right? There's been 2 cards. One card that I said if this card was changed a little, I would call it a 6. One card I started to call a 6. People were like, no, it's undead, not friendly minions. Like, oh wait, then it's not a 6. But this one is a 6. So a very, very common situation here would be the opponent has a 4/5. Let's go with a Chillwind Yeti. and they've got, I don't know, an 8/8. They've got an 8/8, and you've got a 2/3, and so you can slam the 6/8 into the 4/5, summon the 4/5 on your side, put your 2/3 into the 8/8, and then put your 6/4 into the 8/8 and revive the 8/8. And so you cleared their board and you summoned a 4/5 and 8/8. And that's a very common arena situation. So this legendary towers over the previous legendary. Yeah. So this card is thank goodness it's a legendary instead of a common like Walking Fountain or a rare like the Torghast Sweeper or whatever. Thank goodness it's a legendary. It says after if it dies, will it still trigger? I thought it did. But you're right, that's a little unclear. If it's a little unclear, I would still call it a 6-star card. I would still call it a 6-star card, even if it did have to stay alive to get the mind control. But I mean, you're right. I'm not sure if this slams into something and it dies. Does it actually resurrect? I think it does, but the word after does make it a little unclear. I think it would get. I think it would too, but I'm not 100% sure. So Drakuro is a cool character in WoW. What was Drakuro in World of Warcraft? Was he the boss of one of the Wrath of the Lich King dungeons, or he was in Grizzly Hill? So yeah, okay, and Drakthorn Keep. Yeah, okay. So I thought he was related to Drakthorn Keep, and yeah, so he is a Wrath of the Lich King. Character. Well, I don't remember crazy well. But yeah, he is in the place I thought he was. All right, that's the last shaman card. Yeah. Oh, it's not. It's not the last shaman card. There's still from the other side. This one's terrible in arena, right? 10 mana, summon a copy of each minion in your hand, then they attack randomly means then die. So, well, is this terrible? Yeah, so Living says garbage. So there was a card that people compared this to. There was a card called Boom Ship. That would summon up to 3 minions from your hand and give them rush. But it summoned the actual minions. This summons copies. But the Boom Ship didn't kill the minions. This kills the minions. So this is really meant for constructed with like Death Rattle-y type cards and Reborn-y type cards. In arena, yeah, you almost definitely don't want it. But it is a little interesting. Some people are saying, 0 and 1. I'm a little more confident than that. I think you might get enough Death Rattles and Reborns in this meta, and you'll be holding enough minions at a time for it to actually work out occasionally. I would still say you should avoid it. For sure, but I don't think that it is 100% undraftable. But yeah. All right. So yeah, Shaman getting a crazy legendary, a pretty good epic, one very good common, a bad rare, a conditionally crazy common, a pretty bad rare, and a pretty good common. Looks like Shaman's doing better than Warlock was for this set, at least. Rogue is fascinating, and oh boy, do we have to bring up a lot of extra cards on screen for Rogue, but I think I set up in advance good enough. I actually had to start the stream, like half an hour later than I wanted, just 'cause I had to get pictures of all the extra rogue stuff. He says that with Stoneborn General is nuts. Good, yeah, you could get the random 8 attack, and then it dies, and you get the 8/8 on board anyway, and then you'll still have the Stoneborn General in hand. Yeah, Jim says chat it copies. The fact that copies is good. This is a good and fun card for you to draft around. Yeah, you might. I don't want to call it a 1. I definitely don't want to call it a 1. Yeah, Linux says this card is a nightmare constructed. Arena pickable could be worse. Yeah, so I think when this card was revealed, I saw the top comment on Reddit was something like, this will be in every rogue constructed deck for all time or something. So yeah, in Arena though, this scales with the quality of your existing spells. And yeah, it's a dead card. It's a dead card until you've cast a decent spell that you want to recast. Does this card get exhausted? What do you mean by exhausted? This card becomes another 2-mana rogue spell. 6-mana blood shark, so good. Yeah. It is a dead card though until you've already played. Skipper says you should copy Ghost Strike. Wait, Ghost Strike, is that a Ghostly Strike? Deal 1 damage combo, draw a card. It's like, is it a permanent card in your hand? It will, yeah, only once. Right, so it'll keep turning into copies, and then you eventually play the copy, and then the card's gone. So yeah, it's a little. This card scales directly with your number of highly effective spells in your deck already. It's a hard. I'm just gonna say 3. It's hard to give a rating on. You can't wait to get a second coin, right? It's hard to give a rating on Arena, if you've got no good spells, or even 2 good spells, you have to have this card ready to go after you've played the good spell. So I don't know, maybe it's even more of a 2. He says you just start at 1 technically, and then you scale it directly with your spells. Yeah, it's a weird one, Aaron. It's a weird one. It does literally nothing if you can't recast a decent spell. Basically, with start of 2 flame strikes. Not flame strike. It's a rogue glass card. It's a rogue glass card. Although I guess they could steal. They could do a random enemy spell, play a flame strike, and then have this turn to another flame strike. And rogue does too. Copy random spells from other classes. All right, so here it is. Concoctions can do it. Fair enough. So here's, yeah, I had to set up like 7 extra images up for this. All right, so 1 mana, 1/2, battle cry, and a random concoction to your hand. So, at a random concoction to your hand. So, bubbling concoction, deal 3 damage. Destroy a random enemy minion concoction. So 3 mana deal 3 damage is bad, but 3 mana destroy a random enemy minion is deadly shot, and that's good. 3 mana draw 2 cards, Arcane Intellect, which is decent. 3 mana add a card to your hand from the class, costs 3 less, which yeah, that one is pretty sweet, which is what people were talking about. And summon a 3-cost minion. But, like it says, when you get this, you add another one of these to your hand and mix them together. And there's a lot of additional art for these cards, which I'm not going to bring up all of it. So many duels or treasure. But yeah, I'm not going to bring up all the art, but 2 examples are, so here is a mixed concoction of the green and the red. So this does the 3 damage from the red, and it summons a 3-cost random minion from the green, which is super, super, super worth 3 mana. Super, 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 super worth 3 mana. And then mixed concoction, deal 3 damage twice. So you can get two reds. You can get 2 reds. I said all this from a 1 mana card. yeah, I mean, there. So, am I? This is no. Right. So it's when you get a second concoction that they'll automatically mix, right? It only gives one copy, right? So you'll get one of the cards below, and if you played a second concoctor to get a second concoction, then you would auto mix them and do both effects for three mana. Or you could just play one of these on their own. Or you could just play one of these on their own. So the more of these concoctors you have, the stronger it gets because you can play two effects for half the mana cost. You can play two effects for the mana cost of one, which is a big deal. So yeah, we're gonna have some trouble here. Have some trouble here keeping all the concoctions like on screen while we also look at the other rogue cards that add concoctions. I guess I could get rid of the two on the left specifically and leave the other ones up for now. I'll just hide behind the concoctions here like Wilson on Home Improvement. Those 90s references the Twitch kids love. Do the concoctions have to be different? No, I was just talking about that. I was just talking about that. Right there. There's two reds mixed together. Deal 3 damage twice. All right. Ghostly Strike, deal 1 damage, combo, draw a card. It's 1 damage for 1 mana, and you cycle over to the next card. Help set up other combos because it's so cheap. It's kind of like Shiv, but for 1 mana, as long as you can play another card first. I feel like this chat's with nice. You're right that we skew older than most Twitch channels. Yeah. All right, but yeah, yeah. I mean, this doesn't seem insane, but it seems just kind of a nice little thing you can do. If you have spell power, it's particularly good. What I do like about this is there's reborns around. Concoction still on stream. I know, but there's other cards that are related to concoctions. So I'm just gonna leave these 3 on screen while we talk about other rogue cards. Anyway, yeah, I like that it can kill reborns. Niantic says this works really well with the spell damage plus 2 neutral we talked about. That is not good independently, but could be decent with cards like this. Yeah, it's just a card you can throw in your deck. I think in Arena at least, it's just kind of fix it's okay. It's like, hey, I can take this. It just, does a little damage, moves on to my next card. Doesn't seem crazy by any means, but it's much better than bad cards. So it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I draft over every mech card, right? I would take this, I think, over a 2 mana 2/3 most of the time, unless I need a 2 mana card really badly. All right, the Ghoulish Alchemist. Yeah, so your next concoction costs 0. It's a 2 mana 3/2, which is fine. Plus, it has the Undead tag, which helps certain cards. So you save 3 mana on a concoction as long as you have already drafted the concoctor. I'm actually not sure if I gave a score to the concoctor itself. 1 mana 1/2 is not good independently, but these concoctions on their own are cards that are generally worth slightly less than 3 mana. And so, plus, the more concoction you get, the better it gets. So, I'll be drafting a lot of these because they're fun. But yeah, you get some reasonable value. On its own, I would call it a low 4. A low 4. Get makes concoction for 0. Yeah. And then this starts as just a generic 2 mana 3/2. And the more cards you have that give concoctions, get better and better. Actually, I had the score. Well, I said it's 3, and you can see the very bottom of this. You can see the full 3, though. There we go. Discover 2 concoctions. So, again, boop, boop. So this will auto-mix them. Into a 3-cost thing. I also like that it's the potion belt. It's a Batman utility belt. So you do have to spend 2 mana up front, but each of the concoctions is worth a little less than 3 mana. And you combine them into something that costs 3 mana. So for 5 mana, you're doing 2 effects that are worth slightly less than 3 mana, which is fair. And you get to discover 3 out of the 5 of these, so you get to try to make the perfect concoction for the situation you're in. So, you know, if you just need value, you could try to draw 2 or 4 cards or add 2 random cards to your hand. If your opponent has 2 big minions on board, you could try to get 2 destroy random minions. If you need some face damage, you could try to get the 3 damage twice. And if you need board, you could try to get the summon random 3-cost minions. So, this is versatile, right? Yeah, there's a lot of versatility to it. There's some RNG, because you might be looking for something very particular, and you have a 60% chance to find it each time. But yeah, this card is really neat. It's really neat, and you can tailor it to your situation. Because, like I said, you're actually not getting effects that are worth much more than the 5 mana. It's like a bit like yeah, and these are my favorite types of cards. That's what I'm saying, is that, you know, this is maybe only a 4, maybe a high 4, in terms of power, because the power you're getting is kind of only worth about its cost. But it's like 6 stars of fun. Choices 5 fun factor. I really love these custom blending things, so might be 6 stars of fun. But yeah, it might be a 4 in power, but it's a 5 in funness, and yeah, this is the type of card you don't have. Now again, I don't hate the 2015 meta as much as some people, but for people that do hate the 2015 meta that's all about chilling Yetis, this is the type of super fun card that you don't have in 2015. So this is why you want to be living in Hearthstone 2022 or 2023 maybe, rather than Hearthstone 2015, is cards like this, because these things are genuinely fun. And we didn't have them back in the old days. The old days. Potion match of Putricide. Putricide's back. Good news, everyone. I've made a concoction. See, after a friendly minion it's after any minion dies. Not just friendlies, it is enemies. Add a concoction to your hand. It is a 2 mana 1/4, which is that, you know, Armor Smith Endurant 2 mana stat line. This guy's a jawline for sure. But yeah, it's any minion, including enemy minions. So yeah, it's cheap. It's cheap, so you can pretty easily play it down on a board where like 3 minions are gonna die in a turn, and then you'll get 1 random blended concoction and 1 more. You might do even more than that, but I'd say it's pretty reasonable to get 3 concoctions off of this. John thinks the old Putricide was better. What did the old Putricide do? Was the old Putricide make your spells poisonous, or in Hunter? No, it was the old Putricide. John says, I don't remember. All right. Secret stuff. I'm having trouble remembering what it did, honestly. All right, but yeah, we've seen the concoctions. They're worth a little less than 3 mana. This can get you a lot of value, and it's got that Armor Smith stat line, which is, you know, just if you just need to put it down, which is kind of sad. If you need to put it down as a minion, it's reasonably decent, especially with your dagger. So yeah, tons of potential value, and not even that badly stat as a minion. I think I would genuinely call this a 5. Yeah, it's a lot of value for 1 card in many, many cases. The old Putricide played a random secret whenever you played a secret. Zach says, how often do you plop this down turn 2? Super rarely, I would say. I would rather dagger, typically. Concoctions are combined in pairs, right. Alright, well, concoctions have gold versions? I mean, almost certainly, you know, it's just gonna be, the type of thing you'd expect, you know, this will have the yellow magic-y stuff swirling around, the liquid might, you know, go like this a little. Yeah, there shouldn't be any reason why they don't. It was Slate that made spells poisonous. Yes, I was thinking of the wrong undead dude, I guess. Actually, you're thinking Professor Slate. Yeah. Alright, Rotten Rodent, 2 mana, 2/1, terrible stat line, 1 star, next card. Battlecry, reduce the cost of all Death Rail cards in your deck by 1. Genuinely, you might end up drafting quite a number of death rattles, and this might give some decent discounts. But genuinely, you don't want to play a 2-mana 2/1 that doesn't give like direct value on board. So it actually is quite bad. It starts at 1. If you have 6 death rattles, it kind of goes to 2. If every single card in your deck has death rattle, I don't know, maybe it gets up to 4, but that's not going to happen. You just don't want to play a 2-mana 2/1 with a low impact effect. So in some cases it'll be 2 because you have like 5 death rattles in deck, and that's enough to maybe make some extra plays in the future. But usually this actually is a void. All right, the Vile Apothecary. 3-mana 2/4, also a little understated, but at the end of your turn, get a random concoction. Oh, geez, so it's one of these super ongoing value cards. Yes, Message says, thank goodness it's epic. So yeah, every single turn you get a spell that's worth a little less than 3 mana, and they become very powerful if you can get 2 of them. Yeah, ongoing value like this, it's understated instead of overstated, but this type of ongoing value, I mean, I'm gonna give it a 5. Yeah, people comparing to Cavern Dreamer. I'm gonna give it a 5. Remembers that Murloc that had Piranha's 5 stars? Yeah. The school, yeah. The Piranha. What was that card called? Whatever it was called, that was a really strong card. I think that was a 2/5 though instead of a 2/4, right? So it was a little harder to kill than this one, but still, Piranha Poacher. That sounds right. But yeah, I think that was a 2/5, so it was a little harder to kill than this, but it was still really good ongoing value. All right, the Noxious Infiltrator. Not actually undead. This dude's alive. He's old, but he's alive. 4-mana 2/5. Poisonous. Which is already 4-mana 2/5 poisonous is already kind of reasonable. Yeah, we got that 5-mana 1/5 taunt poisonous, which is not very good, but for cheaper, still getting the 5 health, it's pretty reasonable already. Battlecry friendly undead died after your last turn, which means during your opponent's turn or during your turn, deal 1 damage to a minion, which would be poisonous damage. So, another reason to try to get undead neutrals and undead glass cards. Seems like they'll be pretty easy, but we're not entirely sure how easy it'll be to fill your deck with undead minions. We're not entirely sure, but there's a lot of common ones. So yeah, even on its own, it's a reasonable card to draft. As a 4-mana 2/5 poisonous, it's like a high-end 3. And then if you can trigger that battle cry, then it's a assassinate with a poisonous body on it, which because it needs to be undead, because it's a friendly undead, because it is conditional, you probably wouldn't go to 6, but it's a very, very, very strong card if you can get that undead to die. He's like this guy's vibe. He's doing the backwards grip thing, right? Everybody loves the backwards grip. It's better than assassinate. This kills Laughing Sister, and it kills that. It kills that rush taunt untargetable warrior card. All right, Scourge Illusionist. 4-mana 4/4, understated. Death Rattle, though, add a 4/4 copy of another Death Rattle in your deck to your hand. It costs 4 less. It costs 4 less. Wow. There's 6 going on. A lot of green smog going around. Wow, it costs 4 less. Imagine she got invincible with this at only 4 mana. Yeah. Huge on the 10 mana 8/8. Yeah. Anna with monsters behind you. The old illusionist. It's dead now. Huh. So yeah. The trouble is, you need to have death rattles in your deck. You need to have death rattles in your deck. If you don't have death rattles in your deck, then you don't get the 4/4 copy. Yeah, Johnson, thank goodness is epic. Yeah, you do draft a lot of death rattles in Arena, though, typically. And so it should be really easy to trigger. And yeah, that discount is pretty nuts. So, I mean, if you just have 3 death rattles in your deck, you want to reliably make sure you still have a death rattle in your deck when this dies. I mean, genuinely, this is just crazy value, right? I mean, you're losing 1 health over a Chillwind Yeti to get a 4/4 death rattle that has a 4 mana discount on it, which can, if it's a small death rattle, it costs 0 and it's still a 4/4. And if it's a really big death rattle, like 10 mana 8/8 rush, then you get a 4/4 rush with an 8/8 inside of it for 6 mana, which is still insane. So yeah, no, this might genuinely be a 6 because it's just Giants is way too slow. What, you think this card is too slow? Maybe for Arena. This is an Arena only card review. Yeah. It's 5, not 6. I don't know. I think this genuinely might be a 6. A 4 mana 4/4 that adds a potential 0 mana 4/4 to your hand with Death Rattle. I think this might genuinely be a 6. I think this seems crazy. Alright. And that's Rogue. It was situational. This is situational? The situation is, do you have Death Rattles in your deck? And the answer is usually yes. Jason, wait, people play Arena? We do. We do. It's me and Dreads, and that's about it. And John in chat. I should mention John, because John's in chat. You can follow John, too. Alright, so yeah, this one's good. This one's good. This one's good. This one's a lot of fun, and it's good. This one's good. This one's bad. This one's good. This one's good. This one's crazy. So yeah, Rogue is a big winner. Rogue is a big winner for Arena here. We saw Shaman not exactly being a big winner. We saw Warlock seemingly really not being a big winner. But Rogue is a big winner of this expansion for Arena. Rogue good Arena White. I really liked Rogue during Sunken City. I haven't liked Rogue during Castle Nathria, but I really liked Rogue during Sunken City. Maybe Rogue's back. Maybe Rogue's back, baby. It was my favorite class when we were throwing jackpots around all the time. But I haven't liked it lately. Maybe it's back. Maybe Rogue is back. All right. The Undying Allies. So my 4/4 Looper, no, it comes to 4/4. Yeah, no, that's yeah. If you have a death rattle that costs 4 or less, it goes to 0. And if you have a death rattle that costs 5, it goes to 1. It's always a 4/4. Makes sense. So I'll continue this VOD after bed. Have a good one all. Very much enjoy these reviews. I'm glad you do. And I'm gonna do one more shout out for Mikazan, one of the biggest supporters of this stream. Check out Mikazan playing all types of games. We're doing Elden Ring, Darkest Dungeon, just finished the XCOM Mario game. Check out Mikazan there. And I'm not actually sure. John's hanging out today. I'm not sure if I ever gave a... Oh, wait, actually, hold on. Wait. Mikazan just shout out John. I was like, I'm gonna shout out John. I mean, I think I said earlier, John streams out streaming, but I didn't actually give John a text shout. John's been hanging out like the whole stream. Let's give a shout out to John. But Mikazan just did it. Mikazan just did it like 1 minute ago. All right. All right. Undying Allies. After you play an undead this turn, give it Reborn, which works. With it says an undead, but it would work if you can drop 3 undead in a turn. You can give them all Reborn. But so this is situational. Yeah, this is how most you draft this card, pick 1. We do have to see. It seems like there are a lot of undeads around. A lot of undeads, and there might be some priest exclusive undead. Are there? There's one. There's one. There's a legendary. So yeah, it looks like it'd be sticking mostly in neutrals. There were a couple of them there, but it looks like it was like a rare and epic. So yeah, you giving... So there was a 1 mana card. There was a 1 mana card to give a minion Reborn. Any minion Reborn. It cost 1 mana. It was targeted. This costs 0, but it has to be undead. The 1 mana give a minion reborn was not very good. It wasn't terrible. It was often draftable. It wasn't very good. Yeah, Fix This is good with undead death rattles, which, yeah, we'll have to get a feel. We'll have to get a feel for how often that comes up. Good question. How do you rate the artwork for this one, Save? I like it. I like it. I'm just a fan, you know. If we play a Flame Strike or something, you know, my default anime hand gesture is this, right? You know, I cast Flame Strike. I love this type of magic casting. Ah! And so yeah, I like this one. I like this one. The skeletons look really good. Yeah, I like this. They've rid her head and save. Uh, this is a hard one to evaluate until we see exactly how many undead minions end up in drafts. I feel like overall, I'm still gonna call it a 2. I feel like overall, I'm still gonna call it a 2 because you need to play 2 undead in a single turn for this to be good. You have to play 3 undead in a single turn for it to be really good, typically. It seems like you're gonna draft a lot of undead, but it's still a little too situational to have a card sitting around that might be dead, to me. But it'll depend on what your draft looks like. I'm still gonna call it an avoid by default, but this might end up better than I think. Animated. Resurrect a friendly undead. No, sorry, not undead. Resurrect a friendly minion that costs 3 or less. So for 1 mana, you might resurrect a wisp, or a 1-cost minion, or a 2-cost minion, or a 3-cost minion. It's a shadow spell. Johnson, it's really good with the new Rager. You could also, yeah, you could resurrect the 2 mana 5/5 and attack another minion with that and let it die again. Yeah. I mean, so you compare this to the old Resurrect. The old Resurrect costs 2 mana, and you could high roll it and resurrect a big minion, but often you'd end up with a 2 anyway. This is cheaper. I mean, this is fine. I would say this is fine. You're either going to get something worth 1 mana, or you're going to get something worth more than 1 mana. So, you know, it's not insane, but I would say it's very draftable. It's a little random. It's a little random. It might even be a 4-star card. It's really good at temperament. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly draftable. It's a little random. It's a little random. You might end up with someone you don't really need, but seems fine to draft. Crystal Smith Cultist. 1 mana, 1/2, which incidentally, this is a bad card to resurrect with Animate Dead because you won't get the battle cry, right? So, yeah, incidentally, these don't work together very well. But yeah, battle cry, if you're holding a shadow spell, gain +1/+1, become a 1 mana, 2/3. It's the type of card that scales with how many shadow spells you have. By default, a 1 mana, 1/2 is certainly something to avoid. I don't think you'll hold shadow spells reliably enough in Arena to activate this. If you could reliably activate it, it's a zombie chow that doesn't heal your opponent, which is above average for sure. But it's so unreliable, I would still call this a void in Arena. Because this card looks good in the current meta where you get Shadowwood Pains and Shadowwood Deaths. Alright, the Mind Eater, which, hey, a Worgen slipped in to the set. Got that saved for remote. Mind Eater. 2 mana, 3/2. It's undead. It's undead. You want undead. And it is a common. Add a copy of a card in your opponent's hand. Sorry, a copy of your cards in your opponent's deck to your hand. Classic Thiefy Priest. It's not conditional. And it helps power up all the undead-related synergies we've seen. So, yeah. It's draw a card on a fairly stad thing. It's fun. 4 stars, and it might be a high-end 4, because it has the undead tag. Who says that Worgen doesn't look undead? It looks like there might be a little bit of torn flesh on the arm right here. It's going like this. It looks like there might be a little bit of torn flesh here, and there might be a little bit above the cheek. But overall, I would agree with you. Overall, I would agree with you. The hair is like not falling out or anything. So I would agree with you that she doesn't look super undead. John says it's a wig. Loot from my enemies. Recently deceased, yeah. Carrying intel about the opponent's deck too. Yeah. Roseburg says the Sonalin are undead blood elves, but the one they print is the wrong color eyes. They're red. Uh-oh. Hope somebody got fired for that blunder. 3-mana, 3/3, understated, but it is undead. It's also an epic. Death Rail, haunt a card in your hand. When you play it, summon a 3/3 soldier. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. You play an understated card, but once it dies, one of the cards in your hand gets a free 3/3 add to it. So in the end, this becomes kind of 6/6 worth of stats, sort of. Also has the undead tag. Yeah, you might end up haunting like an 8 or 9 mana card that's a very, very long way off, and then you've played this understated, and it could be too slow. But typically, this is a more than reasonable card. Haunt is targetable? Nah, it's got to be a random card. It's got to be a random card. But yeah, I would call this still probably a 4, right? Because you could haunt a high cost card, and because you start with something that dies to a 3/4, and the opponent gets skip 3/1. It's kind of low tempo. It's kind of low tempo if you land on the wrong spot. And a 3-mana 3/3 can be tough to play. Yeah, Fix says actually 3. I'm gonna still call it a 4. I think. Oh, and note, Rev says, sorry, Living says note that the soldier is not undead. Good point. Just haunt the coin, eh? There you go. Yeah, Tip says it's a 4. Ark says a 3. It could be a high-end 3 or a low-end 4. I'm gonna lean towards 4, because I think it is a lot of stats for the cost, but the 3 mana for 3/3, initially up front, it's not great. 4 mana 2/4, super understated, but Death Realm resurrect the friendly undead that died this game. Now, it's Arena, so if there's a method in Constructed to try to consistently resurrect a larger undead with this in Constructed, that's not what we're doing in Arena. In Arena, we're resurrecting like a 2-cost undead. So it's a small taunt that resurrects like a 2/4. So how good is a 4 mana 2/4 taunt, Death Rattle, revive a 3/2? It's okay. It's okay. It's not that crazy good. It's all right. But you could potentially resurrect a bigger undead. This is really bad. This is really bad if you haven't had cheap undead die, right? If it's a 4 mana 2/4 taunt, Death Rattle, resurrect nothing, it's terrible. The 3/2 gives you a spell as undead. Yeah, so there's a lot of potential here. But yeah, this starts as like a 1-star card if your deck has very few undead, especially if your deck has very few cheap undead. Like if this has a chance to resurrect nothing, it's super terrible. Right, the real danger is resurrecting nothing, right. Now it seems like there's a lot of undead around. That might not happen very often, but you could end up in the case like, we haven't drawn a single one of our undead. We played that Blood Elf, and we played just a Spider Tank, and now it's turn 4, and I can put down this, or I can heal my face. It's not going to resurrect undead. I've got undead next turn. But do I really want to do nothing on turn 4? Because of the case where you might be like that, I'm probably only going to call it a 3, just because it's a little conditional. Obviously, the more undead your deck has, and the bigger undead your deck has potentially, the better and better it gets. But yeah, I think typically you'll revive a 2-cost undead with this, and maybe it'll be a really good one. Maybe it'll be this one, and then that's really nice. But it might just be, one of the neutral ones that is not nearly as good. So, it says, well, if they can't kill the 2/4, well, if they don't kill the 2/4, even then, Star, if you play a 4-cost undead, or play a 5-cost undead the next turn, the 5-cost undead is still behind the 2/4, so they have to not kill it for 2 turns for that to work. All right. Grave Digging. Draw 2 cards for 4 mana, which we saw in a Shaman deck. Got the Scourge Rager would be nice, which was nice with another one of the priest cards, right? Somebody mentioned. Costs 1 if a friendly undead died after your last turn, which again is during the opponent's turn or during your current turn. So yeah, it's another one. It's another one that scales with how many undead you have. If you have no undead, it's super, super not worth it. It's super, super not worth it. So, it's worse than Arcane Intellect. But we know there's a lot of undead around. Spending 1 mana to draw 2 cards is very nice. We saw something similar in Warrior that was for each damage minion reduce something from 4 mana. Not too tough to play that one for 0 or 1. This one is more conditional than just having damaged minions. It scales. It scales with how many undead you have, how likely this is to activate. Yeah, if you have like 5 undead, it's probably a 4-star card. If you have 2 undead, it probably stays down at like 2 stars. So yeah. You gotta evaluate how many undead you have in your deck, how likely you are to activate it. It's not horrible for 4 mana. It's not 1 star, but an Arcane Intellect is 3 mana, draw 2 cards, and Arcane Intellect is a card you're not too happy to draft, so you're pretty unhappy to draft 4 mana, draw 2 cards. But it's really situational. It's not crazy, if you mean this, it's not crazy situational. There's a lot of 2 mana neutral undeads, I think. And so I think it's gonna be pretty easy to activate this, but it's again we'll have to see in practice how many undead decks do end up with. I think the answer is gonna be a lot, but we'll have to see. Resurrect all friendly undead that died after your last turn. This one, on the other hand, seems too situational. Because 5 mana, 3/5, so it's a bad 4 mana stat line. It's a bad 4 mana stat line for 5 mana. You have to have an undead have died during the enemy turn or during your current turn. It's only undead. It doesn't work on like any minion. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, tips of this one's interesting for constructed. Yeah, where you can make all your minion undead, this might be very reasonable. But in Arena, because of the bad stat line, because you have to be trading, you have to have stuff on a very particular turn. This one, I would say, I would default to don't draft. The more and more undead you have, the more and more reasonable this becomes. But there might be enough undead to still cause a void, but it seems really situational. Ghoul art, more resurrecting a ghoulies. Shadow Word Undeath. What? When's the last time we got a true Shadow Word card? I remember Shadow Word Devour, but even Shadow Word Devour was a while ago, right? Let's see. 5 mana. Deal 2 damage to all enemies, which is Consecration for 1 more mana than Consecration. If a friendly undead died after your last turn, do 4. Yeah, at least it's 5 mana Flame Strike with a pretty easy to fulfill condition. Playing Consecration for 5 mana is still a reasonable thing to do when you need the Consecration. And yeah, having an undead die during your turn or during the previous enemy turn seems like a pretty easy thing to do. I think this condition is easy enough. The effect is powerful enough to call this one a 5. But it does scale with your number of undead. If you only have like 2 undead, it might be more of a 4. And if you've got 0 undead, then maybe a 5 mana Consecration's kind of average. Trick says, how is it now an easy condition? So there's a difference here. The difference is that playing an understated 5 to resurrect a 2-cost minion is not that good. Having a 2-cost undead die to do Flame Strike to the opponent is really good. So the payoff here for having any undead die is bigger than the payoff of the High Cultist. At least, in my opinion. Because it's its face, which actually Consecration does too. But Holy Nova doesn't. Alright. Sister Sivalna. Another Valkyr card. Oh, and yeah, I've got the image of the associated card with this, which is a pretty interesting card. Oh, I should move it over a tiny... Well, actually it's fine where it is, but I'll move it over a tiny bit. So yeah, 6 mana, 6/6, little understated versus Boulder Stoker. But yeah, Battlecry permanently, which is a card that does not come up in Hearthstone, a word that does not come up in Hearthstone very often. Permanently add a Vision of Darkness to your hand. So the Vision of Darkness is discover a shadow spell. So every single turn you can spend 3 mana to discover a shadow spell, like Shadow or Death, or one of these new ones like to deal 2 damage to all enemies. You have to play 1 understated card, and it's not even that badly understated for infinite value, or at least value every turn. Yeah, it's kind of like we had that Lorthamar that was 7 mana 7/7 understated, but then it doubled the stats of all cards in your deck. It made this inevitable win condition. This is fairly similar. You get massive power gain for playing 1 understated card, which I'll call 5. Might even be a 6, maybe, but this would have to be more well-stat for me to call it a 6. Isn't 3 mana Discover kind of rough, though? Well, you can't even activate this until turn 6. And so, and you it's not like you lose the chance. This is how good Shadow spells. Shadow or Death. 2 mana, kill a minion that has 5 or more attack is one that will be in there by default. Deal 2 damage to all enemies will be in there. The draw 2 cards is in there, which might help you. I'm not sure what else is in the meta, but just Shadow or Death. This will be in here, which might be a bit of a dud. But just Shadow or Death being in there, and this 2 damage AoE being in there, already are 2 useful things. This is 5 mana, kill minion 5 attack, you mean. It's fair to say. But yeah, I think late in the game, it's in Arena, it's often very, very easy to say, okay, I'm gonna spend 3 mana to discover a spell, and I'm gonna drop a 6-cost minion, and then I'm gonna use that shadow spell next turn, because I don't actually need it right now. Or, I'm gonna play this Discover Shadow spell, I'm gonna Shadow or Death their 6/7, and I'm gonna play a 4, and now I'm ahead. I think, despite the 3 cost, I think when you're already entering turn 7+, before this shows up, I think it's a very, 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 very useful tool. Because it seems very slow. I think it's slow, not very slow. I like this a lot. Pix thinks this isn't good. I think it is good. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe this is crazy. I think it's pretty nuts. I think it's really, really, really good. But maybe it won't be. Yeah, Fix says maybe you won't run out of cards though in Iron Mail. You might be right. But I tend to favor cards that it's Discover, right? If it was 3 mana, add a random shadow spell to your hand, I would like it a lot less. But it's Discover. And so I think it's gonna be really good, personally. Okay. Living says compare it to Galacrond.
What?
What the hell is Galacrond? They didn't let you play Galacrond in Arena. I don't know what Priest Galacrond does. All right. We'll be back. We'll be back in 3 minutes. We've been talking about cards for 3.5 hours. And there's still a lot to go. We did the neutrals. But we still have Paladin, Mage, Hunter, Druid, Demon Hunter, Death Knight. And even then, we still have an extra 70 Death Knight cards to go through. I put It Never Ends in the title, and it's true. And it's true. Thanks to X for the follow. Did I miss a sub while talking about cards? Did I miss a sub while talking about cards? Let's see. So random. I see a sub from Conceded 16 minutes ago. I'm not seeing in the chat history, but it looks like I only see like 10 minutes of chat history. Conceded, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I'm sorry. Well, talking about some card, I think it completely slipped past me. I think it did. So, I think it's already slid off the chat history. Hey. Normally I say excellent decision, but hey, I missed it. So I'm gonna upgrade. I'm very much apologize. Obviously, I really try and never miss a sub, but I guess while super focusing on the card review, I missed it. Thank you very much. Conceded with 5 months of sub. It looks like there wasn't a message on it. It was just the sub alert. So I very much appreciate it. I'm sorry I missed it for 15 minutes. It was very much not intentional, and it's safe with support. Cedos routines the Star Trek show of the day, and hey, I'll tell you what. Oh wait, where'd the webcam go? Sir, the ship's vanished. Oh, it's back. I'll tell you what. There's my additional apology for missing the sub, which I super try not to do. I'm gonna refund you. I'm gonna refund you the 17,000 points, but we'll still do it. There's my additional apology for missing it. Yeah, the reverse Picard maneuver, the ship disappears instead of appearing in 2 places at once. Hey, there's some Star Trek lore. You must construct additional apologies, right? If you got any special requests, Concede, I can try to accommodate, but my source for Star Trek trailers is gone, so right now we're like playing old trailers we've already done. Right, so we get one arena run today? Quite possibly, but we still have like 3 hours of card review to go. So it's in the distant future. We got 6 classes plus 70 additional Death Knight cards. It's gonna be a minute. B. Arthur's a Patreon supporter, and Betty White. Those are both from T-Rex. Bringing the Golden Girls. Before we get back to the review, let's do that Star Trek show of the day that Concede redeemed. I refunded Concede on the channel points. So I missed their sub for 15 minutes, which I felt bad about.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Trek: The Next Generation.
It's like the trailer ends with a half-second shot of Riker and Picard just sitting on the bridge. Yeah. How's it going? I would have just ended with the shot of the shuttle. How do we get back to the card review screen? Like this. These look very edgy, very blocky. Okay. Off to Paladin we go. As a comparison. Alright, Feast and Famine, rather than Feast or Famine. And yes, this Blood Elf looks... he just looks like arrogantly offended, you know? He's not actually concerned about the power of the undead. He's just, how dare you touch me, you peasant! Do you see how expensive my black and red armor is? Unhand me. Give your hero +3 attack this turn, mana thirst, and lifesteal. Get your hands off me, you dirty undead. The Blood Elf can talk, he can talk. I can sing. I can lifesteal. Alright, so yeah. Give your hero +3 attack this turn, you know, somewhat comparable to, like, Rock Biter weapon. I guess it's more similar to Heroic Strike for Warrior back in the day. But you're doing half the cost of Rock Biter, and half the cost of Heroic Strike, but for -1 attack. It's 1 mana. 1 mana help you kill a minion, or kill a minion straight up. And if you're at least 4, then you can either get the 3 lifesteal, or you can combine it with a weapon to do, like, 7 lifesteal. See, it looks too low value for Arena. I don't think it's... I don't think it's too low value. I think it's... but you're right. It's fairly efficient removal, you know. You're taking damage. You're taking damage. You know, when you compare this to, like, Holy Smite, it's not crazy good. This gets better if you have weapons. It gets better if you have weapons, because then you can lifesteal alongside the weapon's extra damage. Round says 3. I would also call it a 3. If you've got a couple of weapons, then it might go up to like a low 4, because you can get that valuable lifesteal. But yeah, I would say it's a pretty solid 3. Pretty solid 3. I would rather have a Holy Smite than this, but I would call Holy Smite like a high end 4. So yeah, this is fairly nice. It might even be a low end 4. It's good damage for the cost, good removal for the cost. But to say Vitality, if I haven't said high, question mark? Flight of the Bronze. Discover a dragon. Oh, right. This one was revealed pretty early on, right? Anytime you see Discover a Dragon in Arena, you get scared because, you know, the core dragons are still around. Maybe the core dragons won't be around in April. Maybe the core dragons won't be around in April when they do a new core set. But for now, you can get core Ysera, core Deathwing, core Alexstrasza. Yeah, Discover a Dragon. If you're at least at 7 mana, you also summon a 5/5 Drake with Taunt. So you don't discount the dragon. You don't discount the dragon like you do with Draconic Studies. A Discover a Dragon's really strong. And 1 mana, summon a 5/5 Drake with Taunt on turn 7 or forward is really, really, really strong. 1 mana, 5/5 Taunt. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, it's hard not to cost a 6. Wow, we know they're a good core. Well, we know there are good core dragons around. If the core dragons go away, then some metas Discover a Dragon might get a lot weaker. But after turn 7, this will still be strong no matter the meta. It means a discount when you get free 5/5 with Taunt, as long as you're on turn 7 or higher, you know? Sometimes priests, you know, will do the Draconic Stays early on and play like a 4 mana 5/6 dragon with Discover on it. I'm not gonna be doing that here. And there's getting like Fuse on steroids. You need no setup. You need no setup. Because we used to play Seal of Lights. What do you mean used to? We're playing this meta. This Conks needs some uniforms from Star Trek to use the same way as Yugi or Joey's hair. I tried that once. But because I'm not a real member of Starfleet, Data got really, really mad at me. When I put the fake Star Trek uniform on, he got so upset. I don't do that anymore. Alright. This has been discussed, but if I use a coin turn 4, would Mathurst 5 be active? I actually don't know the answer to that. Omega did not activate. Omega did not activate if you coined from 9 to 10 mana. So if it works like Omega, the answer is no. I haven't said when. Yeah, I would suspect the answer is no, but I'm not 100% sure. He's nice. She was a better leader than Picard. That's debatable, but there was an episode about it. All right. Sanguine Soldier. Sanguine means hopeful, but it also means bloody. In this case, it means bloody. 1 mana, 2/1 Divine Shield. Battlecry, do 2 damage to your hero. So yeah. Hello again, Minibot. Right, so you lose 1 health, which is significant, but you also do it for half the mana cost. This card's pretty nuts. Giving up 2 face health for a 1 mana card this good is super worth it. So yeah. Bloody Paladin theme here? Yes, we'll see. We're gonna see Seal of Blood shortly, and Seal of Blood is really, really good. 4 to 5. I would still agree. If this was a 1 mana 2/2, then I would give it 5. But as a 1-mana 2/1 Divine Shield, it's still really, really strong for its cost. But I don't think I would give it a 5. Fix's Coin does not work with Mana Thirst. I wouldn't think it would if I wasn't sure. Here's Liadrin, who was featured in the trailer against the Lich King. 2 mana 3/2. After you summon a minion with less attack than this, give it Divine Shield and Rush. Right, so anything with 2 attack or 1 attack, unless you can buff Liadrin. If you can buff Liadrin, then you can do all types of stuff. There's Wise Paladin in itself now, so when there's history to this. There's a history to this. I'll try to go through the history quickly. So when World of Warcraft launched, Alliance players could not play Shaman. Only Horde could play Shaman. And Horde could not play Paladin. Only Alliance could play Paladin. So Shaman was exclusive to Horde. Paladin was exclusive to Alliance. When they launched Burning Crusade, they let Alliance play Shaman, and they let Horde play Paladin if you made a Blood Elf Paladin. And the Blood Elf Paladins still had a bit of different flavor than the Alliance Paladins, because the Blood Elves had the Seal of Blood, which, damaged yourself to do extra damage type thing. So, the interesting thing is that only lasted for, a year. Once they went from Burning Crusade to Wrath of the Lich King, a little bit into Wrath of the Lich King, they got rid of Seal of Blood. They got rid of Seal of Blood, and I think a couple other bloody abilities, and they made the Alliance and the Horde Paladins the same. So Seal of Blood only lasted for, less than 2 years, I think. But they're doing all the Hearthstone stuff here around it anyway. Who are the Alliance Shaman, then? The Space Goats. The Space Goats, like Yrel, the Draenei, like Concede says. Yeah, the Space Goats. And they've expanded that over time. Now there's you can do Tauren Paladin for Horde. You can do other Paladin stuff for Horde now, and you can do other Alliance Shaman. But during Burning Crusade, it was only Draenei for Shaman. It was only Blood Elves for Paladins. Alright, but yeah, so if you can buff this, Fix it as a 4 on its own. But if you can buff it, that can get even stronger, absolutely. Yeah. Living says, speaking of which, have we not gone Farseer noble representation in Hearthstone? I don't think so. He was broken, right? We got a comma. This works for your hero power, incidentally. It's a little draft dependent. Yeah, this must be nice. Yeah, it's a little draft dependent, but yeah, there's like people say a lot of potential. I'm gonna I think I'd even say high end 4, even without buffing it. I feel like I'd say high end 4. So it works with your hero power by default, and a lot of times you do draft 2 3s and stuff. And in the worst case scenario, it's a 2 mana 3/2. Absolute worst case scenario, and that works with your hero power. 2 mana Magic Carpet. One way to look at it. For Quail Thalas, give a friendly minion +3 attack. Give your hero +2 attack this turn. So the +3 attack to the friendly minion is permanent. Incidentally, plus attack also works well with Divine Shieldy stuff. And it works well with Liadrin in general. You can give her +3 attack, and that will let you rush out, less attack than this. So she would go to 6. You could rush anything with 5 or less attack. This is pretty darn good. You can help kill a minion with your hero with the +2 attack. Get a permanent buff on one of your minions. Is it absolutely insane? I still think it's not absolutely insane, but it's really very nice. I would say high end 4. High end 4. But here's Seal of Blood. Seal of Blood. Give a minion +3/+3, 1 less than Blessing of Kings, and Divine Shield, which is a huge deal. And the only downside is you deal 3 damage to your hero. So yeah, we had Seal of Champions, which was +3/+1 Divine Shield, or was it just +3 Divine Shield? Did you get 0 health? No, you got 0 health out of Seal of Champions, right? It was just +3 attack and Divine Shield. So this you get +3 health as well, and the only cost, yeah, it was just 3 attack, right? So Seal of Champions was pretty darn good. This is pretty insane. This is pretty insane. I don't know if it goes all the way to 6, but I would certainly call this a 5. I would certainly call this a 5. This is a 3-mana card that, for the downside of doing 3 damage to your face, you get a card that is worth, 5 mana, almost 6 mana. We had the Blessing of Pharaohs, which is closer to this card, which is 6 mana. So yeah, I mean, you get a 5 mana card for 3 mana at the cost of 3 damage to your face. Super, super, super worth it. Compares to Kings, yeah. 10, 3, 5, 6 Divine Shield, X, yep. Man, so you can heal this sometimes off True Silver, so anyway, yep. Pharaoh's Gift Talk, though, it did. A Daring Drake. It's a dragon you could discover with Discover a Dragon. Battlecry, if you're holding another dragon, gain +1/+1. There was that neutral 3 mana 3/3 dragon, deal 3 damage if you're holding a dragon. We've actually had multiple 4 mana 4/4 rushes in this expansion. There's at least 2 others, I believe, and they're pretty good on their own. They're kind of a low end 4 on their own. So yeah, if you're not holding a dragon, it's a low end 4, I would say. If you are holding a dragon, then it's a very high end. No, it's a low end 5. It's a low end 5 if you're holding a dragon. So yeah. So the more dragons you have, the better. It's still a draftable card without any dragons. The Time Warden, another dragon, but this one's epic, not common. 4 mana 3/5. Bad stat line, but not terrible. Battlecry, until the end of your next turn, dragons you summon gain Taunt and Divine Shield. Oh, until the end of your next turn, not just this turn and next turn. And this has Rush. So you'd be rushing with Divine Shield. That's very significant. Yeah, Living Since feels like that's for a lot. Yeah, so obviously, the more dragons you have, the better the skits. If you got that, like, Discover a Dragon, this can get really, really good. Yeah, just a very simple dragon battle in the deck. Yeah, fortunately, perhaps this isn't epic, although you could discover it. You could discover it off that Discover a Dragon. By default, this is a 2. By default, it's a 2, because it's a 4 mana 3/5, which is understand, you just don't want it. That says summon not played. Yeah, so if you there's a few ways to summon dragons directly to board instead of playing a card for the dragons. Yeah. Daring Drake plus Time Warden is basically Zilix. Well, no lifesteal, though. So yeah. By default, it's a 2. The more dragons you have, the better it gets. Drakefire Amulets. Drakefire Amulet's a priest card, though. The Blood Crusader. Battlecry, your next paladin in this curtain costs health instead of mana. It's another thing that, scales in terms of, if your deck is full of neutrals, you're not going to be able to do anything with this, and it's really understated. It's a bad 5 mana stat line for 6 mana. But if you can play this as 6 mana 5/5, and then you can play a Daring Drake for 4 health and get a 4/4 rush, then you're getting a 5/5 and a 4/4 rush for spending 6 mana and 4 health, which is very worth it. Very, very worth it most of the time. It's a little bit of a hard card to evaluate, because we're not sure exactly how many paladins we'll get, and we're not sure. The more aggressive the meta is, the harder this is to play. It's a hard card to evaluate. Yeah, super high ceiling card, right? And it's difficult to evaluate without knowing how aggressive the meta is. I am almost more thinking calling this a 3, but you can make such a high burst of speed with this card that I think I'm actually gonna call it a high-end 4 on average. But it's a difficult card to evaluate until you actually see how fast the meta might be. It's a curious card. Legendary 7 mana 8/8 dragon. Oh, This one, right. So this one's pretty weird. So yeah, send all other minions 2 turns into the future, which includes enemy minions. So yeah, oh man, this is funny, right? So this doesn't make the minions dormant, by the way. They poof completely off the board, and then 2 turns in the future they resummon. And it's another one that's a little hard to wrap your head around how it's gonna look. So I'm trying to think through it myself. So yeah, 7-mana Death Witness and discard 8 cards, although your enemy minions eventually come back. Anachronistic, out of place in time. So the board is, 2/4/4s, 2/4/4s, just for simplicity. You attack with your 2/4/4s, and then you play this. All the minions vanish. You've got a 7-mana 8/8. Goes to the enemy turn. Comes back to your turn. Goes to the enemy turn. Now, I think on the enemy second turn, their minions will come back first. Yeah? Their minions will come back first. But they will, I believe, they'll have summoning sickness, so they still won't be able to attack. And then when it comes back to your turn, you get your minions back, which also have summoning sickness, unless they have, rush. Do they have an issue when they poof back in? I doubt it. But there's some details about this card that I definitely don't know. I would think they would have to have rush. And yeah, Rosebrick said if they don't have the space to come back, they're lost in time. And that's not dead, so if they had Death Row, they won't trigger. They're just gone forever. And they won't be in the Resurrect pool or whatever. May as well be twisted for the purpose battle when using pool. Yeah, it's 3 turns. It's 3 turns until minions can actually act again, unless they have rush, I think. Would have to believe they have initiative, because why else wouldn't they just make this dormant? The idea is that if you played this with, 5 minions on your board, then for the next 2 turns, you wouldn't be able to play any minions. The whole board would be dormant minions, and that'd be rough. The idea is that you get to play kind of a normal game for the next 2 turns until your minions come back. I would think that's the main reason. So now time for that minion that fills both boards with shine. Probably not. Which says, should the minions spawn at both sides at the same time? Do you think it'll come back to your turn specifically 2 turns in the future, and that will summon your board and the enemy board on your turn? Maybe. I'm not exactly sure how that works. Versus yes, is that how it works? As it seems very powerful, but at the same time, it's one of those cards you won't always want to play. Yeah, if you're too far ahead, but if you're too far ahead, then you're probably pretty happy anyway. Fix, they don't know how to rate this. I think it's very good, yeah. The fact that you get to slip in some face damage if you're ahead, or if you're ahead or even, if you have any minions on board, and then you get to drop an 8/8 while not worrying about your opponent's stuff for 2 whole turns. 2 turns can be a lifetime. You play an overstead minion, and you sort of temporarily give yourself an advantage. I think it's very good. But I'm not gonna be so confident as to call it a 5. I'm gonna call it a 4. I think it puts you ahead. And it gives you a significant window to just straight up win the game. And yeah, Nightmare says, what if there's not a forward space from return, as Fix says, and as I think maybe Rosenberg said. Yeah, they're just gone forever. Gone forever. They don't die even. They don't even go into the resurrect pool. They're just gone. They're gone. So turn 6 play, that 4-mana 3/5. Blizzcon 7 is a divine shield / taunt. Sure. All right. So yeah, I think this is pretty okay. This is good, or very good even. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is very good. This is good. This is conditionally good. This one's maybe not so good. This one's a lot harder to pull off. This is probably good, but not in aggro meta. And I think this is good. So yeah, just like Rogue, it feels like Paladin is a big winner of this expansion. It's like be a ton of fun to play. So yeah, not only be as fun as the Rogue concoctions, but yeah. Rogue looked like it was really a winner. Paladin looks like a winner. Now we're gonna look at Mage. So keep this card in mind, because this card's important. Because there's at least 2 other cards that say, like, add an arcane bolt to your hand. So it's 1 mana, deal 2 damage, which can go face. So it's like the old Holy Smite. You know, I like the new Holy Smite that does 3 damage to a mage. 3 damage to a mage. Holy Smite does 3 damage to a mage. The new Holy Smite does 3 damage to a minion. I like that better than 2 damage in general, because I like minion damage rather than face damage anyway. Screw you, mage. Holy Smite, only mage. Screw this class in particular. But once you get up to turn 8 plus, it does 3 damage to a minion or to face. So if you're after turn 8 type thing, then that becomes straight up better than the Holy Smite. Alright, class spells, yeah. Let's go back to Paladin guys. Not gonna smite them. Alright, but yeah, like I said, keep this in mind, because the Arcane Worm, Battlecry adds an Arcane Bolt to your hand. So, this on its own is, you know, like a low-end 3? A low-end 3? Yeah, do we rate this card? It's like a low-end 3. I think 1 mana, deal 2 damage is, you know, it's fine. It does, you know, the Mana Thirst maybe makes into just kind of a straight-up 3. Because it becomes stronger, but it becomes stronger at the point in the game where you are worrying less about the efficiency of the damage. Low 3, but boy, it has synergies. We'll see. We'll see. So Arcane Worm, you want a 1 mana 1/3. This is a 1 mana 1/2, which you don't want, but you get a good spell as a consequence, and so I think that's worth it. I think a small body with a pretty good spell on it is quite worthwhile. So I like this card, actually. I like this card. As a low 4, It's a slightly understated body with a good spell given to you. I like it. The Magister's Apprentice, trying to carry a bunch of books around. And weapons, actually. Your arcane spells cost 1 less, so you can make these arcane bolts cost 0, which is useful. And she's just decently statted. So, you know, if you got a bunch of arcane bolts, maybe this becomes a 4. Or if you've got other arcane spells, maybe this becomes a 4. But in Arena, where you don't have a huge amount of control over what types of spells you're getting, it's a 3. It's a 3 because it's a 2 mana 3/2. And it gets better the more arcane spells you have. It's the same as Sorcerer's Apprentice, but only for arcane. But only for arcane. No frost. No fire. You can't do the fireball combo with this card. Prismatic Elemental, which is kind of a cute art, with it's being hit by chaos and fire and holy and shadow type thing. Except I don't. Okay, so 2 mana 1/3. Battlecry, discover a spell from any class. It costs 1 less. So it's a really cool card. It's a little understated, but discover a spell is great, and the discount is great. So, you know, you play a slightly understated minion for a really, really nice battle cry. It's 5 stars of fun. It might only be an upper tier 4 in terms of power, but, you know, lower tier 5, upper tier 4. It's really fun. It's really fun. I like it a lot. But here's my problem. Here's my problem with it, I just don't think the art is appropriate, right? This, to me, you look at this card, he's crossing his arms, he's getting hit by 4 different types of magic, and he's just, you know, standing here. It feels like the card should say, you know, while this is in play, your opponent has like a -4 spell power or something, right? It feels like it should be something that's resisting magic, rather than discovering magic. So I don't like the art. I don't think the art, it doesn't feel appropriate to the card. It feels like great art for a different type of card. So I don't like the art. This art doesn't have dawn. I don't know what the... Right. Yeah, negative spell power sounds cool. Right. I like the art, but I just don't think it's appropriate for the card. Anyway, more art complaints. More art complaints for this set. I have more art complaints than usual. The Arc Splitter, another one of these types of constructs that we saw a lot of in Sunken City. Death Rattle, add our two arcane bolts to your hand. And the magic is coming out of its body. Because the tail is on the other side, you know. Death Rattle, add 2 arcane bolts to your hand. Is Death Rattle, not Battle Cry, which is a downside. So you lose 2 health over a spider tank for 2 reasonable spells. Very often worth it. Especially if that arcane spells cost less thing. Yeah, little slow, little low power on its own. Thinks it's worth. I agree that it's worth, but because it's understated itself, and because the Death Rattle not a Battle Cry, I tend to rate more on the low end of 4 than like the high end of 4. It's got good value, but you know, it's a little slow. It's a little slow. It's a little, you know, just a little slow. It's just a little slow. It's like a cheap run. Yeah. I like it, but it doesn't feel insanely powerful. It could feel insanely powerful if it had, you know, more health, or if it was a Battle Cry. Reminds you of a slow Ram Commander. Somewhat reasonable comparison. It's like adding a Fireball late game. Yep. But it's still Death Rattle, right? It's still Death Rattle. So, you know, if your opponent is down at 6 health, and you've got these mana-thirsted arcane bolts that do 3 damage each, and, you know, you're about to die, and you play this, you're like, I don't have the arcane bolts until next turn. There is no next turn. I mean, so in Hearthstone Arena, does anyone know what rolling 10 average and rolling 30 average means? I don't think I do. Oh, average over the last 10, 30 runs, right? 30 runs is leaderboard score. So yeah. Much of Mather State, the old Wax Jam looks weird on Arcane Bolt. Mage makes a lot of Arcane Bolts. Discover 2 spells that cost 3 or less, then swap their costs. It's kind of interesting and weird, right? Because you're swapping the costs on things that are already small. So you spend 3 mana, you can discover like a 3-cost spell and a 1-cost spell, or maybe even a 0-cost spell if they're around. And then you swap, so the 3-cost spell costs 1 cost, but the 1 cost costs 3 costs. You can still spend it later when you've got spare mana. But yeah, John says discover 2 spells is amazing, full stop. Fair to say. Yeah, we'll have to kind of see the full card pool in the meta to see how fantastic this is. But this is, there's small guaranteed, yeah. You get a bunch of secret hits, that's true. It's unlike the Arc Splitter, you know, this is not Death Rail. This is immediately you're able to use these spells if you got them out to spare. It's still one of these things that you don't want to be doing this early in the game, right? And there's a lot of cards like this in Hearthstone, but because of the 3 upfront cost, and even with the swapped cost, you still have to pay the mana for the spells. You still don't want to be doing this early in the game. This is something you'll be doing often on like turn 9 or later, really. You're going to be focused on minion combat before that, typically. So, it's good. But it's, you know, it's kind of a slow card in terms of you don't want to be doing this early on, typically. Maybe I'll be wrong. But I'm going to call it a 4, not a 5. You're guaranteed to discover small stuff, and the upfront cost is a little high. So maybe I'll be wrong about this. Maybe it's better than I think. But yeah, I think it's a late gamey thing you want to do. In Arena. And so, yeah, it's nice. It's good value. But I think it's a little slow. Yeah, swap cost is weird. It's only like 3-2 or 1 mana. Yeah. Not 5 for sure, 4 3. Yeah, maybe it'll be even weaker than I think. There's another one. It's another one here. I don't know what has happened with this set, but I'm still a little curious to look like at the credits and see if maybe there's just like one particular artist they've got that I don't like. But this card looks very flat to me. I mean, again, maybe I'm complaining about the art too much, but I look at this art, it feels below the usual Hearthstone quality to me. It looks very flat, the perspective looks weird, the shading is weak. I don't want to keep harping on it, but I do want to mention. I do want to mention where I'm like, I don't like the art on this card. If you're somebody who values the aesthetics of Hearthstone like I do, then I do want to at least briefly mention, like, I don't like how this card looks. I think it looks not great. Major artwork review. I've been mentioning a lot through the whole set. Thanks to Sydney with the follow. I appreciate it. 4 mana, 3/5. Bad stat line. We saw it on that Paladin Dragon. Battlecry. Transfer all spells in your hand. Ones cost 2 more. They keep their original cost. Oh, so this combines with this. This combines with this. So you can do discover a 3-cost spell, swap it with a 1-cost card. And then you've got your 3-cost spell that costs 1. And then you can use Energy Shaper to turn it into a random 5-cost card. 5-cost spell that still costs 1. So, okay, so these combine together. So that's a little interesting, but it's a rare and epic. It's a rare and epic. Yeah, coin synergy. Yeah, 2-cost thing costs 0. Frank says, if we change the art of old cards like Army of the Dead, look more colorful and less gritty. Really? Huh. This is... I'll tell you, the artist for that one isn't the same as the others you weren't enamored with. Okay. He's not a fan of this one. I suppose I don't like that it's random. And I also don't like that very, very often in Arena, you're not only making balance spells, but you can do this with the arcane bolts, right? You can get your 2 1-mana arcane bolts off like Arc Splitter, and you can get 2 3-cost spells that cost 1 mana each. Now they are random. You might get a bad secret or something. It's still interesting. It's interesting. But yeah, I feel like this is a little bit more of a constructed thing overall. It is, like I said, a slightly understated, very slightly, versus like a Chill and Yeti. June Jeff spells are good, right? And this might turn things into bad spells. Remember 3-cost spell costs 1 is very often better. Built very often, not always, but very often. It's a little bit of a tough one to evaluate. I just gotta play it safe and call it a 3. If you end up feeling like random spells are actually worse than you expect, that could be actually a downside. You go 2. If the spell evolution ends up being stronger than I think, maybe it actually steps it up. But yeah, Gym Master is more of a constructed card. I think I agree with that. I'll be safe and call it a 3. Yeah, Living Things is a 4. Oh, sorry, it's a 4 mana 3/5. You can see it actually just on stats. Sort of. I mean, it's a bad stat line. It's the Tazdingo stat line. And it doesn't have taunt. Oh, your arcane spells cast twice. Oh, with all those arcane bolts. Well, there's the payoff in constructed, I guess, for doing all the arcane bolt stuff in constructed. You can still pull this off in Arena reasonably easily, it seems like. But you need to have the cards in the right order. You need to have not, you need to not play arcane bolts until you get this down. But yeah, I guess the idea in constructed will be to, gather up a bunch of arcane bolts, reach 8 mana so they do 3 damage, drop the 2 mana, your arcane spells cost 1 less, so all the arcane spells cost 0, you drop Vex, and you drop that 2 mana Magister thing, and you play all your arcane bolts for 0 mana. Yeah. 5 mana 3/5, yeah, Gemmaster's a Void, yeah. I mean, it starts at Don't Draft, and then for every access to Arcane Bolt you have, or I guess other arcane spells, maybe, Arcane Intellect, draw 4 cards, it gets better and better. And it seems like Arcane Bolt will be common enough that you might call it indeed a 2. But yeah, it's a constructed payoff card. Fixes... Oh, Vix is still talking about the Energy Shaper, okay. The Arcane Defenders. This one looks a little flat, like these other cards I'm talking about. This one I don't mind as much. This one looks fine to me. Summons 2 5/6 golems with taunt, and can't be targeted with spells or hero power. So 5/6 taunt is worth slightly over 5 mana. So this gets you slightly over 10 mana worth of cards for 8 mana. It's really tough to get through them. Taunt is valuable in Arena. And so, yeah, I'm comparing this most directly to, we had Deep Freeze. 8 mana, freeze a minion, and summon 2 3/6 water elementals. This doesn't freeze the minion, but you get taunts that are 5/6s instead of 3/6s. Fixes seems good. I agree. I mean, what I'm debating is it a 4? Do we go to all the way to 5? I feel like we don't go all the way to 5. I feel like it's almost there. And yeah, Living says Mobius is an arcane spell. Yeah, so I guess if you had this on board and you could still get this out, you could summon like a whole board of 5/6 taunts, yeah. But you can also make it cheaper. You can make it cheaper with that 2 mana card. Yeah. Maybe this goes all the way to a very low end 5, but I'd be typically calling it a very, very, very good card. Yeah, Power of Creation's well, you said food comparison, but good comparison. And yeah, Power of Creation was also very nice. But to see that now, the thing about Power of Creation was a lot of times you were trying to do this, right? A lot of times with Power of Creation, you were like, man, I need to hit those 6-cost taunts, because if I don't do that, they're just gonna shoot past me with their board and I'm gonna die. So a lot of times with Power of Creation, you were trying to do exactly this, and this is going to always do that. Yeah, I need 2 Sunwalkers, right. It could come up frequently, and this always does that. Although it's not quite as good. If you're not behind, it's not quite as good as rolling, like Cairn off Power of Creation. So yeah. I'm still gonna call it a very high-end 4, but it's a super solid card. This card, I think this is the one that's getting a signature card and a diamond card, which is pretty weird. 9 mana, 5/7, obviously badly statted. Recast each spell you've cast this game that didn't star in your deck. So the more discover a spell you've got, the better this gets. There is at least 1 or 2 neutral discover spells, right? And there might be some from other metas. By default, it's a super understat 9 that does nothing. So it's one of these that starts at 1. And yeah, it really, really depends on how many spells you can get to start your deck. It works with that 3 mana card, that discovers 2 spells. It works with all the arcane bolts. Now, does arcane bolt say enemy? It doesn't. Right, Glacius arcane bolt goes all over the place. Right, that's what I was checking. So. One of the main things you can get that didn't start in your hand, when didn't start in your deck, is Arcane Bolt that can start shooting your face and shooting your minions. So that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I would. This is a payoff for a thing you will sometimes be able to do. Yeah. It fixes Scalamances in. You can get like Mage Scribes spell bursting 2 cards in your hand type of thing. That then the value goes up. Yeah. So this starts as a don't draft, and then the more and more you can take advantage of it, the better it gets. Obviously, I would say in a typical arena deck, I would still probably say this is an avoid. But it doesn't take much. You don't need to high roll very hard for this to become more of a decent, but yeah, it's more of a constructed payoff. It's certainly hard to pull off in arena. Yeah. All right, I'll do. If you have this, change your discover strategy. Right, if you would more want to discover something that is not fireball, something that can't target yourself. If you're trying to set up that card, it's true. This is a 1 if you're one of the boring, unfaithful. If you praise Yogg, maybe. Alright, Ricochet Shot. So we're on to Hunter. Deal 1 damage to 3 random enemies, which can include face. Glaive said I read that it doesn't hit the same enemy more than once. Even if there's not yeah, which actually makes sense, right? You don't ricochet off a wall into that same wall. This is very differently for arcane missiles. Yeah, so it's Glavy says, and I believe it, that this doesn't hit the same enemy twice. Although, right, yeah, fix it, you can ricochet back to him. Right? I was thinking, you know, if you have a face and you have an enemy and you ricochet shot, you know, does it go boom boom and that never hits one of the other ones twice? I'm going to assume that what Glavy says is true, and yeah, even if there's only 2 targets, it will not hit the same one twice. I'm going to assume that for now, unless somebody disputes it. If we make that assumption, yeah, Forked Lightning but 3. Well, Forked Lightning does 2, and it only hits minions. 1 mana. Have a go with spell power. Yeah, that's true. That's true. There are yeah, this could be amped to go like 2/2/2, yeah. There are reborn cards in this meta. There are reborn cards. This is good against that. Again, you know, if this couldn't hit face, I might like it a little better. Although pretty often the opponent doesn't have like, you know, 3 minions on board anyway. I'm comparing to like Shooting Star. I like Shooting Star in Mage, but Shooting Star is more controllable. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like it. I think the lack of control upsets me. I am gonna call it a 2-star card. Because, like I said, I'm comparing to Shooting Star, which is 3 damage. You know, it's 1 damage to 3 minions in a cleave, and you can control it. This one you can't control, and it can hit face, which might be fine for Constructed, but it's not really good for Arena. I think this is a below average card for Arena. It's not awful, but I think I don't like it much. Yeah, Rams said they prefer Shooting Star in this, and yeah, Shooting Star is not the best card ever anyway, it's just decent. So I'm gonna call that one not very good. I like the R in this one. I like the Arcane Quiver. Discover spell from your deck. From your deck, so you gotta have spells in your deck. If it's arcane, give it plus spell damage plus 1. Right, so that works with this immediately. It does show you the 3. It's discover, so it shows you 3 spells at once. So you get 3 spells available. It costs 2 mana though. It does cost 2 mana to set this up. Yeah, discovering a spell when you need it can be good. But it does cost 2 mana to set up. I would call this, you know, kind of decent. Are all arcane spells and hunter damage spells? Probably. Arcane? Probably. Here's another one. And yeah, maybe this gets a bit better as I look at the other spells available. Ring of it's gonna deal with that singular spells. Yeah. By default, I just say, you know, this is something you can use to get a spell when you need it. Worst tracking. Well, tracking can get any card in your deck. It can give you minions, right? If you need specifically a deadly shot, this is a lot better than tracking. Because you might have 16 minions and 2 spells, one of which is deadly shot. Conjured Arrow. Deal 2 damage to a minion. Mana through 6, draw that many cards. So, yeah, if you give it spell damage plus 1, you could draw 3 cards off this later in the game. Even without the mana, well, sorry, not without the mana thirst, but even without boosting it, 2 mana deal 2 damage is a little less than you expect, because you expect 3 damage. But drawing 2 cards while doing damage for Hunter is actually pretty insane. Yeah, 2 mana, deal 2, draws 2 is bonkers, and, you know, you can enhance it with spell damage. Yeah, and turn 6 is where you like, start running out of cards. So, yeah, no, I mean, this is really, really, really good. We've seen, you know, these 4 mana draw 2 spells for other classes in this expansion that you can conditionally discount. The only condition to this one is wait till turn 6. So, yeah, this one's really nice, regardless of spell damage or not. It's just super worthwhile. All right, give that a 5. Scourge Tamer. Oh, I put a 6 just because zombies are one of my favorite mechanics ever. We're gonna have to see the zombies in action a little bit to see exactly how strong you can make them. The advantage of zombies back in the day was that you got to do it every turn with your hero power. So even if an individual zombies could sometimes whiff, you kept getting them over and over and over again. So this is understood, 2 mana, 2/2, but for giving up 1 attack or 1 health, you get to make the cool custom zombies. It is a lot of value. They can be a little slow. I'm thinking the zombies will be pretty good, and so I'm thinking it genuinely might be a 5. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's more of a 4, but I think it's a 5. And I just love zombies. I just love zombies. You know, just like the concoction stuff from Rogue. That's kind of like old Kazaka stuff. I like anything that builds custom cards mid-match. I think it's really cool. I think it's something Magic the Gathering has a hard time doing, but as a pure digital game, we can do it here. So I want to call it a 6 just because I love it, but it's probably more of a 4 or 5 in reality. The Shock Spitter. Which is one thing you don't like about the new cards is they aren't self-explained within the card. They require a bunch of external knowledge. What's a zombie, what's a concoction, etc. I hear you. I hear you. You know, I don't have. It would be, you know, nice if there was a way mid-match, you know, to right-click a card or something. Which I don't know how you right-click on mobile. Maybe you hold and hover on the card or something. But it would be nice if mid-match you could like right-click a card and it would pop up with additional information about the card and the related cards to it. That'd be nice. So yeah, I hear you. There's not much to do about it on our end, but I hear you. James, is that save file? Am I the shock spitter? What? James, use your right hand for mobile to right-click. Of course. What an idiot I was. You remember that time when Janet Hero Power summoned Water Elemental? The Icy Touch. The Icy Touch. It was a reminder of the Forger at a high cost minion to your hand. Which was random. This is more controllable. Iron Forge it's great, right? 2 mana, 2/2, and it does have the beast tag. Valkyrie deal 1 damage. Improved by your hero attacks this game, right? So the hero attack meaning using your face. Using your face with a weapon. I think we're gonna see a weapon. A new weapon? There's one. But it's 6 mana. It's expensive. So yeah. The 2 mana 2/2 deal 1 damage is already fine, though, is the thing. It's already fine. It's already a high-end 3. And then if your hero can attack, it gets better and better. Yeah, if I was to just be an awesome Demonary card, it sure would. It sure would. It's high attack, not mana, right? Yeah, it was a 5 or more attack minion, right? So you could often roll like a 3 mana 5/1. That Druid 3 mana 5/1. Silver Moon Far Strider. Battlecry, give all arcane spells in your hand spell damage +1, which has synergy with the Conjured Arrow and has synergy with the Ricochet Shot. This is all rare. And, you know, it's a 2 mana 2/3, so if you don't have any arcane spells in hand, it's just an average card by default. And if you got that thing that does 2 damage and once you're above 6 mana, draws cards for you, it becomes much better. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to run the arcane spells and construct, I'm sure you're running this in Arena. Starts at 3, gets better. Grand total 5 arcane spells Hunter ever, including Arcane Shot. 3 mana 3/4, the Bright Wing. This card was going to be a diamond, but they said they didn't think it worked well as a diamond. Which I'm not sure if I agree with. Seems like it could be okay if the bow was coming out of the screen and if the arrows were animated. I don't know. 3 mana 3/4. It's a Spider Tank stat line. Battlecry, give all arcane spells in your deck plus spell damage +1 instead of in your hand. This does in your deck, which is better if you haven't drawn them and worse if you have drawn them. Spider Tank does. We have a Spider Tank. Yeah, same deal as the previous card. It's well statted, so by default it's fine. And then the more of those arcane spells you happen to have in your deck, the better you get. Same deal. Another 3 mana 3/4, another Spider Tank. Now see, here we go. just in terms of the stuff I'm talking about, it's and this one's not bad, but there's just something about a lot of cards in the set that I feel like they're flat. I feel like they're flat. I feel like there's not enough like shading and depth on them. I like the cat thing in front, but it's not very shaded. It's not like casting shadows on itself, and the blood elf isn't either. Like there's a piece of hair. There's a hair right across the chest of the elf that it looks very flat 'cause it's not like casting a shadow onto the piece of armor beneath it. There's not a drop shadow. I keep harping on the art, but when it's notable to me, I want to talk about it. And so I think this one looks okay overall, but it still looks kind of flat. This one feels like it has more self shading to me. The shoulder piece there kind of pops because it's casting shadow on the little piece of armor beneath it. That's between the cuff and the shoulder, and the hood. The hood is casting a bit of a shadow on her face. This one is it feels like it has more depth than that other card. So you can play Arena soon? Not very soon. Not very soon. We still have a lot of cards to go through. Sorry. It's the card review day, and we got 50 billion cards to go through. Let's see. Whenever your hero attacks a minion, set its health to 1. Now, if you got weapons, it's good. Yeah, this card's bonkers unless you have no weapons, which gets spell attack. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same as these, it's fine. It's fine to draft on its own. If you've got a candle shot, it becomes really, 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 really good. Good to see Spectacular. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, no one said this was cow shot. Exactly. Shift can blame out art, right? Right? This is casting some shadow on itself. Look, on the on the left side where the light source is, there's no shadow on that shoulder, but on the other side, there's shadow being cast across. Eversong Portal, 4 mana, summon 1, 4/4 links with rush, improved by spell damage. Right, so this is arcane, so this is affected. This is affected by this card and this card. Yeah, so this one gets improved by mains. This one gets improved big time. Now it's such a common theme here. Moose says this art's meh. I agree that it's not amazing, but there is some shadowing going on it. Well, Geomancer, true. Does arcane spell power improve the stat of those, or is it summon more? It summons more because it says summon 1 4/4 links, so it would become summon 2 4/4 links is right. So it gets massively improved by spell damage. So yeah, and even we saw the Paladin 4/4 Rush Dragon. That's the thing, is even it just like the other cards that are kind of 3s without the upside. This one's more of a low 4 without the upside because a 4/4 Rush is nice. So this is still a nice card on its own, and it scales very quickly to being insane if you have spell damage. So even with just one point of spell damage, this becomes crazy. If you can get 2 points of spell damage, it becomes nuts. You get 12/12 for 4 mana. You get like the payoff of one of the prime cards from Ashes of Outland by having 2 spell damage. And there was that 2 spell damage neutral card, right, that was understated. So, this can be a game-winning card. Yeah, inspired with that pirate that AoEs for 1. Oh, that doesn't help you, does it? So when you attack with the pirate that AoEs for 1, you do 1 AoE damage to the cards you're not hitting and putting to 1 health, right? Doesn't that not work at all? All right, 6 mana for 2. The Hope of Quel'Thalas. For Quel'Thalas. After your attacks, give your minions +1/+1 wherever they are. In your deck, in your hand, in the fridge, outside playing in the field. Versus what about Keen Eye, Spotter, and Candle Shot? Doesn't that still not do anything? Oh no, King Expire and Count Shot is good. Sorry. I thought we were still talking about the AoE pirate. Bro says, does not reset your attack? No? Very confused. But yeah, seems very good. Right. So you're paying 2 mana over a true silver for minion buffs everywhere. It's a little tiny bit slow, but the +2/+2 to all minions in hand, on board, in deck is a really big boost. Yeah, maybe it's a little too slow to call it a 5. 3/3, it deals 1 damage when you attack. Right, but you're only attacking one minion, and the minion you're attacking is already going to 1 health. So it doesn't do anything. You don't set every minion to 1 health, only the one you're attacking anyway, which the 1 AoE damage doesn't matter. If it sets out to 1, the minion gets killed by the AoE, you can attack again. Oh. Because there's no longer a minion to attack? That's such a rare interaction. That's such a rare interaction that I'm not even thinking about it. And the pirate does say whenever you attack, not after you attack, which I think is accurate. But is it after or whenever? I'm trying to remember. It was Puffer Fist. I remember the name of that card. Puffer Fist. Now it's after your hero attacks, so it wouldn't work anyway. Yeah, I think I have seen that interaction in some fashion before. It's super, super rare. But yeah, because it's after your hero attacks, it wouldn't work anyway. All right. But yeah, this seems nice. This seems nice. A little slow for Hunter, maybe. A little slow for Hunter, maybe, but yeah. It's kind of like that 7/7/7 card that doubles the stats of your minions in deck. It's another one that just kind of says, I'm going to win if this game goes too much longer because I just got so much extra value. She said 5, I said 5 as well. There's a 3/9 that dealt damage when you got healed. So yeah, if you attack with a true silver and it heals you, it kills the minion, then you were able to attack again. Yeah. And I think that's exactly where I've seen it. But yeah, that was a whenever instead of an after. So yeah, this other one doesn't work. But it's interesting to think about. I wasn't even sure what the people were trying to go for before. But yeah, it would not work here. Dragon says, I missed some cards. Can you restart from the game, please? Sure. We're only 4.5 hours in. Oh, actually, speaking of, we're about to start Druid here. It has been another hour. So we do have to take another 3-minute break before we hit up Druid here. So we've got Druid left, and Demon Hunter, and Death Knight. So we got 30 cards there. But then we have another 70 or so Death Knight cards. Oh, this will never end. Some people have asked if we're gonna play an arena today. The answer is probably no. Is he playing arena after the review? Probably no at this point. Because we're already 4.5 hours in, and we still have almost half the cards to go. We're only like 60% through, 4.5 hours in, so it's probably gonna take us like 8 hours to go through every card, and then maybe we'll play one game of Arena. But I think it's just talk about cards today, because there's over 200 cards to talk about, and we talk, and we talk to chat. All right. Good to see Tarantula. Hope you're doing well today. Good to Tarantula streams Hearthstone Arena. You're doing well. We're back in 3 minutes. All right. Let's get back to it. All right. Off to Druid. Like I said, we got Druid, Demon Iron, and then we're into the new class, Death Knight. Since they got a couple infinite runs, like whoever's a card that swings tempo their way has a pretty good chance of winning. Absolutely. There's not many ways back. There's not many ways back. Just I can't look at any cards ever. Just click the left card. All right, lingering zombie. Yeah, Death Rail summon a 1/1 disarmed zombie with Death Rail summon a 1/1 zombie. Somebody said this seems insane with Infuse, which is true. It's also just kind of insane in general. In terms of we've gotten a lot of cards of Hearthstone's history that are 1/1 Death Rattle 1/1, 1/1 Reborn 1/1, 1/1 Divine Shield. This is 50% more value. 50% more value, 50% stickier, 50% more likely to be hit by a Druid AoE buff, of which many exist. Honestly, I think you go all the way to 5. Maybe it's 4. Like a 1-mana 1/1, I was rated as a very high-end 3. There's nice. But that 50% boost in value just seems like such a big deal. If it says high 4, it could be high 4, it could be low 5. I feel like that 50% boost is just such a huge deal, especially early in the game. Does the art change to be armless and then just something like Black Knight? Yeah, one would think. One would think. I was thinking it would lose one arm and then the second arm, but it could be lose both arms for disarmed. I don't know. I can actually find the art really quick. It'll take 2 seconds. I won't really be able to bring it up on screen, but I can confirm. What the art looks like. Oh, actually, I can't. It doesn't have the art on the official Hearthstone website. The art probably exists somewhere, but it's not on the official site. So I actually can't confirm. I thought I'd be able to. Alright, 50% better than Mermy. Super hot. Alright. 2-3 for 1 mana is insane. Chitinous Plating. Gain 4 armor. At the start of your next turn, gain 4 more. Now, there are some, armor synergy cards coming up, right? But one of them might be legendary. We might have to talk about the synergy later. But without the synergy, 2 mana heal 8, they've got that in Paladin. It's bad in Arena. It's not completely worthless, but it's really something you don't want to draft. So this is not a good thing in Arena unless there's massive common synergy. 2 mana 2/2, 2 mana 2/3, Battlecry. If a friendly undead died after your last turn, summon extra 2/2. It's by default it's a 3. For every friendly undead you have, which includes this one, you get a massively powerful 2-cost card. So, this, the 1/1 zombie into this is such an overwhelming early play. If you've got a few cheap undead, this goes to 4. If you have all cheap undead, this can maybe just, tempo and win the game. It's also worth noting that, it's a 2 mana 2/3, and it's just got a Blood Elf in its manivals. It's a huge thing, It feels like it should be a 5 mana card with that art, but yeah. Regardless, starts as a 3. It gets massively better the more cheap undead you got. I think it's undead itself. It is. Wither, choose a minion. Each friendly undead steals 1 attack and health from it. So, this is gonna be undead swarm for constructed, where you've seen their entire structure here for constructed. It looks like we can get a lot of undead in Arena 2. It looks like there's a lot of undead neutrals. It looks like we have at least 2 here in Druid itself. If you have no undead, then this doesn't do anything. The more undead you have there it gets. You need to have at least 2 undead on board for this to be any good. If you have 3 or more, it starts to get really good. Because how do you know it's not a plastic figurine? This? This thing? But yeah, Jason sucks in Arena. I don't know if this sucks in Arena. If you already have cards like the Lingering Zombie and the Nubian Flyer, it might get very good. Because it says steal 1 attack and health, right? So you're going to gain attack and health while withering away the enemy minion. So, yeah, it starts terrible, but the more undead your deck has, the more draftable it gets, which is the case with a lot of cards in this set. Choose 1, gain 12 armor. There's a lot of armor. If you are dying, it's 5 mana, but gain 12 armor. If you're dying, it could help you. Or summon 2 3/3 beetles with taunt. 2 3/3 beetles with taunt for 5 mana is not insane, but it's reasonable. And this has a nice option to get an emergency heal if you really need it. So yeah, this feels reasonable. Reasonable. I don't think you go to 4. I think it's just a 3. But yeah, it's reasonable. Good backup armor gain option and a reasonable minion option. Sure. Choose 1 text just tangible here. It just feels like a 1 to you. Wait, the Beetlemancy? 2 3/3s for 5 is bad. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. You're summoning 2 bad 3s with 1 card for 5 mana, you know. You can get like a 5/6 for 5 mana, or you can split in 2 3/3s. It's weaker to AoE. The option is as good as a 5/6. Well, even if it's not as good as a 5/6, it doesn't drop it from a 3-star card to a 1-star card just because it's not as good as a 5/6 in many cases. Because what does the combined card look like? There would not be a combined card art for this. You would only get a combined card art if it was, summon a beetle with taunt or summon a beetle with rush, and then they had 2 different arts, then you would get an art for the beetle with rush and taunt. But this one wouldn't get a combined art because the other effect is not minion based. Are the beetles undead? I think they're just beasts. We play it with Fandral. Right. If you play it with Fandral, it won't have a combined art. Well, yeah, I don't see the combined art here either. Not the combined art. I don't see the beetle token either in the Hearthstone website, which is annoying. Maybe if I go to the Hearthstone wiki, maybe they'll have it. Looks like they don't have it either, but it looks like beasts. It looks like beasts, but it looks like I can't find anybody with the art. Need 4 meals to be good. Well, if you don't like Ringo. All right. Elder Nadax. Battlecry, destroy a friendly undead. All your minions gain its attack. A little bit Savage Rory, but it's permanent. 5 mana setup. Seems difficult. You have to kill one of your own minions. I don't like it. I'm gonna rate it a 2. It's understated. I think it's hard to set up, and you have to kill your own minion. I don't like it. Maybe it's better than I think, though. He's just doing 2 reruns after this. I doubt it. Maybe we'll play 1 game. 1 single game. To save Gamma joke. Let's see. Resurrect all. At least you can attack before you sacrifice it. Yeah, you can do that. Just can't see every time. Which says, just seems like if I saw this at draft, you'd think don't draft or avoid. I don't agree. Unending Swarm. Resurrect all friendly minions that cost 2 or less. So you need to have 2 or less cost minions have died here. It's worth noting that just with a single card, if you've played Lingering Zombie and then you play this Resurrect thing, you can get like Lingering Zombie, Disarmed Zombie, and the 1/1 zombie. So just with that single card, you could get 3 1/1s on board, 2 of which have more 1/1s inside of them. So I think this could work, but it's definitely a little draft specific. You want to have those Death Rally cards. You want to have the Wall of Twos, and then 6 mana 3/1/1s. Well, they're sticky though. They're sticky, and you might also get a 2/3 and a 2/2 and a 3/2 or something. But so just in that one card, you can fill 3 spots on board, and then if you've had 2 or 3 other small minions die along the way, you can fill the whole board with this, which then consequently could make the Elder Netox good. But yeah, refilling the whole board potentially, and not even that difficultly if you've got the Lingering Zombie, seems very reasonable to me. So you have to have the right deck. If you have a deck that's full of 3s and you don't actually have the 1s and 2s, then of course don't take this. But if you've got the Lingering Zombie already and some other 2s, I think this could actually work. I'm gonna call it a 3 to be safe, but I draft decks with a lot of 1s and 2s very often. If you're somebody who only drafts 3s, which some people try to go that way, then it's not going to work for you, obviously. It is deck dependent, but I think this could work very well, honestly. You see, kind of initiative for those cards to work. Do you mean the docks, or do you mean Unending Swarm? 7 mana, 6/6, rush. Outgrinding Death Rail, gain 6 armor. So again, we're gonna see some armor synergy over here, but you're paying 7 mana for a card that's more worth 6. You get 12 armor. I mean, 12 armor is not insignificant, but this one is definitely statted worse than I would hope. I would call it a low 3. Because the 12 armor is definitely not worthless. But sometimes face health is worthless in Arena. Sometimes. And it's a bit understated. The rush is nice, but yeah, it's as long as your face is doing okay, you don't really want this. It could go down to a 2. A Nublacan, but here's the payoff. Here's the payoff for all these cards that is not going to typically work in Arena. 8 mana, 7/7 are stat, but Battlecry, gain 8 armor. This turn, your minions cost armor instead of mana. So, this still works in Arena. Because it has the gain 8 armor. So, you play this, you gain the 8 armor, and then you play another 8 cost minion for the 8 armor. Or you play 2 4 cost minions, or whatever. And you just massively get on the board very, very quickly. So this card's actually great. This card's actually really great. It might even be a 6, even in Arena. But yeah, if you are playing, if you're playing Construct and you've got all these other armory cards, then you could drop a full board of big minions just off of this, right? So yeah. But this is, it fixes better Joe Galt. Be fine when the opponent plays Plate Breaker. Well, if you've been setting up armor along the way, then I guess that could matter in Constructed. But in Arena, you're going to gain that 8 armor, and then you're going to immediately spend it on minions, and Plate Breaker won't be any good. The Crypt Keeper. 8 mana, 4/6 taunt. Costs 1 less for each armor you have. Right, so this is like a payoff for cards you shouldn't be drafting. This is a payoff for cards you kind of shouldn't be drafting. Yeah, it works well with this Underking, but the Underking's an epic. Super Synergy Pacific, right? Yeah, this is again, like I said, this is a payoff for cards you shouldn't be taking. I would call this a don't draft. Armor Option Fill Rage, right? I would call this a don't draft, I think. Maybe it becomes a void if you can kind of get some reasonable-ish armor, but yeah, I think that's a payoff for cards you shouldn't be drafting. So I don't recommend it. All right, the last 10 cards before we get to look at Death Knight. The last 10 cards before Death Knight. Going to 4-6, you already have the synergy cards, right? Which I don't think you should be taking the synergy cards. Fixes, you'll take like playing Beatles, though, I guess. Fierce Outrider. I'm gonna say it again. This art feels flat to me. This art feels flat. It doesn't feel like there's enough depth to the card with a lack of shading. Alright. 1 mana, 2/1 rush. Outcast your next outcast card. Outcast your next outcast. Card costs 1 less. Now, this is not limited. It's not limited to this turn, right? Which is a pretty big deal. Which is a huge deal, actually. Yeah, Moose's Orbital art. There's a lot of art in this set I don't like. It just feels very flat. I wonder if the gold versions might feel any better. Because on the gold versions, you know, the character will be like moving separately from the background. It might make it feel like the whole card has a bit more depth, but I don't know. We'll just have to see. 1 mana, 2/1 rush, which is already good. And then if you can outcast it, you can discount future outcast card, which could be a really big deal. So yeah, I would say this is a 4. A 1 mana, 2/1 rush is already pretty decent. It's like a high 3. And I think the outcast effect is gonna matter. So I think I would call this a low 4. A low 4. It's good on its own, and if you can get the effect, it might matter quite a bit. Unleash Fail. Deal 1 damage to all enemies for 1 mana. All enemies, you know, Demon Hunter had like a leeching blast or fell blast or something that was a cleave like shooting star with lifesteal. This hits all enemies if you have at least 4 mana as lifesteal. So yeah, Farseers is 5, especially with the Reborns around. This feels really good, especially if you are losing health and you've already reached 4 mana. And then if you got any source of spell damage, this becomes really nuts. He says, "Where's Mana Thirst? It's above me." It's above me. It's a bonus effect when you've hit that much mana. It's kind of like Omega back in Boomsday if you ran for Boomsday. Deal 1 damage to all enemies for 1 mana. It's already Arcane Blast or whatever. Arcane Explosion for half the mana. Yeah, I feel like this is just really good. It's just really good. So yeah, call it a 5. Draw a card. If it's not a minion, deal 3 damage to the lowest health enemy. Right, so Demon Hunter, there's this spell Demon Hunter being pushed. Most of the time, when you draw a card in Arena, it is going to be a minion. It's half consecration for a quarter of the mana. Yep. Fixes. It fixes. This hits. Well, it can if they're at 3 or below. But yeah. Draw a card. If it's not a minion, deal 3 damage to the lowest health enemy. Most of the time it's gonna be a minion. So you're spending 2 mana to draw a different card. And you could just draft a different card. So this is for spell Demon Hunter, which is an archetype that's being pushed. You really should not take it in Arena. Fixes if Dredge is in. If you wanna Dredge to put a card on top of your deck and then play this to do 3 damage to the lowest health enemy. It's no, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth setting up. All right, so yeah, don't take this in Arena. Wretched Exile. 2 mana, 2/3. After you play an outcast card, add a random outcast card to your hand. It's like those regular hunter cards. It's just decently statted, and you might get a upside or a big upside out of it, especially late in the game. If you can play this and then play a cheap 1 mana outcast card, you might just be able to chain the outcast effects. So yeah, it starts at 3, and then the more cheap outcast cards you have to start a chain, the better and better it gets. Could be an explosive turn. Okay, so they're reminded of the Whirl Kick, the combo rogue card, which was pretty bad in Arena. Another card I don't like the art on. Feels flat, feels stiff. The elf poses look stiff to me. They don't look very dynamic. Boy, there's a lot of art in this set I don't like. More than any set ever. 4 mana, deal 4 damage. If your deck has no minions, right? So again, this is the spell. This is the spell synergy push. If your deck has no minions, summon 4 1/1 Illidars with Rush. I'm sure it's great and constructed. 4 mana, deal 4 damage is, you know, you want 4 mana, deal 6 damage in Arena. So this is a void. It's not totally undraftable, you know, if you really need that 4 damage, and it can go face indeed, like Random says. But generally, this is not worth the cost. I don't like the art, so I guess I'm glad I don't have to draft it. Battlecry, add a random outcast card to the left and right sides of your hand. They cost 2 less. So it's an understated card, 4 mana, 3/3. You get 2 discounted outcast cards. That feels very worth it to me. It's refill and discounts. It's quite random. You might get some bad outcast cards, but it's gonna put them in the right spot. It's gonna discount them. People saying 5, 6, 8. It does depend on how high quality the outcast cards are, I suppose. But yeah, I think I'm willing to go 5. I don't know if I'm willing to go 6. We'll have to see the card in action. But yeah, I would say that this much value and this much discount is certainly worth playing a 4 mana 3/3. This is a constructed card. 4 mana 4/2. Start of the game. Consume 3 different minions in your deck. Leave behind souls that discover them. So, I mean, actually, this is fine, right? For Arena, it's still a 4 mana 4/2. It's still a true silver. It's still a weapon. But the whole point of this for constructed is that you can include 3 minions in your all spell deck and turn them into spells. So the whole point is to let you run 3 minions and still have everything else be spells. Okay, so you play 3 minions. If you can pull this off in Arena, you will be some type of hero. But yeah, it's still a reasonable weapon in Arena. 4 mana 4/2 weapon on its own. Yeah, it's you know, true silver is like a 4, but this doesn't have the healing, so it's a fairly reasonable card. It's a fairly reasonable card. Too exciting Arena. Remember the souls cost 1 mana. Yes, it actually makes the minions worse. I didn't actually remember the souls cost 1 mana. So if it makes the minions worse, then maybe it's actually more of a 2-star card. Maybe it's something to avoid unless you really, really want the weapon. Oh yeah, first you can pick, right? So if you consumed randomly like a small minion, a mid-sized minion, a big minion, then if you could discover the small minion potentially early or discover the big, yeah, I don't know. It still might be a 2 because you have to spend mana on these souls apparently. A deal with the devil. Is that Sargeras? Could be. 5 mana, summon 2 3/3 Fell Fiends with Lifesteal. If your deck has no minions, summon a 3rd one. We actually talked about 5 mana, summon 2 3/3s earlier. I said it was decent. These have Lifesteal. You're not going to activate the 3rd one. You're not going to activate a 3rd one, but 2 3/3s with Lifesteal for 5 mana is not amazing. Is not amazing, but when you add the Lifesteal, I would call this a 3. It's reasonable. It's not great. It's not great, but it's reasonable. Yeah, if it says that they'll probably never pick the Soul of your Scythe over other modern Hearthstone legendaries, yeah, I think you're probably right about that. All right, the Vengeful Walloper. 7 mana 5/5 rush, costs 1 less for each outcast card you play this game. So this is a payoff for the random outcast stuff and the 1 mana outcast stuff. In Arena, you know, you have to play 2 outcast cards for this to be very reasonable. If you can play more than 2 outcast cards, it becomes good. Now, Steve says scuffed art. I like this better than some of them, but it still looks a little flat. But I would late draft card, yeah, quite possibly. It's yeah, it starts as an avoid, and for each outcast card in your deck, it starts to get better. But not allowed to let go anymore. I don't hate this one, but I was just noting. I'm looking at it for a second. I'm like, wait, hold on. The belly button is there. There's where the belt would be. That's a really like how low cut are we going on that midriff? Okay. Seeing how not safe for work the card on is. Let's see. We got the brutal not annihilation, annihilon. 9 mana 9/9, which 9 mana 9/9 taunt is reasonable on its own. Plus it has rush. Oh, and after jeez. After this minion survives damage, deal that amount to the enemy hero. It maybe is not quite as brutal as the Illidari Inquisitor, but yeah, if you rush the 9/9 into a 7/8, you get a 9/2, and the opponent's face takes 7 damage. I hate these cards. But, yeah, like the Inquisitor. Rush you doing a attack minion, it's Inquisitor. I hate these cards. that do face damage. It's very nice though. It's very nice. I hate these cards, but it's very nice. It's probably nice enough to be 5. It might be kind of a lower end 5 actually. Possibly. But yeah, it's epic so you're gonna see it relatively often. If the epic bug is in. If the epic bug is not in, you're not gonna see it very often. Alright. Well. How about die this card too often? Alright, now at long last, after 5 hours and 8 minutes, all the rest of the stream is dedicated to talk about the new class. Fix doesn't think Demon Iron is going to be very pickable. It has a lot of synergistic cards there. Kind of like Warlock did. Alright. So yes, Death Knight. Death Knight is being added. Get him a body bag, Johnny! I think I was gonna bring up some additional text. Let me see if I got it. Do I have it? All right, we expanded the amount if there's text. All right. So, yeah. So we don't see any runes here. But we'll talk about runes in the future. There's blood, frost, and holy runes. You can only have 3 total, which I'm sure there'll be people confused, but we'll talk about one time and then let people get confused after that. And corpses are generated in front of me and dies, or in some cases, you can generate them like this. In corpse IRL, there's a skeleton inside you right now. Because they're worried about Death Knight being super broken. Well, Demon Ire was it came out, so we'll see if Death Knight is. There's a large number of Death Knight cards I've not looked at, just like the rest of the expansion. So, a little curious. So you have the Undead tag. Which probably has synergies. We've seen in other classes. And it's got the Diamond stat line, and you get a bonus corpse. We're going to see a lot of corpse synergies in the future. This is one of those cards it's a little difficult to completely judge until you see all the other cards, Maybe this has so much perfect synergy with the Undead tag and the Corpse synergy. You're like, oh yeah, you draft this every time. It's a 5. I'm definitely going to assume the Undead tag and the Corpse synergy are good enough to call this a 4 instead of a 3 like you would a regular Diamol. But, this is something that because I've not seen a lot of the Death Knight cards, it's hard to fully evaluate, but there's no doubt that it's decent to good. And the reason won't give corpses. That's a good note, which I did know about that. But yeah, I'm going to have to remember to talk about in the future. Heartstrike, which is... So, I've played... Anytime I go into World of Warcraft, I've played Death Knight as my main class since it came out in 2008? 2008 was Wrath, I think. So, at launch, Death Knight was not in, just like it wasn't in Hearthstone. But Death Knight has been my main class for many years. So yeah, Heartstrike. Some abilities get removed from World of Warcraft. I don't know if Heartstrike's still around, but it was in at launch. It did something like it used a blood rune, and it did damage to a minion, and under a certain condition, it would cleave and hit like one or two other minions. So yeah, Heartstrike. I remember Heartstrike. Heartstrike and Deathstrike are still here. Yeah, Deathstrike with the healing. That's a pretty core thing. For Death Knights in general. Deal 3 damage to a minion. If it kills it, gain a corpse. So normally you get corpse off friendly minions, but Heartstrike you can get one from an enemy minion. Deal 3 damage to a minion for 1 mana is like Smite. Plus this is an additional upside. You do need a blood rune, right? So if like I said, you have a total of 3 runes. So you can't have like a tripled frost card in your deck and use this 1 blood rune card. Once you've picked this blood rune, you won't be able to pick any triple frost or triple unholy. But yeah, Holy Smite with an upside. Call it a 4. Call it a 4, maybe even a high-end 4. Another 1 blood rune card. Battlecry, do 2 damage to an enemy and your hero. Worth it. Worth it. Especially in blood, because blood has things to gain health back. So especially in blood. 1 mana, 1/2 body, undead tag, deal 2 damage to an enemy. A little bit of downside doing it to your hero. Probably another 4. That's just 3. I think deal 2 damage on a 1/2 for 1 mana. I mean, compare that to Elven Archer. No, I think I'll call this a 4 as well. I think it's good. So here's a triple unholy card. So if you pick this card, you can't get any blood or any frost cards. And if you've already taken any blood cards or any frost cards, this won't show up in your draft ever. So here's a triple unholy card. Very specialized. Gain 4 corpses right away for 1 mana, which you can use for other cards. Shuffle 4 crates in your deck that summon a 2/2 undead when drawn. So, these types of things that shuffle things in your deck are traditionally not great in Arena. Usually they shuffle 3 instead of 4. You know, there's like Ticketmaster that shuffles, these 3/3s in your deck. It shuffles 3 of them. But that one's attached to like a 3-mana 4/3 body, which makes it good. This has no body. Ain't got no body. You do gain corpses. Yeah, this is a slow card and a setup card. We'll have to see exactly how powerful corpses are to see how many synergies of corpses we have, especially if you're triple unholy. So again, like I said, I'm looking at this, sight unseen. There's lots of Death Knight cards I've not seen. I don't know how likely we are to get corpse synergy in Death Knight with Unholy. Maybe corpses are massively useful. So by default of not knowing exactly how much we need corpses and how many corpses we need, this is actually quite bad, spending a card for RNG. This would be an avoid by default. But this rating could change big time based on how good corpses are. So, I might change my opinion on this card when I see how useful corpses are. But for now, I have to call it an avoid, because I just don't know yet. Rakes is like this nice lore raid card, right? So, Stratholme had Plagued Grain smuggled into it, and that leads into Arthas deciding to kill everybody in Stratholme before they can turn into undead. Famous scene. Maybe the most famous scene in Warcraft. Maybe. Rune Forging. Again, I'm going to talk quite a bit about the lore, just because I play Death Knight as my main. So yeah, Rune Forging is it's almost a crafting ability, sort of, but it's a special thing you can do as a Death Knight in World of Warcraft. You can put a particular rune type on your weapon. And there's one that says, like, when you deal damage, you have a chance to gain strength. There's some with, like, lifesteal on them. There's some that give you extra health if you're a taunty character. So yeah, you can specialize your weapon a bit as a Death Knight. So yeah, you draw a weapon, and you spend a corpse to reduce its cost by 1, if you have a corpse available. 1 mana, draw a weapon. Obviously, this depends on how many weapons you have. If you have 1 weapon, you might draw your weapon before this, then this becomes terrible. If you have 3 weapons in your deck, it might become viable. But yeah, it depends on the offer rate of weapons. We've seen some cards like this in Warrior that have traditionally not been good because it's too hard to get enough weapons for it. So once again, this starts as an avoid or don't draft, but depending on the ease of getting weapons in your deck. Texas, you have to spend a corpse. I think if you have a corpse, it will spend a corpse. I don't think there's an option to say, "Do you want to spend a corpse?" and you click no. I don't think that happens. I think it's forced. I think it's forced. Is there a corpsometer? Says Cliffy. Rick says yes, although you only get the corpsometer if you're actively playing Death Knight, not if you're like a priest that steals a corpsey card. And in fact, I think if you're a priest that steals a corpsey card, you just can't use a corpse ever, even if you've had minions die. I think that's what I read. So yeah, the more weapons you have, the more viable this becomes, but based on cards like this previously for Warrior, it's an avoid at least. We'll see though. Maybe weapons will be more common than most metas. Skeletal Sidekick, it's shooting the skeletal arm, which is kind of cute and funny. Incidentally, I like the art on this card. Compared to some of the other ones in the set. Give a friendly undead +2 attack, 1 mana, 1/2. So we've seen the 2-mana version of this card, the Lance Carrier, way back in the day. This is half the cost. There are obviously a lot of undead around, especially if you're playing Death Knight. This might be really easy to activate. It's also a permanent attack buff. It does scale. This starts as a void, but if you just have a fair number of undead, it starts to scale pretty quick. Oh, actually, in your hero power is Death Knight summons a 1/1 ghoul with charge that dies at the end of your turn. So you could actually always just buff your ghoul for a 3-attack ghoul to trade. Right. So because of your hero power, yeah, it works with hero power, exactly. Because of your hero power, this becomes extra reasonable. Extra reasonable. Yeah. I feel like you can always draft this in that case. Does that make it a 4 or just a 3? Says to trade, even when it's charge. Yep. Well, you could smoke with that, I guess. I think honestly it might make it a 4. A low 4. 4 because it has the undead deck itself. Yeah. I'm a little hesitant to call, so many things 4s, but I think it is. 2 unholy runes required. Battlefield Necromancer, not undead itself. At the end of your turn, raise a corpse as a 1/2 Risen Footman with taunt. So yeah, somebody mentioned it earlier, but yeah. So anytime you see the word Risen, the 1 mana 1/2 taunt, it has a thing that says when this dies, does not count as a corpse. It is a corpse. It is a corpse. You already rose it once. Once it falls again, you don't get an extra corpse. You have to raise you have to raise the living. You have to raise what was living is dead. You can't raise something that was already dead. Say destroy. He's angry. Well, saying destroy works every turn though. But yeah, of course, it's just like Warcraft 3. It's just like my Japanese animes. But undead do count. Yeah, but they have more flesh on them. Yeah, I mean this is. If you're out of corpses, it's a 2 mana 2/3, which is fine. If you have corpses, then converting them into taunts seems very nice. So, call another 4. Call another 4. It's gonna be easy to get corpses. I mean, your hero power gives you a corpse, right? Let's see. Battlecry, I spend a corpse to get +1/+2, so you get a 2 mana spider tank, as long as you have a corpse available. So I'm going pretty good, yeah. You do have to have a corpse, and you do have to spend a corpse. As a 2 mana 2/2, it's pretty bad. So if you want to do this on curve, you have to have played something on turn 1. So you might want to really kind of low curve for this, quite possibly, or that Plagued Grain card that gave you 4 corpses. Because you can't curve this reliably, because you often either have to play this understat or you are getting a buff a little later in the game when it matters less. I feel like this one I'm calling more of a 3 than a 2. It's not difficult to activate the buff, but it's difficult to activate the buff on curve, I feel like. So I feel like I rate this one a little lower. The corpse rain minion dies, there's only dead minions. It's any friendly minion that dies. Any friendly minion that dies. It's not a risen minion. Adrian, good to see you. Defrost, our first Frost rune card. Draw a card, spend 2 corpses to draw another. So 2 mana draw a card is terrible. And you have to spend 2 corpses to draw 1 additional card. It's not like it's hard to get corpses, but I don't know. I don't know. So you need the 2 corpses for this to be any good at all, and even that's just a 1 discount over Arcane Intellect. I feel like this one won't be that good, personally, because the upside is just kind of so low. I'm leaning towards a void for this. If you're just drowning in corpses, then I guess it becomes a 3, but fun player though, yeah. That's the thing, it's fine. You know, maybe it's a 2, maybe it's a 3, but I don't think. It's not getting on 2 or bust. That's true. That's true. Frost Strike. Frost Strike is I don't know if it's still super important, but it was a core ability for Frost Death Knights in World of Warcraft. When you spent runes, you would gain runic power, and then you would use your runic power on Frost Strike. If you were not a Frost Death Knight, you would spend your runic power on Death Coil. As a Frost Knight, you would use it on Frost Strike. Requires 2 Frost runes. Deal 3 damage to a minion. If it kills it, discover a Frost rune card. That seems really good. Yeah. Lives, you pick this every single time. Yeah, so if you've got your 2 Frost runes and you pick this card, deal 3 damage to a minion for 2 mana is already decent. 1 mana is better, but 2 mana for deal 3 damage to a minion is decent. And Discover is really nice. You might discover like a triple Frost rune card. So, yeah, a reasonable card with a Discover upside. I'll probably call this a 5. You do need to kill the minion, though. Yeah, you can discover 3 rune cards if you only have 2 rune, right. So yeah. Ryan thinking that runes don't matter for discovering. I believe they do not. So yeah, you should be able to discover a triple rune card. Yeah, so this is just really nice looking. You do have to kill the minion, but that's usually pretty easy to do. Harbinger of Winter. The 2 mana, 2 frost runes. Draw Death Rattle, draw a frost spell. So I mean this scales. This scales with how many frost spells you have. If you've got at least 3 or 4 to make this reasonable chance that you haven't drawn all your frost spells before you draw this, then it's a 2 mana 2/2 with draw card, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice. If you don't have reliable frost spells to draw, it becomes an understated card, and you don't go for it. If you get 2 frost runes, probably have from frost spells. Yeah, we still have to. Sometimes spells just have a low offer rate, though. Sometimes spells have a low offer rate in some metas, so we gotta watch out for that. Obliterate! 1 unholy. Destroy a minion. Your hero takes damage equal to its health. Again, we're gonna see some lifesteal type cards, I believe, in blood for Death Knight. So the health damage might be fine to take. And yeah, 2 mana destroy a minion in itself is pretty insane. We've seen some cards like this in Warlock before, and they've been good in Warlock. I'm going to assume. Actually, it's just a Lich King card. They reprinted a lot of the cards from the Lich King with different effects and stat lines and rune requirements. First OG Death Knight card that got remade for Death Knight. Trice, actually all of them get remade. Oh, did they all get remade? Yeah, I think Frostmourn's the only one that didn't get changed at all or something, right? Six magic card. Swords and plowshares. Man, discount exchange for the health. Which I think the high temponess of it is typically worth it in Arena. I'm gonna be as bold, I think, as to call this a 5-star card. I think removal for so cheap mana is actually just kind of insane. Maybe it's actually a 4. The more aggressive the meta is, the worse this gets. But I'm gonna be so bold as to call it a 5. Anti-Magic Shell was another Lich King card. Give your minions +1/+1 and can't be targeted by spells or hero powers. The can't be targeted is nice. 3 mana for +1/+1. We've seen it in Druid, but with Twin Spell. I would call this on the weaker side. Yeah, this card got nerfed, right? It was originally +2/+2, right? So at +2/+2, it would have been really good. If it was +1/+2, it would be really good, or at least good. But at +1/+1, I think this is definitely an avoid. Definitely an avoid. Yeah, Trice says Death Knight has lots of ways to spread. Fair enough. Maybe if Death Knights always have wide boards, this is better than I think, but I'm thinking about Druid. Druid that also has quite a capacity to go wide, and this would still not be very good in Druid. So, based on experience with Druid and this type of card, I would say this is an avoid. Chillfallen Baron. See, I like the art on this card. I'm just noting it whenever. Compared to some of the ones I don't like the art on. 3 mana, 2/2, Understand, but it's Battlecry and Death Rattle. Draw a card. So you miss out on 1 attack on 2 health for a double card draw. Again, the more aggressive the meta this is, the worse this gets, because even if it's really big value, you are playing an Understand card. Plus, as the Undead tag, indeed it does. I'm slightly hesitant, honestly, to call this a 5, just because it is Understand in itself. Like I said, if it's an aggressive meta, this does get worse. But you play a minion, you draw 2 cards off the minion on a delay. Maybe it's still a low-end 5. But that's the thing. I would say it's a low-end 5 rather than completely insane. Personally. I can't look for the good bot or anybody. Good enough for you, yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be good. But maybe it might end up being a high-end 4 rather than a low-end 5. How high of a number do you need for Remorseless Winter? I don't know, we haven't seen Remorseless Winter. 3 mana, requires 1 Unholy Rune. Yeah, this didn't require any runes. 1 Unholy Rune, summon 2 1/1 zombies with a reborn. So the thing about this is you get 4 corpses, right? You get 4 corpses. Outside of the corpse capacity, though, this is just kind of a reasonable card. It's kind of the expectation. And it's low board impact. It's low board impact. You expect 3 mana to summon 2 2/2s. This does summon 2 2/2s, sort of, but they only have 1 power at a time. So the 4 corpses are what gives it the value. I'm probably just gonna call it a 3, but, the more and more corpse synergies we see, the more and more this would start to lean towards a 4 if you can really take advantage of those corpses. This card was shockingly annoying in the show match. The Graveyard Shift? Jim Master is still reviewing it. We're on to the Death Knight cards now. By the way, I should mention, I'm not sure if I did mention, these are not expansion cards. These are all added to the core sets. These are the free Death Knight cards. These are all core Death Knight cards. Alright, so 3 mana, 2 frost, 2/3 weapon for 3 mana. Not that good. After your hero attacks, though, reduce the cost of spell in your hand by 1. Okay. So, I would call this very reasonable. Very, very reasonable, as long as you have 1 spell in your hand to discount. These cards have a rarity because of arena balance. Keep that in mind. Yeah. So they're core cards, but yeah, they do put the gems on now. True. But yeah, up to 3 discount on a spell while being a semi-reasonable weapon. I think this is quite good. But it does require you to devote 2 Frost Runes. Corpse synergy will heavily depend on how many class cards we see in a draft. Also true. If it's neutral stone, then the corpses aren't going to matter nearly as much. But yeah, Living says, Graveyard Shift, yeah, people found they couldn't address the board after it was dropped. Does Death Knight have a class color for the cards? Paladins will priest. It's this kind of light green blue. It's this kind of light green blue that you're seeing. So yeah, you get this kind of dark color with a light green blue runey effect. For this, apparently the main corpse counts as required. Yeah, I think I had heard that. So yeah, 2 Unholy Runes, Taunt. Yeah, this was one of the longer cards. I'm like, oh man, we're at 10% of a Yu-Gi-Oh card. We're at 10% of a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Taunt, Death Rattle, spend 3 corpses to summon a 3/3 Risen, which Risen means the 3/3 taunt does not give a corpse itself. But this card can give the corpse. So if you've had 2 minions die, and then this minion dies, you can get the extra 3/3 taunt, which makes this into a 3 mana 6/6. If you don't get the 3 corpses spent, then this is a bear. This is a 3 mana 3/3 bear, which is definitely a void card. The upside is huge if you can spend the 3 corpses. It's a little tough to do on curve, because you'd have to probably play a 1-cost minion, then a 2-cost minion, and they have to both die. Yeah. Fixate's a stubborn suspect, but it's conditional. It's conditional, and it takes a resource. For like a 1-mana discount over stubborn suspect. I honestly think the setup makes it into maybe not even a 4-star, maybe more of a 3-star card. But the discount is significant. I'll call it a 4. I'll call it a 4. I just don't like that you can't really curve with it very easily. Alright, Death Strike, which, like I said, is a super core Death Knight ability, and always has been in World of Warcraft. It does indeed lifesteal in World of Warcraft, helps keep you alive. Not sure if it still is, but it was very useful in PvP for that reason, to keep your health above your opponents. So yeah, deal 6 damage to a minion with lifesteal for 4 mana. Doesn't go face, but it helps clear the board, and it keeps your health high, and a lot of these blood cards can also deal damage to your own face. So I like it a lot. It's probably still not a 5, based on what we would call a 5 these days, but I like it a lot. Triple unholy card. So like I said, if you've picked up any blood or frost cards, you can't have this card show up. The Grave Strengths. Give your minions +1 attack, spend 5 corpses to do a Bloodlust instead. I don't like Bloodlust. I've never liked Bloodlust. However, I think it was Living was saying that back here, the Graveyard Shift, summon 2/1/1 zombies with Reborn, was saying people couldn't ever get them off board. Minions you can't ever get off board are good with Bloodlust. And yeah, Living said it's also a permanent attack buff if the minions actually survive. Fair to say. But yeah, pretty expensive at 4 mana. Pretty expensive possibly too at 5 corpses for the bigger enhancement. But if you've got a sticky board, this is a win condition. I don't like cards like this. I don't like Bloodlust. I like Savage Roar better than Bloodlust, but I don't like Savage Roar much either. I'm not a fan of cards like this. I'm not a fan of it costing 4 in general. So for me, I avoid this. But I do confess that it's a win condition, especially with all the Reborns. So I think it might be much more fair to call it even a 4. But I'll split the difference and call it a 3. Because I don't like it. But it is a win condition of sorts. Decent finish to include it. Right. So I have a bias against it. Because I don't like this type of a card. Pixie don't like it, but they do like Bloodlust. That's interesting. Somebody was asking what you need for Remorseless Winter. You need 1 Frost Rune for Remorseless Winter. So you can't run it if you've got a triple unholy card. But with just 1 Frost Rune, you can do Enhanced Consecration. Frost spell, 4 mana, deal 2 damage to all minions, all enemies, including face, just like Consecration. But you cycle, you draw a card. Consecration with card cycle on it is really, really, really nice. I would call it a 5. I probably wouldn't call it a 6, but a really solid card. Consecration, I'd probably call a 4-star card that cycles itself. I think the cycle's worth an extra star. So, I'm going to call it a 5. Maybe it's really high in 4, but I'm going to call it a 5 with the cycle. I like the card on this a lot. I like the art on this. 4 mana, 1 Frost Rune. Enemy characters can't be healed. Well, if you hate Priest, this might annoy Priest. It's got a decent water elemental stat line, Very often, though, that effect won't matter, and the water elemental stat line is just kind of a fair stat line, so I'd probably just call it a 3. Does have the undead tag. Does have the undead tag, but yeah, the effect often won't matter. Just call it a 3. Wait, I always want to say Tharson, but that's a different character. Emperor Tharson. This is the Sarian, who definitely shows up in Wrath of the Lich King, and maybe later on too, if you're a Death Knight in Legion. So that's my guy, right? So 4 mana, 3/3, 1 star. Let's move on. 4 mana, 3/3 with the Reborn. Come back as a 3/1. Battlecry and Death Rattle deal 2 damage to random enemy. So you play it, you do 2 damage to random enemy, which can include face, which is often a downside. And then when it dies, you do 2 damage again, and then it reborns, and it can do the Death Rattle again. So it can be 6 random damage to enemies pretty easily. And it's already a 3/3 that becomes a 3/1. That seems like a lot of power wrapped up into it, even if it's random. I think that, yeah, this does a lot, exactly, right? The minion itself is not super high impact, but to do 6 random damage. His card was great, and Death Knight Gem dealt so much damage with no clear. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking, it's minimum 4. But is it a 5? Maybe Deathborn. I don't think that's fair. Deathborn the mage AoE? Maybe you're thinking of a different card, 'cause that doesn't make sense to me. This is 5 for sure. We'll call it a 5. We'll call it a 5. It's doing so much work. It's doing so much work. It's doing so many things for its cost. They're gonna need a 4 mana one. What? I don't know what we're talking about. All right. Army of the Dead. Raise up to 5 corpses as 2/2 Risen Ghouls, which Risen Ghouls don't give you corpses back, with Rush. You have to spend your corpse resources. And it's up to. So if you have 3 corpses, you would summon 3 2/2 ghouls with Rush. Which is kind of what I would expect for 5 mana. See, you do get a lot of power here for its cost. But you have to use 5 corpses if you want the full power. Try compares this to the old Lich King version, yeah. Of course, you might not have the board space either. Well, yeah, but you can know that in advance. Right, Force of Nature with Rush at 3 corpses, yeah. Although Force of Nature is not very good. I want to play Death Knight. I want to play Death Knight to see how easy it is to fill my corpse counter. And how quickly we're using corpses on other cards, right? I feel like we might be using our corpses on other cards too much for this to be super easy to pull off. I'm gonna call it a 4. I think it's gonna work. But I don't know. I really want to play Death Knight. It's gotta be so much easier to evaluate Death Knight cards for the next expansion after we've gotten hands on it and have a feel for the ebb and flow of corpses. Is the Risen a silenceable effect? I suppose it almost definitely would be, which is weird. You know, you don't give me a corpse, you silence it. Oh, now I can use you as a corpse. But it is card text. It is card text that says this does not provide a corpse. So I would think you could. I don't think you can silence a Risen, make him a corpse, maybe. Let me try to look. Let me try to look at one of these. one of these cards. Risen Ghoul, 2 mana, 2/2, Rush, doesn't leave a corpse. Certainly looks like you can silence it off. Yeah, right, so you can't silence Beast, for example, but it's on the text. It's on the middle text, doesn't leave a corpse. So I would think you could do it. I'm thinking it's a hidden tribal tag. Well, if it's a hidden tribal tag, they're being super mean. They're being super mean, because it's in the middle of the card, so it should be silenceable, even if it's weird. It'd be mean. It'd be mean if you can't silence it and leave a corpse, because that's how every other Hearthstone card reads. But I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not, shut up, yes you are. I'm not dead yet. Deathbringer Sarfang, which is an important character. Besides Death Knight traps track corpses, apparently there is some type of corpse counter near you, like your hero power, your mana cost, or something. I'm not sure if I've actually seen how it looks, but I think it is visible. 5 mana, double blood, 3/5, haunt. Death Rattle, return this to your hand, and that costs health instead of mana. So it's 1 more mana than Tazdingo for the same stat line. And then you have to spend 5 mana to replay it. Or 5 health to replay it. And whereas you get 2 Sarfang corpses, right? Toss 1 Sarfang corpse over your shoulder, and then you toss the other Sarfang corpse. Like, wait, where did that one come from? Oh, clones. Oh, clones. In theory, it's free health because it taunts 5 damage. That's an interesting way to look at it, yeah. So you slow down. You slow down on the turn you put it down, and you speed up on the turn you replay it. I think somebody said 2 or 3. I think it's at least 3. I'm deciding whether it's 4 because of the tempo gain after you've taken the tempo loss. It's town size. What is that? Hearthstone's text for unsilenceable. We'll see. We'll see. I think it's 3 unless you have enough healing. This would be this would be like a 4 or a 5 in the current meta, because taunt is valuable right now. I'm gonna play it safe and call it a 3. I'm gonna play it safe and call it a 3, but the tempo the thing is the tempo loss is smaller than the tempo gain. So it might actually be a 4. I'm gonna play it safe and call it a 3. Possessifier. It's just a funny name. 5 mana, requires 1 Unholy Rune. Battlecry summon 2 1/1 fighters with Rush and Reborn, which both give you a corpse. They're not Risen fighters. Rush and Reborn, so that's 4 damage. That's 4 damage and 4 corpses. 3/3. This is really good, right? I'm just trying to determine how good it is. 5 mana. 5 mana, 3/3, Battlecry, deal 4 damage, split however you want it. Plus you get the 4 corpses. It's still not 5. J-Master says 5. I don't think it's 5. I think it's 4. Yeah, very respectable bomb lover. I think it's a 4. I think it's a 4, but we know how good... We're starting to get a feel for how useful corpses can be. And so, if you do have, like, Army of the Dead, and you know you have high corpse requirements, it becomes better and better. I'm starting at 4. Try says better derailed coaster. Oftentimes. I mean, derailed coaster can be up to 6, whereas this is always 4. With Corpse Crest path, it's pretty great. The pretty good on its own. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a 4. Maybe it is a 5, but I'm gonna call it a 4 for now, based on what we've seen so far. Rhyme Sculptor requires 1 Frost Rune, 5 mana, 3/3. Battlecry summon 2/1 Rhyme Elementals with Death Rail, deal 2 damage to random enemy, which is like the skeletons from Mage, but they have 1 health instead of 2. The random damage can go face. Provides 3 corpses total. I think it's a 4. I think it's a low 4. Does it prefer cold case to this? Well, cold case costs less. Oh, Baby Dr. Boom. Get to the sides. Yeah, I think it's a low 4. Gives you 3 corpses. I'm comparing it more to. I'm thinking about cards like Grim Necromancer. They're kind of 3-star cards. So, Grim Necromancer is like, 4 mana, summon a 2/4 and a 1/1 and a 1/1. For 1 more mana, we get a 3/3 instead of a 2/4. We get 2/1, 2/1 instead of 1/1, 1/1, and we get the decent death rattles. So I think it's better than Grim Necromancer, which I'd call a 3-star card. So going to 4. Grim Necromancer gold case together, yeah. Offensive Giggling Inventor. Thankfully, it's not buffet begin. Corrupted Ashbringer. I'll try to talk briefly about the history of this card. So you probably know that Tyrion has Ashbringer. But yeah, the history of Ashbringer is convoluted. I'm sure you can find like 50 billion 15-minute videos on YouTube trying to get ad money about Ashbringer. But so you got Corrupted Ashbringer as a drop from, I think it was from Morgan, whatever his name was, in Naxxramas in classic World of Warcraft. And there were all these rumors. There were all these rumors about how you could purify. Yeah, migraine. There were all these rumors about how you could purify your Corrupted Ashbringer into the real Ashbringer. And if you brought your Corrupted Ashbringer to... I think if you brought it into a particular place in Wrath of the Lich King, when you went back in time, that there were characters that would have a conversation about building the Ashbringer, and you had to have your Corrupted Ashbringer on you or something. So there are all these rumors, and then finally, years and years later, in Legion, they gave every paladin Ashbringer. Tyrion gets wrecked, and he's like, "Here, take Ashbringer." So all these rumors came to nothing, but anyway, it was an interesting history to this particular weapon. So yeah, 6 mana, 5/2 with lifesteal. Requires 2 blood runes, 10 healing while doing damage. Yeah, Muse under the truck, which kind of turned out to be true, sort of, right? Many years later. Compare it to True Silver, compare it to Arcanite Reaper. The 5 mana 5/2 without lifesteal. The 1 extra mana is worth lifesteal. Arcanite Reaper is good, but not amazing. I like this. It's definitely not a 5. I'm gonna call it a 4. I think it's kind of a low-end 4. Worse than Reaper, probably better than the Paladin Libram. Yeah, Libram. Yeah. It might be a low-end 4. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a high-end 3. It is a little expensive, but I like its removal capacity. I like the lifesteal. Plus, it can go face if you need to. So I like this. Gnome Joe, the poor gnomes. Are the poor gnomes. You're counting the runes and the rating. Sort of. There is an opportunity cost to runes, So if you take this 2 blood rune, you can't take a double frost card, you can't take a double unholy card. So there is an opportunity cost to it for sure. But I'm not... Unless it's a 3-rune card. On the 3-rune cards, I'm considering it more, because then you completely invalidate all the other rune cards. But But I'm kind of working under the assumption that if you take 2 Frost Runes, there's good stuff for 2 Frost Runes. If you take 2 Blood Runes, there's good stuff for 2 Blood Runes. If you take 2 Unholy Runes, there's good stuff for 2 Unholy Runes. I'm kind of working under that assumption that devoting to any rune is going to get you some good stuff and lose you some good stuff. So I'm not counting it much in the rating. I'm considering a little bit. So this is 1 blood. 6 mana, 5/6 with lifesteal. Taunt at in return. Attack the lowest health enemy. So it's going to die pretty quickly, but it's also going to lifesteal for you pretty quickly. It's 1 mana more than a Pit Fighter for some good upsides. I still think because it's not, crazy overstat or anything, I'd still think I'd call it a 4 instead of a 5. But the lifesteal and the pretty much guaranteed attack is certainly valuable. Next is the hated blood rune. Subtracted 1 from each blood card per blood rune. Like in Hearthstone, or did you have a beef with Blood Death Knights in World of Warcraft? I like lifesteal. He's like, your ratings. No, I hear you. Just think they're worse. Fair enough. Fair enough. I feel like I haven't liked the unholy cards very much yet, just because it feels like the corpse stuff might be inconsistent. But I haven't seen everything yet. She mentioned, by the way, Team America streams Duel, streams Arena, streams it all. Hope you're doing well. We're gonna have to take a break in a second here. I was hoping we could get through the core cards. How many are left? Alright, there's 4 cards left. I'm gonna take a break now. I'm gonna take a break now, because if we spend like 2 minutes per card, I'm gonna overshoot the break. I'm already running late. Alright. We'll take a 3-minute break. We'll come back. We'll finish the core cards here. Then we have the Path of Arthas. And then we've got the actual expansion Death Knight cards. And then we'll be through. We'll be all through all 203 cards. We still have like 50 to go. They get Jigglypuff with the follow. We'll be right back. All right. Yeah, fix this. If any means get Bajarian corpses by trading minions, it's me. Maybe on the pretty like undead. Maybe. Little not crazy impressed so far, though, comparatively. Draw 2 spells. Both frost spells do 2 damage to all enemies. Now, since you've already made the Frost Devotion of 2 runes in Frost, it might actually be realistic to have all Frost spells, as long as you avoid the 1 and 2 Rune Unholy cards. There might be, though. There definitely might be. I'm not sure, but there might be some non-runed, some general Death Knight spells that require no types of runes and, still don't have the Frost type, and so you'd have to avoid those too. 6 mana, 5/6. You still draw the 2 spells, right? Well, right, exactly. Yeah, 6 mana, 5/6. Draw 2 spells is fine without the consecrate effect. Exactly. So, if you happen to have, it's always offers the neutral Sunwell legendary, right? If you happen to have only Frost spells, then it becomes a very much 5-star card. Even without the Frost spells, you're still spending 1 mana over a Pit Fighter to draw 2 spells, which is super worth it. But you're still playing a slightly overcosted card, so it might be more of an upper end 4 than a 5, just because of the slight tempo loss, which, the more aggressive meta is, it becomes tougher to do. But yeah, it leans more towards 5. Patchwork, which, this one was revealed very, very early and really impressed people, and they showed it in the trailer. But yeah, Battlecry, destroy a minion in your opponent's hand, deck, and battlefield. So it's understated as a 7 mana 4/6, but you get a deadly shot effect on it, and you blow up a minion in their hand, and you blow up a minion in the deck. But in Arena, destroying the minion in their deck doesn't really matter. So you destroy, you do a deadly shot, and you kill a minion in their hand, and you get a 4/6 on board. And that seems worth 7 mana. So I still don't know if I would call it a 6-star card. But I think it's a 5. I think it's a 5 to get the 4/6 and the deadly shot and remove a minion from the opponent's hand, assuming their hand's not empty. So here's a 5. Or there's a 5. Here's a 3 unholy rune cards. If you take this, you can't get any blood or frost cards, period. But yeah, Balcry, raise all of your corpses as 1/1 risen golems with rush. For each one that can't fit, give 1 +2/+2. So. Oh, hold on. Still messed up on one of my screens. They shot plus discard, possibly a burn, possibly a good card. Now I guess be 6+ stars. Well, so it's an 8-mana 9/7, which is a reasonable body, but it's unimportant. The golems do have rush. They are risen, so they don't give you more corpses. So if you have six corpses, you get 6/1/1 risen golems to trade and use up the corpses. If you had like 10 corpses, it'd be an undead dragon. Why dragon? Do you just think he looks like a dragon? It's a human shape with 3 extra skulls, and then it has wings, but it doesn't look draconic in reality. If you had 10 corpses, which I don't know how realistic that is yet, but if you had 10 corpses, the Marigold was a dragon. I don't think so. Could be. You had 10 corpses, so you would use if your board was empty. If your board was empty, then you would get the 6, and then you would get +2, +2, +2, +2, +2, +2. Also, if your board's not empty, if you have like 2 spots filled and you play Marrowgar, then you get 4 ghouls, and you get more buffs. This is another one of those cards that, again, I'm like, boy, I really, really wish. I really, really wish we could play Death Knight right now, because it's still just so tough to get a feel for how many corpses we're gonna have, or how many corpses we're gonna be spending on other cards. This is Raid Boss Anexia level. What Raid Boss needs no setup, though. This needs a lot of setup. This needs a lot of setup. Yeah, fix you're gonna hoard your corpses for this if you had. You're gonna try. Especially if you've already drawn it. I said, except if like confused, you just play the game. Well, except like fixes, you have to play the game, but you also have to not. You have to not play the cards that say, spend up to 4 corpses, do this. At the end of your turn, turn a corpse into a 1/2 taunt. There's all these different ways to use corpses, but you have to be either not drafting those or ignoring those in your hand while you're trying to set this up. It's so tough to evaluate having not played Death Knight. From pure instinct, I am gonna call it a 5, but I'm not gonna call it a 6. Maybe it is a 6, but from pure instinct and the fact you might have these other corpse spending cards, I'm gonna call it a 5, not a 6, not a 6. And I'm a little worried that maybe it is even worse than that. But I just can't know until I've got first-hand experience with Death Knight. All right, Stitch Giant costs 1 less for each corpse you spent this game. Now this doesn't actually require you to use corpses actively. This is just you're spending corpses. You do have to have cards that spend the corpses. If you kill a bunch of stuff, but then you don't have a way to spend the corpses, this payoff doesn't work. You have to spend 2 corpses though for it to be halfway reasonable. And if you can spend like 4 corpses, it gets good. If you can spend 10 corpses, it gets insane. I'm guessing it's gonna be not too hard to use your corpses. which is partly why I'm worried about having this card in hand while I'm spending my corpses on other things. I'm gonna call this 4 stars would be safe. I'm not gonna be safe. I'm gonna call this another 5. I'm gonna say it's really easy to play this as, like a 4 mana 8/8. But out in a first-hand experience with Death Knight, I might end up being wrong. I'm gonna be bold and call this a 5. I think it's gonna be really easy to play this really cheap. But that's just intuition. That's just intuition. That's not first-hand experience. All right, so those were the Death Knight core cards. Those are the ones you're getting for free. This is the Path of Arthas. This is the set of cards that you have to spend 2,000 gold, or like $20 if you want them, in Constructed. In Arena, I'm assuming they'll just be in the rotation and show up. So yeah. Is it? If you don't draw anything that spends corpses. Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm just working on the intuition that it's going to be easy to spend corpses. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not, and I'll be super wrong. Path of Earth is just Death Knight cards. Yeah, so because they're releasing Death Knight as the 3rd set of the year, all the other classes have 6 expansions worth of cards. So all the classes have, like, they have their core cards plus, like, 10 cards per expansion. So they've got, like, 60 expansion cards. And to have Death Knight have even anywhere close to that, they've got some extra cards in the expansion. They've got those, like, 20-something. Actually, it's in the title. 32 core cards for Death Knight, and then 26 in the mini set. And then they get like another 10 from the expansion, or maybe they have a little bit more in the expansion, I forget. Maybe they have 20 in the expansion. But yeah, they're trying to put it on par with all the other classes. All right. Somebody said 2 Frost Runes for this, yuck, yeah. Now, I'm assuming this is going to be really, really strong in Constructed, because 0 mana to refresh 2 mana crystals lets you play out things really, really quickly. I'm thinking this will be really good in Constructed, but in Arena, you empty your hand so fast it may be no good. My instinct, the art is great though. It is. I like it. Got a lot of detail. It's big. It's zoomed in. But yeah, in Arena, cards like Lightning Bloom. Now, Lightning Bloom had Overload. This doesn't. And because this doesn't have Overload, you can still play out cards quickly. I'm just worried you're gonna run out of cards. I'm gonna call it a 2. But maybe it's actually gonna be more of a 3. It does let you spend stuff fast. Again, next with the raid. We've been going through cards for 6 hours. We still got quite a number to go. Again, I thank Gray Fox for the sub too. But yeah, 6 hours without seeing anything. By the way, I'll mention to you just in case you don't know. Okay, I was gonna say I think I was gonna I don't know next streamed. I didn't know Nick streamed, but just a heads up, your stream is still live. If you're not aware, your stream is still live. So if you didn't realize you didn't shut down your streaming software, there's a heads up. Because I clicked over to your stream just to give you a follow. It says 5th day streaming. Road to affiliate. Well, there's a follow. Next is thanks for telling me I didn't turn off my streaming software. All right. So yeah, thank you for the raid, and I gotta go over this other screen for a second to say to Gray Fox.
Excellent decision.
Thank you very much for 20 months of sub. Gray Fox also gifted 2 subs just the other day. So thanks again for that. Hope you continue to enjoy the stream as I try to muddle my way through all these billions of cards. Still use Streamlabs and whatnot. No, I hear you. Alright, the Bone Breaker. 1 mana, 2/2 weapon. Pretty good by default. After your hero attacks a minion, deal 2 damage to the hero. Well, you get some smork damage for free. And 1 mana, 2/2 weapon. That's really nice. That's really nice. Is that the first set of class cards you review? Fortunately, it's the last. Fortunately, it's the last. We've gone through all the neutral cards and all the other class cards. Death Knights are the last. Yeah, Trice says, what's the catch? Yeah, there's no overload here. There's no overload here like the shaman weapon. Thanks to Little with the follow. I appreciate it. Who said, hello, community. Shut your stream down. That's my advice. Shut your stream down. Oh, because I was still running at the end of my stream and I forgot to turn it off. No, just shut your stream down. That's my advice. How many fives so far? Quite a number. Quite a number. Many, many, many more fours than fives, though. Lots and lots and lots of fours. A lot of fours, a lot of twos. Hunter had some threes. But yeah, cards there too synergistic for Arena. Again, twos. And cards there just really, really solid. Again, fours. That's been the overall trend. Speaking of, I think I would say a 1-mana 2/2 weapon is a 4. Is a 4. That's a nice weapon for its cost. And I'm not even really factoring the smork damage into the rating, to be honest. But if you're more of a smorker than me, you might actually call this a 5, maybe. Keeps you on board. Keeps your minions smorking while the weapon itself smorks. Icy Touch. I like the art on this one. You got the nice undead fingers and the icicles on them. And they're getting zapped by lightning, too, just to boot. The lightning feels a little excessive. 1 mana, deal 2 damage to an enemy and freeze it. So yeah, I mean, you really... these days, in a perfect world, you want 3 damage for 1 mana. But yeah, you get the freeze, you get the damage, you can go face, you can stop him from swinging an attack, and you can freeze a minion, which is quite valuable. I'd call that a 4. Recipe's Froshack, which does 1 damage instead of 2, yeah. Double on damage, I'd call this a 4. If it's a Death Knight design, more of a smart class, it probably varies. It probably varies between the different runes, right? It looks like Blood is focusing on taunts and lifesteal and endurance, which makes sense because Blood is the tank class in World of Warcraft. And Unholy is focused on going wide and using corpses. And then Ice looks to be a little more focused on spells. I don't have a full feel for the Frost identity yet. Yeah, Blood's control, Frost is tempo, and Unholy Swarms, yeah. A Frostbreaker. Battlecry, gain +1 attack for each Frost spell in your hand. Oh, well, this might be more of a constructed card, because you're probably, even if you draft some Frost spells, you're probably not going to have them in your hand. A 1-mana 2/2 is good. A 1-mana 1/2 is bad. A 1-mana 3/2 is amazing. So if you're super confident you're gonna have two frost spells minimum in your hand, then it could be a 4. But by default, I would say avoid this because it's just gonna be tough to have these in your hand at the time you're trying to play this card. So by default, I'd say avoid because a 1-mana 1/2 is bad. Blood Tap requires 2 blood runes. Give all minions in your hand +1/+1. Spend 3 corpses, give them +1/+1 more. Huh, so you get some hand buff, too. And, Blood appears to have a lot of taunt minions, so the taunts with health, with stat buffs can be better than regular minions. That compares to Conditioning, which, gains +2/+2 when you're at 5 mana or more, and +3/+3 when you're at full 10 mana? What was Conditioning? Yep, 10, yeah. And indeed, this partly depends on... Right, it's basically Mathers 5, Mathers 10, yeah. This... Arena Fanatic without the stick. Yeah, except if you can spend 3 corpses. The +2/+2 can be really nice. So the part of the power of this card depends on how many things you're spending corpses on as Blood, right? You're spending corpses on quite a few things as Unholy, it looks like. But if you don't have a lot of ways to spend your corpses as Blood, this could be pretty good, because +2/+2 to hand is nice. +1/+1, not so nice. +2/+2 is nice. What's your hand size when you play this? Yeah, I would say in general, you're probably going to buff 3 or 4 minions with this. So you can spend 3 corpses to get +6/+6 or +8/+8 total for 2 mana. That can actually be very nice. Slight tempo loss. It's a corpse loss, but +2/+2 can be really good. I'm gonna call it a 3 still. I'm gonna call it a 3. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I think it's a little unreliable to have the right hand size, and I'm still not sure how many other opportunities to spend corpses you might have. So maybe it's worse than I think, but I'm gonna call it a 3, because I do like +2/+2 hand buff. Dark Transformation, which is indeed basically what's going on in this art here. If you're playing an Unholy Death Knight, you have a ghoul pet, and when you use Dark Transformation, it becomes a undead monstrosity, which does more damage and, bigger. So it's a core ability for Unholy Death Knights in World of Warcraft. Requires 1 Unholy Rune, transform an undead into a 4/5 undead monstrosity with Rush. So, if you have some 1/1 or 1/2 undead sitting around, that's pretty nice. But, oh, you can do it with your hero power. Of course, I'm an idiot. This turns your risen minion into an unrisen minion. Anyway, you can do this on your hero power. Which is super important. So as I was thinking, I don't like this because, you're not guaranteed to have a small unholy minion. Or, not small undead minion. But you are guaranteed to have a small undead minion with your hero power. So you might have one on board. You don't need to use your hero power. Or you can turn your 1/1 Rush Charge into a 4/5 undead monstrosity with Rush for only 2 mana. Which you can do for 4 mana total. That's I like that a lot. I would certainly call that maybe even a high end 4. I think this is quite good in Arena. The Rush is just so nice, and you either will be able to do it on board already, or you can just use your hero power. I like it a lot. Yeah. Team X, you can actually use it as a hex if the enemy has an undead. That's true. It doesn't say friendly undead. So if the opponent did have a really, really large undead, like, I don't know, invincible, you could turn it into a 4/5. Interesting. Gonna send you out. Catch the rest of the VOD tomorrow. Respecting turns. Well, thank you for being here, Glavy. Always have to have you. And yeah. I hope the VOD is not too much longer than this. I hope it's not crazy longer than this. I'm sure we'll still be going for like at least another hour, but we got these Path of Arthas cards, then the expansion cards, then we're done. We're almost there. All right, I wanted to check really quick. I wanted to make sure I did not. Oh, I did. Wait, no, I didn't. I was making sure I didn't miss any messages from Gray Fox after that sub. Like, I did. Oh wait, no, this was 3 days ago. All right. 2 mana requires 2 Frost Runes. 2 mana, 2/3. These, it's 3-star by default. After you cast a spell, deal 1 damage to 2 random enemies, which can include Face. F Flame Waker. The just get this is better statted. This is better stat and cheaper. Also has the elemental tag. So yeah, I mean, it's a 3 purely with upside. But can't go 2 to face. Yeah, yeah, you're saying this will split guaranteed? Yeah, still, the more cheap cards you have, like that 0 mana, that 0 mana Frost spell, the better it gets. It's definitely a good enough upside to call it a 4-star card. I don't think I would call it a 5. Double Blood Rune. Hematurge. Battlecry, spend the corpse to discover a Blood Rune card. So you do have to spend a corpse, but you can do that off your hero power, and you could discover a 3 Blood Rune card, which I don't know how good those are, but you could get Patchwork, right? You could discover Patchwork off this potentially. I just like Discover in general. It's only a single corpse, which you can get a single corpse off your hero power, right? So I'm gonna call this a 5. It's a well-stat 2. It's a well-stead, too, with a Discover a Class card. Specific type of class card, but Discover a Class card, which is better than just Discover in general. So I'm going to call it a 5. Maybe it's a high-end 4. There's a 3 blood rune to get 10 plus HP. Plague Strike is a very core unholy ability in World of Warcraft. Only requires 1 unholy devotion. Deal 3 damage to a minion if it kills it. Oh, so yeah, we had Heart Strike for blood. Plague Strike, deal 3 damage to a minion if it kills it. Summon a 2/2 zombie with Rush. That's really good. That's really good. It's really good. This is the Heart Strike was pretty good. This one's even better, right? I mean, how good? This is really good. This is 2 mana, deal 5 damage, basically. That's really good. I'm gonna call it a 5. I'm gonna call it a 5. That's really, really good for 2 mana. Alright, I'm gonna call it a 5. I'm gonna call it a 5. That's really good. Yeah, 2 mana, deal 5 splits, right? So, I mean, you can hit 2 different things, or you kind of have to. Vicious Bloodworm. 2 mana, 1 blood devotion, 3/2. 3/2. Sometimes you prefer a 2/3, but it's still the fair stat line for 2 mana. Give a minion in your hand, attack equal to this minion's attack. So 2 mana, 3/2 with a pretty reasonable upside. Call it a 4. Call it a 4. Especially because Blood has taunt cards, right? And taunt cards are better to give plus attack to than general minions. They're easier to kill. So yeah, call it a 4. Call it a 4. Probably not a 5, but call it a 4. Good card. Very good. Asphyxiate, which you got the Darth Vader effect, which you could maybe call, coincidental if you wanted to, but the flavor text on this does directly reference Darth Vader. It's like I find your lack of blood runes disturbing or something. So yeah, it requires 2 blood runes. Destroy the highest attack enemy minion. Which is very often, not always, but very often the minion you want to destroy. If they've got a 5 attack minion hiding behind a 4/10 taunt, though, that may not be what you want. But you get a discount. You get a discount over an assassinate. And it's more controllable than a deadly shot. You know what you're going to kill, unless they have 2 5 attack minions or something. Even looks like Anakin. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, Anakin with his blue hair. The question is this 4 or is this 5? And I think compared to other removal, I think fix this 4. I was gonna say I think we call it a high end 4. I don't think we call it a 5, but it's still a very nice removal. You'll draft a lot if you've got your blood runes set up. The Dark Fallen Neophyte. Ooh, she's got that long hair. I like it. 3 mana, 1 blood rune devotion, spend 2 corpses. Here's only like the second way we've seen to spend corpses is blood. Give all minions in your hand plus 2 attack, which again is good with taunty cards. A lot of times your taunts are, like 2 8s or something. Okay, that's you don't see much of that, but you got like 3 6s or something. You got like 3 6s that can make it into 5 6. All minions in the hand plus 2 attack. She's decently stat herself. 2 corpses is pretty darn reasonable for that effect, I would say. I like it. I don't think it's crazy insane, but I felt like it a lot. I think it's good. Gotta call it a 4. Mokushan was made for Blood Death. Now, yeah, turn your 1/7 into a 3/7. Makes it much, much, much more reasonable. Good to know pounds. Death. We're right, and we've got that evil consecration that's stronger. So you get some things like that, yeah. So anyway, I like this card. Glacial Advance. I think Glacial Advance is a movement ability in World of Warcraft, but I'm not sure. 3 mana, 1 Frost Rune. Deal 4 damage. Your next spell this turn costs 2 less. So this is going to be more reliable and constructed, but 3 mana deal 4 damage it's below average, but it's okay to draft. It's like a high-end 2 or a low-end 3. This has good combo potential. Yeah, Shadow Bolt, exactly. Shadow Bolt's not that good. Yeah, it's draftable, but it's like a really high-end 2 more than a low-end 3. So, same type of thing here, Oh yeah, fixes this can go face though, unlike Shadow Bolt, which is significant, honestly. So yeah, really high end 2, or maybe low end 3. The fact it can go face does maybe push it into low end 3. Yeah, it gets better and better the more spells you have. You know, you have to have 2 spells in hand. You have to have enough mana to do both, even with this discount. It can be a very good tempo gain, though. It can be a very good tempo gain, but it's got to be more reliable and constructive for sure. Howling Blast, which was a core AoE in World of Warcraft for Frost. 3 mana, 1 Frost Rune, deal 3 damage to enemy, and freeze it, deal 1 damage to all other enemies. It's really good. That's really good, yeah? Yeah. That's a that's a much better an arena than this, because it doesn't require like comboing. Freezing a minion in general is a nice thing to have. Yeah, freezing swipe, right, exactly. It's one mana less than swipe, and only does 1 less damage to the primary target, and you get to freeze the primary target. That's really nice. It's really, really nice. Is it 5-star nice, or is it 4-star nice? I think these days it might be 4-star nice. When Hearthstone launched, it would be 5-star nice. But yeah, it's another really, really solid card. I like it a lot, but it's maybe not insane. Just really, really, really good. Unholy Frenzy, which speeds up your ghoul attacks if you're an Unholy Death Knight in World of Warcraft. 3 mana, 1 Unholy. Choose an enemy minion. Your minions attack it. Resummon any that die. Choose an enemy minion. Your minions attack it. Resummon any that die. There's some similar-ish hunter stuff, right? Minions attack it. Resummon any that die. Can be a heal. Can be a heal if your minions are damaged. Like this one for the same reason you like Riot. Doing Swarm and go to board, yeah. We like Rush with the Death Rattle, yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty darn sure I like this a lot. But I'm deciding if it's a 5. If I'm actually thinking a little bit, could this ever be a 6? If you're thinking about some generic board states. Your opponent has a 4-5, 3-3, and a 2-3 or something. You've got a 2-3, you've got a 1-1, you've got a 4-5. I always forget with these cards. Your earliest played minion attacks first, right? Yeah, it's not 5-2, can be 5. Yeah, part of the problem is just the order of minions attacking. Because you want your smallest minions to attack first, which may not always be possible. Unless you have a board and they're trying to put up a taunt to stop them. Yeah. Well, even if you don't have board, even if you don't really have board, well, yeah, if you're right. When you've got a little bit of board, if you got like a 2-3 and a 2-2 or whatever, a 2-3 and a 2-3, and they play a 5-6 taunt, and normally you'd have to go 2-3 2-3 ghoul, and then you'd lose that board, and you'd have to put something else down. You could use this, kill the taunt, and resummon the 2-3 and the 2-3, and potentially your 1-1 or whatever. Yeah. I'm cooling on it a bit. This is a tough one to rate. So I'm trying to also compare it to, like, we saw, the 2 mana destroy minion and lose health equal to its health or whatever. We saw the 3 mana destroy highest attack minion. This one can sometimes be used as a heal, but only sometimes. Human drop it with 2-drop, it gets rush resummon. Yeah, but you're still spending 3 mana. And the resummon can get you corpses, though, on Unholy Lex corpses. It's a tough one. Tough one for me to evaluate. It'd be a lot easier. If this was 1 mana instead of 3 mana, like, Devouring Swarm costs... Well, it costs 1 or 0 or whatever. Yeah, Farseer's going 4. It's interesting. I'm like, is this a 5? And I'm like, boy, it's actually a 3. Thanks for plus corpse donation. Yeah, 100 cards, 0 mana. Though. That's the thing. That's the thing. I was trying to remember if Devouring Storm was 0 mana or 1 mana. Devouring Storm puts stuff back into your hand, but you can do more with it on the turn you're playing it. This is a hard card to evaluate. I'm gonna play it safe and call it a 4, but I want to see this one in action. All right, Lady Death Whisper, which is getting a diamond card. If you pay like the 80 or $70 or whatever for the Path of Arthas set in gold, you're gonna get Lady Death Whisper in diamond. They also said Lady Death Whisper is gonna be purchasable separately, but I don't know if she's gonna be like $20 like Drekthar or what. Lady Death Whisper, Death Rattle, copy all frost spells in your hand. 4 mana, 3 frost rooms for 3. Again, this could very easily be a constructed thing, but it's gonna be she's understated, and you're probably not gonna have a huge number of frost spells in your hand in arena. Very unreliable. Takes the triple frost devotion. I would say in arena you probably want to avoid this. Maybe even don't draft it because it's gonna be really tough to pull off. But we'll go with 2. Thank you, your first spells. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Cards grand constructed the first mana card. That's the first thing I think of is the Horn of Winter, absolutely. But we're not talking about constructed. The Malignant Horror. I like this art. You know, I want to bring up when I like art in the set because there were so many cards I didn't like the art in the set. 4 mana, 2/4. At the end of your turn, spend 5 corpses, summon a copy of this minion and it's reborn. Interesting. So yeah, you want so many corpses. You want billions of corpses to make this really strong. Can you get billions of corpses? Now, this does provide you with 2 corpses on its own, right? To a degree. Huh. So yeah, these high corpse cards are ones that I really want to see in action to judge it. But let's judge it without the resummon effect or the summon extra thing effect. How about just a 4 mana 2/4 reborn? It's not very good. It's not terribly good. You know, if we compare, it's a 2/4 with a 2/1 inside of it. For 4 mana. Let's pretend it says infuse 5. Yeah. Although the next one auto infuses on board, which is interesting. But yeah, infuse. If we did try pretend infuse 5. Where's Bone Wraith without corpse? Yeah, it's a curious one. I don't think I love it. Yeah, Twilight tries to give it a Harvest Golem, which costs 1 less mana than this, and it has only 1 less health. Yeah, I think I'm gonna say the corpse cost is really, really high for this effect. But if corpses flow more easily than I expect them to, I'm gonna say, yeah, corpses better infused because you don't need the star to be in hand. It's true. Plus, like I said, the idea is, this can come down, spawn the second one, and if you've somehow gained 15 corpses through the game, then the next turn you could make 2 more of them. But that's a heck of a lot of corpses. I'm gonna say I don't love this. I'm gonna say I don't love this and call it a 2. But maybe it'll be better than I expect when we see it in action. I mean, base cards for sure. Favorite corpse generation. Definitely. The Might of Menethil, which I think was a weapon that could drop from Arthas, or did it drop somewhere else? May have dropped somewhere else, but anyway. I mean, he's Arthas Menethil. 4 mana. Actually, was it? Yeah, was this the weapon Arthas was using before he got Frostmourne? Was this just straight up what he had? I can't remember. 4 mana, 2 Frost Runes. Battle Cry, spend up to 3 corpses, freeze that many minions. Ooh. I think he used the sword before too. That could be right. Uther. Just hammer time for Uther. John says he did use a hammer, actually. I thought he was using a hammer. Yeah, but this is kind of a hammer. it's a mace. Yeah, I think you're right. This is not what he was actively wielding, but I want to see if it's him who drops it or somebody else drops it. Might of Menethil. It's actually Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad drops it in World of Warcraft Classic. All right, so that is where it comes from. All right. This is Dad's mace from Warcraft 2, maybe. Possibly. I don't know if there's active lore for this, but Kel'Thuzad gets his hands on it at some point or another. May have been given it by Arthas as the Lich King. May have acquired it some other way. But yeah, how good is it? 4 mana 4/2 is just a reasonable. It's the reasonable line for a 4-mana weapon. Freeze up to 3 enemy minions as long as you're willing to spend the corpses on it. That's a big freeze. You know, very, very often what you're going to see is you've got 3 minions on board. The opponent has 2 or 3 minions on board. You play Might of Menethil. You freeze their 2 or 3 minions. You go face, including swinging 4 face with your weapon. And then they're frozen. They can't do anything. Next turn, you smork them again. A lot of times, you're just going to smork 2 turns and win the game with this. I'm still gonna call it a 4. I think I'm still gonna call it a 4, not a 5. But this is a potential win condition, in a pretty common situation. Swip of choice with Social Engines. It's done. Double Frost is rough. Possibly. Yeah, I mean, there's other stuff you get out of Double Frost, though, right? So I'm not judging the runes too much at the moment. 4 mana, 1 Unholy Rune, 1/3 Taunt, but you summon 2 copies of this minion. So this is good with, like, the anti-magic shell. It also gives you 3 corpses. 4 mana, 3 1/3s. Warrior has something a little similar recently, right? But you can power it up with Infuse. Does slow down the enemy a lot. Because it works with the blood hand buff. Yeah, if you're multi-runing, I forget if the blood. The blood rune was 2 blood, right? So you'd have to be specifically 2 blood and an unholy. But then, yeah, this would be really nice. This would be really nice with that +2/+2. Specifically, this will be annoying. It will be annoying. 2 1/2 taunts is worth 2 mana. 3 1/3 taunts is worth 3.3 mana. Yeah. Let's pick a 3rd rune. You liked what you get offered. Yes. Yeah, Posmorpheus was saying, you pre-declare your runes. So yeah, you don't pre-declare them, but you declare them as you pick cards. It's a ton of weird strategy at that thing. Right, so if you don't like blood rune cards, like Team America says they don't, then even if you're offered a good blood card, you might turn it down because you just don't want to be drafting blood cards in the future. So yeah, it's a weird little thing for sure. This says, yeah, exactly. It says 3 corpses attached, and and undead tag, which has its own purposes. And when you're unholy, you like the corpses. Yeah. So like I said, in a generic class, I think I would rate this at 2. But we'll say 3. We'll say 3 here. They have the weird bloodlust thing, yeah, which costs 5 corpses. But you know, it's weird. It's weird, right? Because you're like, oh well, this can give you the corpses for that weird bloodlust thing, and you can put the weird bloodlust thing on this. Like, oh wait, but you're doing one or the other. You can't do both. So yeah, I'm just gonna rate it at 3 for now. I think I'm not a huge fan of this card. I'm like I said, I feel like this is only worth 3.3 mana usually. Choose one. We're not a druid. And okay, that's good. That had to be in there, right? That had to be in there. This has big thriller energy. All right, 4 mana, 2 unholy, Tomb Guardians. Summon 2/2/2 zombies with taunt. Spend 4 corpses to give them both reborn. I like. So this spends corpses. This does spend corpses. Oh, and it gives the corpses back. That's true. That's true. It's very true. So this is a this is a short-term investment strategy. This is much better than the last card. Yeah, it does take 2 unholy runes more rather than 1 though. Yeah, full refund as long as you get the corpses up front. Yeah, this I like. This I like. Yeah, delayed with full refund. Yeah, this I like quite a bit. It's gonna be really tough to get through this. If you've got a critical, I mean, just if you think about like in this meta, you got Cult Master, right? You know, the 4/2 that draws cards as minions die. This would be crazy with Cult Master. It says hello. Yeah, it's tough to get through an Oiotron, and this is two Oiotrons with extra attack, kind of. Yeah. Is this a 5? Maybe not. Maybe not, but I certainly think it's good enough to be a 4, unlike the last card. The Blood Boil, which is a blood AoE in World of Warcraft. 2 blood runes required, lifesteal, infect all enemy minions. At the end of your turns, they take 2 damage. Ha! This is just interesting to me because we've seen very, 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 very few cards like this in the past, if any. If any, so many times, over the years, people have said, you know, will they ever make like a burn effect, a burn that a minion takes damage at the end of every turn type thing. And they haven't really done it much at all, if at all. Now here's a card that does it. Here's a card that does that type of thing. So yeah, you get potentially a lot of lifesteal. And then, if you leave the enemy minions alone, you might get even more lifesteal if you wait for him to die at the end of the next turn. Costs 1 more than Consecration, but that lifesteal is genuinely huge. Even if some of their minions survive, you'll have gained maybe, if they got 5 minions and you kill 3 of them, they have 3 minions left, you've already gained 10 health. And next turn, you might finish their minions off and gain 6 more. So even if they're able to go face with 3 minions, it may not matter. This is very interesting. It's very interesting. I like it. How relevant the heal is. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if the heal is not relevant at all, and if you're playing minions that can trade into it, might just be worse than Consecration. That's obviously could Starfish or Willing Soul, the burn effect away. Yeah, technically. Not gonna come up very often, but if you were Bloodborne and you really needed those second burn effects, those second boil effects, and they did play a Wailing Soul, you would cry. Oh, with spell damage. I'm assuming this does work with spell damage. Well, yeah. Yeah. I'm assuming it works with spell damage. I'm assuming it changes to 3, and the debuff also changes to a 3. I'm not 100% sure. Brad thinks it doesn't work with spell damage at all. Period. Fixes. Excellent turn matters because it won't let you trade the way you want on the turn it is played. If they have like a taunt, yeah. Brad says they actually tried it in the show match. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fixing this is a low 3. The 5 mana over like a 4 mana is significant. But I like the lifesteal quite a bit. This is so good against, an aggro player. There's a 4 mana neutral, 2 mana, 2/2 AoE. Yeah, but it's your side of the board. You can use this while you're ahead. which does have value to me. I'm gonna say it's enough lifesteal for me to like it. Yeah, I think you're gonna heal most often for 6 off of this. I think that's even though I don't super value face life, I think in the situation you're using this, you're gonna like it. I'm gonna call it a 4. Fix it's a low 3. I'm gonna call it a 4. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe the 5 mana over 4 mana is super significant. Alright, the Corpse Bride. 5 mana for 4. Battlecry, spend up to 8 corpses. Summon a Risen Ghoul with stats equal to the amount spent. A Risen Groom, not Ghoul. So if you spend 1 corpse, you get a 1/1. If you spend 8 corpses, you get an 8/8. It's Risen, so it doesn't give you a corpse itself. You spend 4 corpses. This has no rune. Yeah, that's true. Show up all the time. If you spend 4 corpses, then you would get 2 4/4s for 5 mana, although the corpses will be gone. Yeah, fixes matters. So I would agree in terms of Unholy probably has better things to be doing with its corpses than this. Spend 2 corpses, you have Silverhand Knight, right? Which Silverhand Knight would nowadays be a 2-star card, I think. So yeah, if you're running Unholy, who probably has better things to do than spend corpses on this, then I think this you probably want to avoid. Because I think you can have better things to do with your corpses. It looks like Blood and Frost too both have a lot less to do with their corpses. So it might be, a 4 or maybe a 3, but it might be a 4 in Blood and Frost. This gets better the less other things you have to do with your corpses. So yeah, I think this is a card you really want to look at your deck structure. If you got nothing to spend your corpses on, then sure, absolutely take this card. If you have lots of other ways to spend your corpses, and one of the other 2 cards offered to you is good, I would probably avoid it, because you got better things to do. You got better things to do with your corpses than this. Interesting card. Interesting card. You have to think quite a bit when you draft that card or not. This is a 3 Frost card. 3 Frost. Battlecry, spend up to 5 corpses. Deal 2 damage to an enemy for each. Alright, little understated. You can do up to 10 random damage for 5 corpses. I mean, that's worth it. That's worth it. It's a rare as well. Can go face, which could be a problem for you. But yeah, those are some big missiles. And, I think it's easy enough to generate corpses to plan for this. 6-man power face. Could be. Yeah, Deuce says it's 5. I think I agree with you. I think it's a lot of power. For its cost. Let's see, 0 corpses. Summon a 0/0 and give you a corpse. Wait, is that true? Is that not true? Frostmourne, the only Lich King card to not be changed at all. KT says, how the runes work in Arena? Do you pick the amount of runes you want to take? Will you pick Death Knight? You pick it as you go. Pick it as you go. So if this card shows up, and you take it, you will only get offered Frost cards after that. Frostmourne says Frostmourne's download now. Yeah, this is a 7-mana legendary Frostmourne in the Path of Arthas. It has no rune requirements. So you can run it in Unholy Blood and Frost Death Knights. So yeah, 7-mana 5/3. Summon every minion killed by this weapon. So I think Frostmourne will be really good, possibly for Blood. Very much this would be better with 3 durability. Yeah, so you can get the minions faster. It's true. I think this might be better for Blood. Blood, where you've got lifesteal stuff. You've got lifesteal stuff and taunt stuff to keep you alive as you are throwing this into minions, especially enemy taunt minions or rush minions, unless you're going for the 15 face, which you might be. But yeah, I think this will be better in blood than Frost or Unholy. Because your health is gonna be higher overall. So yeah, I think in blood, this is still a little slow to equip. It's a little slow to activate. But I think in blood, I think it'll still be a 4-star card because I think the 7 mana is awkward. Right? Yeah, Deuce says too slow. You can't spend 7 mana dealing 5 damage. I think you can, but not all the time. So I think, but yeah, you're right that it's expensive. It's kind of slow. So I think in blood it is a 4-star card, and other classes it's more of a 3-star card. It's still 15 damage. If you're relatively even, it can be just 15 damage face over 3 turns, which can be super worth it. I think it's better in blood than Unholy or Frost, and I think it is slow. So I don't think it's amazing. It's amazing in a certain situation, but in a general case, I don't think it's amazing. I think it's too expensive. So yeah, I rate higher in blood than other places. This is one of the first cards they show. 7 mana, 3 Frost Runes, deal 5 damage, freeze all enemy minions, and summon a 5/5. It's a little reminiscent of, a card doing a lot of things like Ultimate Infestation that does the 5 damage and draws the 5 cards and get the 5 armors. Yeah, Ultimate Infestation. It's a real reminiscent of that. Yeah, the freeze all enemy minions is really significant. The 5/5 Frostworm for only a little more than 2 mana for the cost of just that is super significant. This is kind of the payoff to running 3 Frost. It feels like maybe more so than even Lady Deathwhisper type thing. Although I guess Lady Deathwhisper can copy this, which is significant because you can freeze all minions twice. Yeah, no, this might be 6, honestly, but yeah, it's at least 5. It's doing so much work. It's doing so much work for its cost. This is an auto pick even been locked 3 into Frost? Well, it might depend on what the 2 other cards are. If the other 2, if you have the triple Frost up against triple Unholy, and you're like, oh wait, which of these payoffs do I like? But yeah, I think it looks really nice. I think it looks really nice. We've seen some other nice Frost cards. So, yeah, this looks really nice. Like that. The Scourge! Now, this is slow. This is 2 Unholy. The Scourge! Fill your board with random undead. But yeah, it's 9 mana. It's random minions. So, if, yeah, this card leaked so many cards early. That's true. That's true. There's a big split grain taking this. I would agree. Excess 5. So you can't be behind. You can't be behind when you play this. If you play this, you're doing nothing else, and the opponent is just gonna smork you and kill you. But if you're relatively even, then this is really, really nice, because even if you get a board full of 2/2s, that's still a board full of, I mean, 2 mana cards. That's still a board full of 2 mana minions, and there are some big undead, we know. We saw. This is random, so it can be from classes, so you get the 7/7 rush from Warlock. There's like this will be meta dependent. If it's quick meta, this is too slow. I agree. Try to say there's some Rush Undead. Yeah, I mentioned the 7/7. Try to say there's some Taunt Undead too. Yeah. We do have to see this in action a little bit. Yeah, it says there's 6/6 Warlock Legendary. There are some Undead Legendaries. This one I think we have to see in action a little bit. But yeah, if you're dying on turn 7, this card doesn't work. So I see a lot of people saying 6. I feel like this is better than many slow cards in Hearthstone. But it's still slow. Fix says, if you're dying on turn 7, weather card on turn 9, I think will save you. If not this. What I mean, Fix, is if you're dying on turn 7, this could have maybe been a 4 mana legendary that you could have played. And then you wouldn't be dying on turn 7. That's what I mean. I mean the 9-cost card can be dead in your hand if it's a fast meta. So a faster legendary. That's your very big card. I agree. I totally agree with that, with no hint of irony or sarcasm or anything. I mean that picking a 9-cost card is a risky thing to do in any meta because it's a 9-cost card. And I mean that seriously. I don't. There's no glibness there. I just mean I think that's a true thing. If the save is still going, we almost done, and yeah, bots. I slept for 6 hours, and you're still going. Yep. We've got, I don't know. I think we've got between 10 and 20 cards left. Here's his screen cards. These are coming up. These are cards that are launched on December 6th. Since we technically don't know their rotation yet. I mean, people would flip. Yeah, 99.999% sure. People would flip if they don't include March of the Lich King in the next rotation. I would flip. You know, usually I'm pretty chill, right? I'm pretty chill, you know. Even when, you know, mistakes happen with drafts, even when, you know, arena goes down for a day and a half. Usually I'm pretty chill. Usually I'm pretty forgiving. Usually I'm a bit of an apologist, but if they didn't put an expansion in arena on launch, I would flip out. I would complain. I would make a Reddit post. That would be the limit of my chill for sure. I would join the rabble as much as I would join the rabble to the maximum extent I feel is reasonable. Whatever that max is. Yeah, new classic Hearthstone. Right. All right. Again, we need to see this in action. And we need to know how aggressive the meta is. I am going to call it I will call it a 5. I will say that if you're as long as you're not falling completely behind, we know there are some strong undead. Even if it's weak undead, it's still a full board fill. There will be times this card gets you killed. There will be times this card is dead because you're too far behind. But yeah, a full board fill. We've seen. I mean, right now, in the 2015 meta though, you see Rafam. Rafam is too slow because Rafam is a 9-mana 7/8 or whatever he is. But you can get from him the fill the board with 3/3s mummy card. But it's too slow because after you play Rafam, you're dead because you've played one card 7/9 and your opponent just goes face and you die. But this is playing the board full of mummies without the Rafam setup. This is without the setup turn, which makes it very playable. So I am going to call it 5. Maybe it's 6. I'm not going to call it 6 because I still think it might be a dead card a little too often. But yeah, I am going to call it 5, but I think it's really worth discussing why it can be bad and why it's better than Rafam because it doesn't have the setup turn. All right, we're back to our winner. So we only have one more slideshow. One more. I'm not sure how many expansion Death Knight cards there are. The other classes get 10. I think Death Knight might get 20, though? I'm not sure. Do they only get 10? We'll find out. All right, but these are the expansion. These are the March of the Lich King cards. I'm going to say again, I've been saying it a lot, but I look at the art on this card, and I just feel like it's so much better than so many of the cards in the set. I don't know if you can see it as much as I can. I have it blown up to the whole screen, but the face is detailed, the armor is pretty detailed, but more importantly, there's a lot of shading and depth on this card. The armor is casting shadows on itself. I keep harping on the art for other cards, so I want to say this card looks pretty good in comparison to the cards that I don't like how they look. Anyway, 2-mana, 2/3, 3 by default. Battle cry: if a friendly undead died after your last turn, discover an unholy rune card. Undead cards are. I'm kind of surprised this is. It's a mortician, but she's not dead herself. She's just a dark iron dwarf. She looks a little undead, but that's deceptive. But yeah, undead are it's cards with the undead tag. It's like, an elemental card. She's necrotic, not yet dead. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Is she even a dark iron dwarf, or is she just dying? a regular dwarf. I don't know. But yeah. So it's a because it's a Death Knight card, and because your hero power can give you an undead ghoul. You're never gonna be at a loss to not be able to play this card at all. Therefore, I think fairly statted cards with Discover a Class card on them are probably worthy of 5 in itself. Maybe you want to call it a 4. Maybe you want to call it a 4. Maybe it needs to be like overstat to be a 5 in your mind. But yeah, a fairly stat card with Discover a Class card feels sweet to me. Vampiric Blood! You know, this is the type of art you see a lot on vampire type things, but I like it. So it's a 3 blood card, full devotion to blood. Give your hero +5 health. Spend 3 corpses to gain 5 more, and draw a card. I think Fix mentioned this card earlier. They were talking about 10 health to your hero. Incidentally, I don't actually like this card too much. Because I don't like spending a card. I might not like spending corpses. Now, the corpses negate the card cost. But I'm not sure if I like spending corpses to cycle a card and gain 10 face health. There's Holy Light or whatever in Paladin that restores 8 health to your face for 2 mana. That card's terrible. It doesn't have an option to cycle itself, though. So I don't think I like this card very much at all, which is unfortunate because I like blood. Team America saying they don't like blood. I don't like this card. It's not quite a 1. I would call it a 2, but I don't like this card much. The Acolyte of Death. Is this 2? I said 2. I agree. If you look bad, this is only a bit better. After a friendly undead dies, which includes your hero power, draw a card. Now, this is fairly statted. And it has potential. It's if you have 5 mana, you can always make it draw 1 card. And if you've already got a board full of these little, like, if you've combined Frost and Unholy, and your Unholy is giving you these little 1/1 zombies that have Reborn, they're sticky, then combining Frost and Unholy, this could be a really good payoff. I think it's quite likely you might still have an Unholy card, or even 2 on board when this comes down, so it might be pretty easy to draw 3 cards. The point being, I would definitely call this a 4, because you can always draw 1 card late in the game, and you have the potential to draw a lot more cards. So I would say that this is worthy of a 4 rather than a 3. There's your power into life tap. Well, and you don't lose 2 life. So yeah, I like this one. Blightfang. Wasn't this card crazy? I think I saw this one. We're gonna have to take one last break after this card, by the way, before we look at the very, very, very last cards. But yeah, Battle Cry. Infect all enemy minions. When they die, summon a 2/2 zombie with Taunt. It's a 3/3. It's only slightly understated. So if your opponent has, let's say, 3 minions, then this, as long as you can kill your opponent's minions, which you have to do sooner or later in Arena, pretty much, then this is like a 3 mana 9/9. And if they have 5 minions, well, it might be a little hard to fight back, but if they have 5 minions, that's like a 3 mana 13/13 or something. So, and even if they just have 1 minion, if you can infect and then kill that minion immediately, it's like a 3 mana 5/5. So, as long as you're not about to die instantly, and if you're getting close to dying, the taunts will help with that. I mean, my question is this a 6? Because I think it's definitely at least a 5, and it only requires 1 unholy devotion. Only 1, not even 2, not 3, not even 2, but 1. So you can't do it as triple frost, you can't do it as triple blood, but otherwise you can do it. Infect the lifesteal card. Then this. You want to do double infect? Yeah, the blood boil was 2 blood runes, so you could, if you were on 1 unholy, 2 blood, you could do that combo. One's an epic, one's a legendary though. This does get punished for not being great on 3. I agree with that, and so maybe that holds it back from being a 6. But yeah, I mean, this is just it's so easy for this to be a great amount of stats, and it's also quite easy for it to be an amazing amount of stats. So it might be a 6. Might say 5 to be safe. Okay, like I said, we got to take one last break. Before, after 7 hours, we wrap up the full card review. And then will we play any actual arena? Maybe not. Like I said, genuinely, we might only play one game. We've been talking for 7 hours. I don't know if we're going to actually play any today. Maybe. So, somebody asked just a little bit ago if this will be on the YouTube. Almost definitely. I have not uploaded much at all to the YouTube lately, but this will probably almost definitely go up there. But not for a day or two. It has to be at least 24 hours after the stream ends before it goes on the YouTube. That's in the Twitch agreements. All right, we gotta take a 3-minute break, though. We're gonna take a 3-minute break before we wrap up the last cards. All right. Thanks for sticking around through the break. He said, "What's that Twitch agreement? Never heard of it before." The affiliate agreement is public. We're Twitch partners, which I don't think is public, but the affiliate agreement is public. You can look that up if you're interested. But yeah, it includes a clause saying that anything you upload and broadcast on Twitch, you can't put anywhere else, like YouTube, within 24 hours of the stream ending. So, they did change the agreement recently that you can upload small portions to like TikTok type things, but you can't upload like big parts of your stream for 24 hours. Find some apps. All right. Meat Grinder, 3 mana, 3/4. It's the stat line you want. Valkyrie, shred a random minion in your deck to gain 3 corpses. Minions in your deck don't matter. Minions in your deck don't matter. In Arena. In general. Therefore, Spider Tank that gives you 3 corpses in the Unholy Ruin that wants the corpses the most. It's probably not 5, but it's really good. It's just the stat line you want with the corpses you want. Very good. Very, very good. Emotional pain to see your best card get shred. I know, it'll happen. It'll happen. Alright, Soulbreaker, 3 mana, 3/2 weapon. Fireworks. Get a Blood Rune Devotion. After your hero attacks and kills the minion, gain 2 corpses. Okay, so the shred just means destroy. Haven't seen the cards out. Yeah, it's just flavor, right? It's flavor for it being the meat grinder, and so it's gonna show the card, come out and go, and it does essentially just mean destroy / discard, but there's some flavor to it. All right. Remove from collection too, yeah. Fortunately, we're in Arena, so you'll just remove it from your draft. You'll have a 29-card draft. Jimmy says, make TikTok save. I'm too old. I don't understand it. All right, but yeah. So this may not be that good in pure blood, because we haven't seen that many uses for corpses, for blood in general. But if you're 1 blood, 2 unholy, or even 2 blood, 1 unholy, then you might still have a lot of unholy cards that can use these corpses. Plus, it's just Fiery War Axe with upside. So, it feels like there's enough use for corpses overall. They would still probably call this a 4. Maybe it'll end up being more of a 3 if the corpses aren't useful enough in general, but especially if you've got some unholy blended in too. I think it'll be a 4. Corpse Explosion, very iconic Death Knight ability, although honestly, sometimes not that useful in many situations. So let's see. Yeah, 5 mana, 2 Blood Devotion. Detonate one of your corpses to deal 1 damage to all minions, which includes your minions. If any are still alive, repeat this. Oh, so you get... Yeah, 5 mana of the file. Like, you get the file, but you have to spend corpses. You have to spend 5 mana instead of 2 mana, and you have to spend corpses. You have to detonate multiple corpses. You have to spend 5 mana instead of 2. You need 2 Blood Devotion. You don't get a body like Spammy Arcanist. Why is there a trick to this? Why is this so terrible even compared to a neutral card? Oh, wait. Okay, now I see it. There is a trick to this. Right, so... Yeah, Fix says this is until they die. Right. This is not... If any die, repeat this. This is... Keep exploding. If there's any gaps in the math, this just keeps exploding. Okay. So yeah, I was trying to compare it to Defile, but it's not actually Defile. It feels a bit like Defile, but it's not Defile. Okay. So, yeah. If you've got 5 corpses, you can do 5 AoE damage. If you have 3 corpses, you can do 3 AoE damage. If you got 12 corpses, you can clear like any board, including Deathwing. So it still seems pretty bad. It still might feel kind of bad to cost 5 mana because it's your side of the board, right? If it hit only the enemy board, it would be like super incredible. But the fact that it's both sides of the board and costs 5 mana, and costs corpses still does feel iffy to me. Board clears are good, but board clears that hit your side of the board are not as good. You say you can't stop when you want. Yeah, there could be situations where, the opponent has, a 3-4, a 3-3, a 2-3, a 2-3, and you've got, like an 8-8. and you're like, I wish I had less corpses, because I have to blow up my 8-8. If I had 4 corpses, I could blow up all 4 of their minions and go face with my 8-4, but I can't do it. Can't keep my 8-8. AoE is good, but this... Evan says, in what situation is this not a full board clear? When you're out of corpses. Because it says repeat this, you have to detonate a second corpse to do the second point of damage. So if you don't have 6 corpses, you can't do 6 damage. If you have 1 corpse, you're gonna do 1 damage, and that's gonna fail to repeat. By any, do they mean minions or corpses? Minions. Minions. The corpses are never alive. If it does include the corpses you generate with it, most likely it would. If you were killing your own minions, I think it would add to the corpse counter actively, because repeat this kind of has a bit of a delay. Most likely, yes. I can't guarantee it, but most likely. This is a weird... It's not what corpses. It's here. Corpses generated when a friendly minion dies. There you go. I think it's more reliably than the lifesteal one. Well, sort of. But the lifesteal one didn't hit your side of the board. At least I don't think it did. Oh, death rails and corpse creation. I feel like stick 5 minutes for this card to finish detonating. Maybe. Fix compares this to Hagatha's scheme. A little comparable. It has its place on board with no stats. Like Fix says, it's just a number. It's just a number. I think the number does show up if you're playing Death Knight. So, if 3 minions die, it's like you got 6 corpses to utilize. You could use the generate like corpses if you kill more things you spend. Yeah, but you only get corpses from friendly minions. Because they wouldn't waste runes on this. Yeah, but if you've already got a blood devotion, then it's gonna show up anyway. I don't like bi-directional AoE. I don't like AoE that hits your side of the board. And I don't like using up all these corpses, I don't think, in this way. I'm gonna say I don't like it. And so like I said, Timo Eric was saying they didn't like the blood cards. And I was saying, I don't know, I feel pretty okay about these, but I was looking at core. And Path of Arthas. I don't like these expansion blood cards so far. I don't like the Vampiric Blood, and I don't like the Corpse Explosion. What about Morgraine? The Corrupt Ashbringer Death Knight Leader. 7 mana, 7/7. For the rest of the game, deal 3 damage to your opponent at the end of your turns. This is pretty good. Yeah, so it's a War Golem that puts a timer on your opponent. Now, I typically like this a lot less than the neutral 7/7 that doubles the stats of all the minions in your deck. Now, if you've got your opponent really low already, fixes the win condition. This is a win condition. And it's a win condition that favors, some of the Healy cards. Some of the Healy cards, like that Vampiric Blood, 'cause sometimes you just need a little more time. I like that this lets me go face while I continue to trade, but I don't like playing a 7-mana 7/7 in general. You wonder what the average turn count is in Arena? It depends on your playstyle a bit. It depends on the meta. Right now, the average turn count is probably only, honestly, like 7 or 8, because there's a lot of games that kind of end on turn 5 or 6. But in a lot of metas, the average turn count is probably more like 16. Does it work with Braun? It would. It would. There's no reason for it not to, right? What about with this Macaw that repeats Battlecry? But the Macaw that repeats Battlecry is a Shaman card, so you better be dual classing, right? But Braun would work. The board is gonna look like a Lord of the Rings battlefield with a bunch of corpses strewn about. You were also Taz, though. You were the person that wanted the diamond colossal cards to appear as a full art, and if a piece was destroyed, it would turn into like a totally new piece of art, and the God of War snake would come out of the board. So see, because I like the version. Corpses everywhere. Here's this card's just average. I'm worried it might be below average. Just because it's tough to play a 7-mana 7/7. Priest thinks the new meta is gonna go for much longer games. If it does go for much longer games, then maybe this card will be better than I think. I'm gonna still call it an avoid, even though it's a potential win condition. I think that sometime I do like for the rest of the game. I do like that puts your opponent on a clock. Maybe I want to say 3, but I just don't. Like playing a 7-mana 7/7. So I expect at least a 3. I'll begrudgingly give it a 3, but I like this card, but I don't like this card. Give it 2 with 2 America's Tax. 8 mana, 8/8 blood, 1 blood. Yeah, this is very classical Death Knight armor. Taunt, Battlecry, raise up to 6 corpses as a 1/2 Risen Footman with Taunt. So weak to AoE. But if they don't have AoE, boy, is this put a wall up. This one I like. See, that's the thing. I like this rare card better than this legendary card. But it is weak to AoE. it loses to that little sweeper card to a degree. But yeah, I like this one. I like this one. It has taunt itself. People are saying 5. I think I agree. It's a 5 that can be countered fairly easily, but I think I agree with calling this a 5. The 8 mana 8/8 taunt is like a high end 3. And then if it could summon 2 1/2s for free, I would call it a 4. And the fact that as long as you got some corpses, it can just, super, super, super annoy the opponent. Yeah. Is it me, Raid Boss Adexia? No, it's not. No, it's not. It doesn't have Rush, and it doesn't give immunity. Nah, it's not a Raid Boss. Yeah, waste 6 corpses to feed a Deathborn. Yeah, possibly. Soul Stealer, destroy all other minions. Gain 1 corpse for each enemy destroyed. I mean, that's my point. That's my point. At least for Arena, I'm just like, wait, I want this card. I want this card to have Mograin's face on it. I want this card that I like to have this legendary character. If not for Triple Blood, it'd be 6 out of 5, right? Yeah, but yeah, this is so it does destroy your minions, but it's Twisting Nether that gets a body, and it gives you corpses for your minions and corpses for the opponent's minions that you can then, you can use to power up this type of thing, maybe. Yeah, maybe this is a 6. Maybe, it could be a 6. It could be a 6, but yeah, this is a much, much better payoff for Blood than the Vampiric Blood or the Mograine or anything else we were seeing. This one's really nice, at least. But yeah, I was just looking though. Does the expansion just have a ton of Blood cards? Unholy, Blood, Frost, Unholy, Blood, 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 Blood. So there's like 1 Frost card and 3 Unholy cards and like 6 Blood cards? Alright, that's kind of weird. X says only corpses for enemy minions, though. Well, no. What? No. You normally gain corpses when you destroy your minions. So this is breaking the rules. You would still get corpses for your minions, but then it says, hey, you're breaking the rules and you get corpses for the enemy too. Twisting with Body. Yeah, Twisting with Body is really good. It's the expansions have rune imbalances. Yeah, it's just kind of didn't expect it in the launch set. Anyway, all right. It took 7 hours and 27 minutes, but we talked about 203 cards. Okay. I hope you enjoyed it, because like I've said many times, the card reviews are not for me. It's probably good that I look at the cards, I know what's around, but they're not for me. I'd rather just play some Arena. The card reviews are for you. People ask for it. So if you're here and you watched it, I hope you appreciate it, because it's for you. It's all for you.